2 close games already, and today we're gonna have 2 more. Now, as an analyst, I'm looking forward to this one because I never really know what to expect coming into these games when MIBI is playing.
Will give the information to his teammates, and in they go for the doors and the window. Taco waits below it though. Taco waits below it, and he he gets a port as well. And he will. He's got a team already out. He follows it up. Back and forth again. By Lou, 1 for 2, and finally Asa gets around in their favor. Great start, exactly what Asa needs to get Renegades back into this series. 2 there, and I almost feel sorry for what Cole's gonna do, because they have no idea he was in the corner, and he absolutely takes the round away. It's likely the series. Cole on 4 legends, but no further.
Looking at the second match, so we're gonna have 2 teams that have surprised me a lot as well. Astralis, obviously the #1 team in the world. Nobody is expecting them to get a fight going up against NIP, a team that has been limping a little bit into the playoff, but they did make their way to top 8.
Because look how aggressive Astralis is retaking it. Another kill, and he's the only one producing for NIP. Matches
Rez, he's playing this one so slowly. Feasibly stop this from getting done. Oh, he's picked up 2, looking for a third, lands it.
Oh god, this is so fast. How are they going to expect it? Device is it. Neither is Zipnix. Zipnix and Device.
Zipnix with the orb. Taylor made. He's going to be getting 3 with a spray. Single-handedly stops the push.
was so cool to see the whole venue just stand up and cheer for NIP. It really gets to show how much Counter-Strike means to the crowd out there. Spodek in itself, it's a legendary place within Counter-Strike, and it's super, super cool to see that even though you're thrailing, even though that you're not playing up to your best, you still have the support by the fans out there. I love to see it, and this is partly a reason why I love Counter-Strike so much. The crowd out there, it's amazing.
These are those moments I don't think anybody else is going to forget.
Welcome to the Acer Predator pre-show.
Another day in the Spodek. Intel Extreme Masters CSGO Major Championship 2019 continues. It started with thousands of teams setting their sights on the Spodek. It then fell to just 24 who managed to qualify for the Challenger stage. We then ended up with 8. We now end up with just 4. The semi-finals are upon us, and this is going to get good. We've had our fair share of surprises, and I'm your host, Alex Machine Richardson, to kick this day off with a bang. Unfortunately, I'm not alone. This show would get boring quickly. Thankfully, I have Henry G and Sadekist.
The monologue you just did was
like
pretty
that?
good. Yeah,
Cheers,
I feel like
man.
you could handle this, maybe.
I'm not very good with numbers. I had to check if it was 24 about 5 seconds ago, but numbers done, and it is absolutely something to be excited about, guys. Semi-finals, the trophy's in sight. It's starting to get very real. We're going to have a major champion tomorrow.
We've had some hearts broken, absolutely, but it's been a fantastic journey. I think the storyline of the games we've had, the best of threes, well-deserved journeys as well as not just fluke best of ones getting through towards this really kind of pinnacle point of the tournament. They've actually had to earn and fight for it, which has been great.
Yeah, we've seen some surprising Apex Predators in the bracket, that's for sure. Matt, let's just focus on some of the games yesterday, the second half of our quarterfinal games. We talk about broken hearts. The Ninjas in Pajamas fans, there were so many in the Spodek. Let's talk game 1, because that was something different.
Yeah, I mean, first and foremost, that's not the return you want back into the Legends stage for those guys. They kind of had some fun with it, sure. They got the first pistol round. We saw Forrest jumping up and trying to hype the crowd as much as he could. Underdogs are always seemingly going to have the crowd on their side in this arena. We saw it with Ents, we saw it with Nip. So at least they try to rally the troops. I will say, though, Get Right looked less than impressed. And he, being so emotionally invested in this game, probably the most emotional player we have on the circuit, I don't think he was too pleased with how things went for them. Better map too, but yeah, horrible start on Dust 2 as well.
They held their own in the second map, right? It wasn't a complete disaster. Sure, they lost the first map, but at the end of the day, the scoreline doesn't really matter. It's a win or a loss, really. So you can move on. They fought back. Dust 2 could have been theirs, but it wasn't meant to be. I feel they can keep their heads high, though. Remember, they didn't even feature the last couple of majors, right? So the fact they came into this one and actually managed to get top 8, it's good progress. Whether Get Right will be happy with it, I know he wants to start thinking about the end of his career and start setting his sights on another trophy and then calling it a day. He probably wanted a bit more out of this, but still, I feel like they did a good job.
Had his heart on his sleeve, there's no doubt about it. Coming into today, though, guys, you're jumping into an intriguing affair. Ents Na'Vi. A lot of people have been doubting ENCE every step of the way, and of course, you know, we've seen how far they've managed to come. An incredible quarterfinal, which definitely worth checking out. But Matt, I mean, is this going to be the tallest task yet for the Finns?
Yeah, I would have said that about Liquid.
You would have, yeah.
I would have easily said that about Liquid. And the interesting thing is they crumbled. They fell apart to ENCE. They got thrown off their game. They weren't ready for what was coming at them. Na'Vi, we know can crumble. We know that they have recently.
Yeah.
Just 2 weeks ago before this event started, even through some of the group stage, they didn't look their best. I will say their game in the quarterfinal, that was probably the best team game they've played all event. And that's what they're going to need because ENCE, they were pretty coordinated, I have to say.
Yeah, they're going to be jumping into this one, of course. That's the first game, the first semi-final, ENCE versus Na'Vi. And these are the beautiful fellas that will be casting that one, that fantastic best of three. Now, someone asked me, what would the casters be doing if they weren't casting? And of course, Matt would be a famous race car driver. He'd be climbing, I think skiing, taking photos, maybe hanging out at weddings, taking pictures, then driving, swerving around corners. Henry, probably a front man in some band called, I don't know, it's monosyllabic, and it would be sick.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, you
that's
like
pretty
that?
much it. Yeah, that's not bad.
But we actually asked the CS players a similar question. What would you be doing if you weren't fragging? What would you be doing if you weren't walking out to the Spodek today? Let's see what answers they had.
If I wouldn't be a Counter-Strike pro at the moment, I'm not really sure what my job would be. I would probably be studying, but the thing is I like to live on the moments. If I'm not playing anymore, then I will see what my options are.
My dream was always to develop games. I wanted always to be involved in games. I like the idea of making my own game. I still do. I don't have the knowledge for it right now, but that is a career I would pursue. I've always enjoyed games, and that would be something that tickles my brain a bit, so I would like that.
Before I started doing Pro CS, I was studying at university. I was doing computer science. Over the years, it hasn't really changed that much since I've been in CS. I guess my plan has always been to just go back and finish my uni degree at some point.
I would stay in the gaming for sure because it's part of my blood, my life. I've been playing Counter-Strike for more than 10 years and I've been pro almost for 9 years.
I've actually worked before my career on logistics. I should have worked there. Like if I'm not gonna play like Counter-Strike anymore.
Preparing events, stuff like this. I'm working in this kind of company for 2 years, and that's definitely something I like to do. So I will go for it.
So I've always liked computers, obviously. So if I wasn't a Counter-Strike pro, I was planning to be a computer programmer. I'm not sure if it was for me. I was in college for about 1.5 years, and I don't know if I was going to do it or not, but that's kind of when Counter-Strike took off. So I don't really know what would have happened, but I think that it would have been involved in computers probably.
Now, what on earth would my analysts be doing? Another question I'll be asking us alongside a whole lot to shed insight on our coming semi-finals. Reintroduction, I am Machine, and I'm joined by Chad Sponge Birchall and Sean Gares. Sean Gares. I don't really know.
Yeah, they make it hard,
Sean Gares. How's that?
Don't call me Sean Gares.
Yeah, don't. Joe's going to be somewhere in this building. He'll come and find you. No, but real question. You were actually like digging holes.
I was a plumber.
Yeah.
In Australia.
Yeah.
I don't think I want to go back to that anytime soon.
And competitive bodybuilding, Sean?
No, actually, I was in the sciences, so medicinal biochemistry major. Didn't really like that. Tried to do electrical engineering, and that's when CS took off.
Did you know that Alex was actually in musical theatre?
Okay, well, that's just simply not true.
Oh. Is it close? Is it close to the truth, though?
I mean, post-production.
Okay, so you were painting
the people that are
backdrops.
making all of these. So the guy who's swapping those buttons is called a TD, and he's basically. So watch this. If you start talking, he'll cut to you. Go.
So I could start talking, and the technical director would switch the camera to me as
button.
Not happening.
It's on a vision mixer. He presses the button. He can fade it if he wants. He has a little lever. That was me.
That's what you'd be doing.
Yeah. Okay. And now I'm just in front of the camera. There it is. He did it. You see?
Okay. So that'd be your
job.
job.
I wanted to do. Yeah.
All right.
And then I just started talking in front of it instead. But anyway, that's an unnecessary sidetrack that we got a little too deep down. So why don't we continue with the Counter-Strike? Fellas, we were talking on the desk. We've got so many members of talent. Of course, Henry G, Sadakist over on the panel. They're going to be covering ENCE versus Na'Vi. We also have Frankie who's going to be speaking to the players. So why don't we go ahead and see what she's up to today. No leopard print today, Frankie?
No leopard print.
Damn.
In fact, I'm shoulders. It looks a little bit awkward if I sink low because you can't see that I am wearing a full-piece jumpsuit, I assure you, gentlemen. Although, to be honest, I want to talk more about your musical theatre career, Alex.
Yeah, Mr. Cellophane. That's what they used to call me.
Oh, yes, you sang that the other night. It was absolutely beautiful. There were tears.
It looks like Frankie could be in Grease Lightning right now.
Oh, yeah, I do rock the sandy hair, right? I have to be sewn into most of my outfits. Now, gents, I have been out into the Spodek today, and oh my goodness, it's absolutely packed to the rafters. I cannot wait to hear that audience raise the roof for our matches today. The first one, obviously, ENCE playing Na'Vi, but I just can't call it, guys.
It is breathtaking. It really is. Thank you so much, Frankie. Looking forward to hearing more from you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, we're going to be, of course, getting opportunities to hear from the players in both victory and defeat, courtesy of Frankie. We'll be seeing more from her with some players with both smiles and the opposite on their face. But let's recap. Let's bring up those brackets and let's hear these Counter-Strike brains remind us how it all went down. Sean, let's talk first about how Na'Vi got to this game.
Sure, so Na'Vi actually started off versus FaZe Clan, and honestly, it was a really easy match for them. They had a rough start, CT Inferno. Didn't look like their banana control was on point at all. Maybe the new spot positions kind of affected that. But then when it got actually into, I believe, Na'Vi's pick, right? Na'Vi's pick, yes. Na'Vi's pick was Mirage, and they just wiped the floor with FaZe at that point. They had such an amazing T-side Mirage, considering the fact that they dropped the opening pistol. Flamey's double aces in that series. I mean, everyone on Na'Vi seems to be clicking right now, so everything's working.
The more demos I watch from Na'Vi, the more legit I think they are. And when you look at the ENCE vs Liquid game, sure, we know that's upset of the tournament. We've talked about that one enough. MIBR against Renegades, though, that one for me, it's legitimized MIBR's return, right? You can see them actually what they've worked on. You can see a lot more, team play there from players who maybe once upon a time would be labeled selfish, actually contributing to the team. And then Astralis vs NIP delivered on the second map.
Can we talk about that first map just a second? Because they were close to setting a record. I mean, no one has got 316-0s in a tournament. It'd
be nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and they were very, very close to getting themselves at the second already. This is basically Astralis doing what Astralis do best. It was, of course, on Mirage where we saw, and I think what was interesting to me, Chad, I saw you take to Twitter to say the pace that Astralis brought on this map. Are they bringing the fight to people here? Is this disrespectful? Is this just swagger?
It's not disrespectful. It's the fact that these guys usually play fundamental CS, right? We talk about how good they are, but they are fantastic individuals as well. And here they just went, well, we're not going to allow NIP to set the pace. We'll be the ones doing that. In any situation where it felt like the game wanted to slow down, NIP wanted to take a breath, they just jumped up in their face and absolutely annihilated them. The only downside for me, or Astralis probably, is they didn't get to showcase their T side to scare people away from picking this map. Their CT side looks fantastic.
Exactly.
Though.
I mean, when you watch Magic's move around with that AUG, I think he's mastered it on Mirage. The fights he's taking are just so favored for him.
They're not M4 fights, are they? These are different fights.
No, he's taking very aggressive mid to long range fights with that AUG.
And look at this round. Of course, the pistol round, close to the 16-0. Rez with some fantastic baity plays got him the first round. And I love that we had Forest full on standing ovation from the NIP fans.
Yeah, look, that round was very well played. And in the context and the pressure of being down 15-0 and potentially going down 16-0, for him to, play that in that manner, that takes a lot of balls. Normally, he'd be very trigger happy in that position just to get the kills because he didn't have a lot of kills in that first half. So, the first map, it was a bit of a wash. Second map, though, hugely entertaining.
Yes.
No, absolutely. It was impressive. It was, Sean, something to say about that?
I was shocked because it's always been NIP's permaban Dust 2, right? And I kind of wondered why, because the fundamental aspect of rotations on Dust 2 hasn't changed in all these years, and it's a map they used to play, at the start of CSGO. So to see them come back to the map and have success immediately was definitely promising for their future.
Yeah, we talked about records. Of course, Astralis trying to do it with the 16-0s. Well, a man from Na'Vi managed to do it with pistols. 2 back-to-back pistol aces from Flamey were breathtaking. He's, of course, taking to the stage today in his opening game versus ENCE in pursuit of that trophy. We actually have an opportunity to hear more from Flamey as he sat down for an interview.
Now, Flamey, we were expecting to see you play Liquid today, so I'm guessing you watched their match against ENCE. What do you think that Liquid did wrong?
I think they already saw that they won on second map and they just relaxed and the ENCE coated on them and it was unexpected thing, yeah.
What was your reaction to it?
To be honest, I closed the stream when the score was 15-8 and I thought it will be third map. But when in 10 minutes I watched it again, ENCE did a good job and it's very nice to see the comeback like that.
So how will you avoid the same result today?
I think we just need to play our game and if we're leading 15-8, we don't need to relax and play on full confidence and that's it.
The thing about Na'Vi and ENCE is you guys are so similar with your map pool. You love to ban cash, you do super well on Mirage and pretty well on Inferno. So given that you're playing a team that mirrors your map pool, how are you going to be better than them?
It's always hard to play against opponents who have the same map pool as us because we don't have like a big advantage against them. But if we play our game, if we communicate well, a team like ENCE, we should win. But they're really strong, and we'll see who will win.
I'm interested in your individual game, Flamey. You've had a phenomenal major. How have you kept on pulling out those fantastic performances?
I don't know, I just started to believe in myself again, and it's nice to see that I can play good again. I'm very happy about it.
Well, there's a lot of fans who are extremely happy about it, and they definitely believe in you today. So, Flamey, good luck, and let's head back to the desk.
It is a daunting team to go up against, Na'Vi, especially when he can pull out rounds like that. I know we're all smirking.
The honesty, right?
I mean,
of that
so honest.
Real. We all thought it.
Yeah.
It felt like that game was over. I think he basically spoke for the entirety of the Counter-Strike scene there with that comment, right? But he is right. ENCE did play a fantastic game of Counter-Strike and really deserved that victory. I hate using the word deserved, but the way that they played and embraced that stage, they definitely were the better team on the day.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about the fact their lack of emotions. You know, we've been joking about it because they are a very direct nation, but also a team. But it does seem to favor them in situations like that. You're 15-8, you're 0-2 down, it doesn't matter. ENCE have managed to show incredible resilience.
Yeah, they're cold. They're killers.
Yeah.
There must be a sauna in their hotel.
Nah, they got goosebumps. I guarantee it. When they walk out on that stage, there's no way. They might stay stoic, but I'm pretty sure under that they're crumbling. They're not crumbling, they're shaking.
They're shaken, for sure. No crumbling, actually, from ENCE. Now, if you guys are interested in catching this with some extra spice, you can do so with the enhanced viewing experience. A quick reminder that still exists. You can just add _premium to the URL that you're currently watching on, and you can get an interactive by clicking on the players to see their stats. There's lots of other information. I'm seeing flashbang stats as well. You can see, of course, it all be explained in front of you. Even changing the size of the mini-map if you're a keen bean. That's all available on the enhanced viewing experience. Just add _premium to it, and it's active once the match is live, so don't rush over there yet. There's so much more coming on this mainstream with my boys Sean Gares and Sponge. We are going to take a break, but when we come back, it is hype time. That's right, the arena is packed today. It's semi-final day, and we're going to be seeing ENCE take on Na'Vi. It really is a story that I cannot wait to see unfold, so stay with us when we return.
The champions of ESL 1 Cologne.
Do you remember?
Welcome to the Cathedral of Counter-Strike.
Think you've seen it all?
Are you ready to be a part of Counter-Strike history?
ESL 1 returns to Cologne in 2019.
Think you can't capture a clutch in full resolution while streaming the play to the world? Watch this. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7.
Synergy of brute strength, born of elite core power, to thrive under pressure in the most hostile conditions, and built to overclock. Prepare for combat. Go forth and conquer.
I've been there since the beginning. Every map, every frag, every moment. I run, but I never hide. With knowledge comes power, and power is to be wielded wisely. Which is why, as the expert, I bet with Betway. If you know CSGO, then you'll know the best way to bet on esports is with Betway, for the love of the game.
Intel Extreme Masters is brought to you in part by Intel, Vodafone, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, HyperX, Betway, and Pay Safeguard.
We are a really strong team, and the main goal for us is to communicate well and just to enjoy the tournament and play our best game.
We have a good team play, we have a good communication, and everyone is really good aimer. We have a lot of individual skill in our team, so that's our strength.
Every opponent on this tournament is very dangerous, and of course Sense is something that no one even expected before the tournament, and that's the main reason, because in every tournament there is dark horse and you never know what they will do, how they will perform, and their main strength is teamwork and team play.
Navi, why they're strong? They have a lot of experience from tournaments like this, and they have the best player in the world, Simple, and Electronic is also insane. We are all good players, and they have been together for so long, so we need to be careful. We are looking forward to play in the stage again.
I'm really looking forward to play again, because the crowd is cheering for us so much, and I hope they'll cheer even more.
Vodafone presents the pre-match.
Both teams that step onto the semi-final stage next have been doubted, and every step of their way towards the trophy, they have managed to dash that doubt away. It has been an incredible run from both Na'Vi and ENCE. Na'Vi came into this tournament suggesting that their team was dissolving, that they were losing hope, and yet here we stand with one of the strongest looks from Na'Vi in their quarterfinal versus FaZe. And let's not forget ENCE, who managed to best a team many thought would be stepping onto the grand final stage. This is a semi-final, and I'm sure it's going to deliver. I'm joined by Sponge and Sean Gares. I'm your host, Machine. Let's get into this one. Na'Vi, I mean, we've heard them talk a lot of talk, and they have been walking that walk, Sean. Now, my question is, have we seen them at their best? We saw that win versus FaZe Clan. Is there more to come?
I'm actually really impressed. I think we have seen them at their best, and that's shocking for me after what I thought coming into this event. Right? We all read that Zeus interview, the inter-team turmoil. I thought we were going to see a very lackluster Na'Vi, but they look polished, and their map pool's deep.
Sure, yeah, I think from a team perspective, they look a lot better. And the reason I don't think we've actually seen Na'Vi at their best is because they won a series over FaZe Clan, you know, a top-tier team, with Simple actually being the bottom fragger for the entire squad. Now, that, you know, if you can get more out of the whole team and Simple bottoms frags, sure. But if Simple plays even just 0.5% better than that and they still play this fantastically as a team, they're a much scarier beast than what I think we saw in that first quarterfinal.
But we are hearing things in interviews that we've never heard before from Na'Vi, that it's team-based now, that Simple's going to be, even he himself has talked about it, like, I'm going to be more passive, I'm going to be supporting for the team. Perhaps the scoreboard reflects that switch, but either way, success has been found, and we're going to focus first on Na'Vi.
Since Electronic stepped in our team, we managed to get semi-finals at the first major with Electronic. So the next major get to the finals. So we're getting better and better from major to major. So I believe this major, I have no expectation, to be honest. It is like it is. Well, it means a lot of me, of course, because I am the one who was created the name, actually. So that was my idea. When we made the team from the Ukraine, and nobody knew that team from our region can beat the top teams. So we made it. Of course, it will be always in my memory. I mean, the year 2010. And of course, Na'Vi clan tag, it means a lot for me because, like you said before, it's a big name in CS, and it always gonna be the big name. Well, and I'm proud of this. It's a long story, actually. It was for the first time. It wasn't like the company. It wasn't like a clan tag. It was just 5 or 6 people for first 2 years, for example, from 2010 to 2012, and only then our manager started to create like company around of these 5 or 6 people. By the years, it's getting like a big name in CS. Everyone loves Na'Vi. Everyone knew that that is the best CIS team ever played. There is the best players, so it means a lot for everyone. It's a dream to play for Na'Vi, for every young CIS player.
Edward, self-aware of just how much of a dynasty Na'Vi has formed for their region in the world of Counter-Strike. It always starts small, and I love those kind of humble beginnings of esports orgs and tournament circuits, and every single player who starts in their bedroom and ends up in a semi-final $1 million tournament.
You want a fun fact about the team name? It started as Na'Vi, and what popular movie came out in 2010? It was Avatar, where the blue creatures were called the Na'Vi. No joke. They then did a poll, and that's where it was voted by, it was thrown in different suggestions, and the name Nardus Vincia came from that. That was a public voted in thing.
Wow,
Someone from HLTV.org can confirm this.
So James Cameron basically forced them to get some Latin involved.
I don't know how Nardus Vincia came from it, but that's where they got the original name Na'Vi from.
Oh, that's where it was.
So it was Na'Vi first, and then they did a vote. What should Na'Vi stand for? What should it mean? Yeah.
I mean, he is telling the truth, though. I specifically remember 1.6 Zero Gravity traveling to all those events with him, and then obviously they created actually a company out of the whole thing.
Yeah, and now, of course, a jersey laden with sponsors and plenty of fragging capacity on that roster. Take a look down that list. Flamey, Simple, Electronic. And what's standing out to me here, fellas, is just how close they are, Chad. Every single member, not too far. Zeus, at the moment, a conversation in his own right.
Yeah, and he's been having a lot of impact. And I think, this team as a whole, the fact that the frags are closer on the scoreboard does attest to that point you're making earlier about it being more team-based Counter-Strike. Something interesting to me was what Ariel said in that little piece that we had about them being a very long-standing roster, Na'Vi that is. Ents actually are the third longest-standing roster we had in the quarterfinals. They came together on the 4th of April in 2018, and as these guys have been progressing and going along as a team, they've been taking every step they've needed to, right? Something that I just want to clear up for everybody, though. We have this whole underdog story around Ents. The problem here is, sure, everybody wants to support an underdog because they, give hope to everybody that anything's possible. They're not the traditional underdog by any means. These guys have taken the right steps. Every single way that they've approached Counter-Strike in the game as a team and organization is what has made these guys such a fundamentally sound unit. This isn't a team that we're looking at who have just appeared out of nowhere. They didn't just pick up keyboards last week. They've been doing this for the better part of a year now, and that's why we're seeing them in such good form.
And they've had a lot of stepping stones along the way, right? We saw them win Star Series last event, actually, where they beat a lot of Tier 2 teams coming into this major. Obviously, more stepping stones. They struggled to get out of the Legend stage. They finally did it. And now we see them in the semifinals. So this team has progressed, and it has been a tremendous incline over the last year.
Their run, they've played 4 best-of-3s back to back to back to back to back. They've dropped 1 map.
Yeah.
I mean, and this is against Big, G2, a Vanguard, and of course the biggest one. You can see it happening right here versus Liquid, and look at that scoreline. Watch that T side just crawl closer and closer.
This is 8 maps straight, 8 wins straight to get to this point. They've had to play 33 maps from the open qualifiers to this point. They were the winners of the European minor, and they've just continued to, look, they've had to face adversity, they've had to face the big stage, they've had to do all these things that they've never done before, and that's what's so impressive about this. But here's the problem. You come into this game as Ents, the only big team that you've ever beaten on a stage is Liquid, who performed at, I would probably say, 60%. So can Ents beat Na'Vi? Yes, but will they? I don't think so. It's difficult to say that they can beat another big dog.
I do have to say, I think their secret weapon is Alu. I think that man is doing a lot for that team. In-game, of course. I mean, some of that CT Inferno warping was very fun to watch, but I think out of game as well.
I couldn't agree more, actually. Alu's had a fantastic event. Honestly, X7 has impressed me the most, though. He's come up time and time again in these solo site situations, especially B-bomb site yesterday against Liquid. But this is going to be exciting best of 3 because I think both these teams have identical map pools.
Yeah. And the maps are where I want to take this conversation. Frankie started this conversation at the start of the show. Neither of them play Cash. Surely you can just both forget about it, float it, and start banning some targets.
Ironically, Alex, Zeus said in a recent interview that they play Cash now.
Oh, they do?
So if Ents floats Cash and Na'Vi does not pick Cash against a team that permabans it, I can't believe another word that comes out of this man's mouth.
To be fair, Zeus has been weaving some sandbag meta gameplay. Okay, so bye-bye Overpass. And it floated by Ents.
And who would have thought that with the sandbagging from Zeus and Na'Vi in the lead up to this, that once again we have been spun and sent an absolute...
We play Cash now.
Okay, well here's the problem. I'm surprised with Ents actually banning Overpass because they said that they consider it one of their strongest maps.
Yes, they do.
But the fact they get trained, that's very good signs for them. That is the map that, at least in my opinion, they look the most comfortable.
I do think that's Na'Vi's best map though, but this is exactly how Ents approach the best of 3 against Liquid. They just pick into what they're strong at, and I can respect that. I mean, even as the underdog not having punish picks.
So it was given to Ents, Overpass. Wait, that doesn't make any sense.
We're missing an Inferno somewhere there.
I think Inferno should be that last ban.
Yeah,
that would make sense. Let's go for that. So it was Inferno or Mirage, and they've chosen to take it to Mirage. Does that surprise anyone here?
They've picked Mirage. But actually, both these teams. But both these teams picked a lot of
Their
Mirage.
best maps, both these teams have best maps of Train, Overpass, Mirage. So the fact that Ents banned Overpass is just like them respecting Navi's Overpass.
Okay, makes a lot of sense then. So this map pool, it's not like yesterday where you're telling me, or Jacob was telling me, that Renegades had lost this game in the Vita. We're not in that circumstance again.
No, I think that Na'Vi have gone for Dust 2 as a punish, but Na'Vi's Dust 2 has also looked flaky, right? It hasn't looked great. And I think some of the things they used to do was hedge over towards that B bomb site. And we know, on the other side of things, Ents also have had a weak bomb site. Both teams seem to be struggling on that side of the map. So maybe Na'Vi have identified something they can take advantage of here.
Yeah.
I will say that on Dust 2, at this event, Na'Vi has done a much better job of moving Simple around on CT side. I've seen him up Catwalk B, whereas in past events, I only saw him, up B.
Yeah.
They had him literally just chained to the B bomb site, whereas now he has so much more freedom.
No, I couldn't agree more. And in terms of players to watch, you've already highlighted X7. I think the conversation is surrounding whether or not this Zeus impact frags continue from Na'Vi, because he has been instrumental. And I'm looking forward to seeing if he continues to buy UMPs and push apps and get double kills versus some of the world's greatest.
Yeah, so I think that Zeus as a player in this tournament, I've been watching his play and how it actually elevates the other players around him and how they, bolster his part of the map so he can actually receive less pressure, Alex. So that's a good storyline to follow for this one.
It is, and we'll continue to talk about it, but first, it is time to get that Spodek stage once again alight, the crowd alive. Oh my goodness, quite the turnout for the semi-finals. And we can't get a semi-final started without players. Let them meet the crowd and you guys can meet them too. It's time to get our semi-final day started here in the Spodek.
That feeling inside a competitor when you find your boundaries, and in order to be better than somebody else, you have to cross to the other side and find the better version of you. This is a feeling that is probably the best feeling in the world. This is a feeling that nobody can give you. You have to fight for it. You have to earn it. You have to be stubborn. You have to persevere. And you have to make sacrifices. All the players here, they committed their entire lives to be here this week and be the best version of themselves this week. When you watch them compete, please remember all the possible sacrifices that they made.
Great shot from Alu, the fourth as well, looking for the ace! Alu delivers in round number 15.
Now it's on to Electronics, going to isolate! Oh, himself! He reads it! He reads it! And an arc! A power surge right through two!
So if you just felt a disturbance in the force, that is because it is semi-final day here in the Spodek. Are we ready? Oh man, have I got the feels for this today. A major. Every year we come here, our annual pilgrimage to Katowice, to this fabulous location. And today we have 4 teams here on semi-final day ready to tear each other apart. It is gonna be great. And as I look around here, these are the lucky people, the people who managed to get in, because it's standing room only. So wherever you're watching this, it is going to be someday a double A side of matches. And that's a reference you're not going to get if you're born after 1992. This afternoon, our second semi-final, MIBR. Anyone a fan? Taking on Astralis. And you can say that they are two of the greatest all-time CS rosters, but we have a semi-final first, and two teams who want to prove that they are good enough to take home that trophy and the lion's share of $1 million. So let's introduce them. First to come out here in the Spodek, it's Na'Vi. Just look at them, a team of absolute Central European monsters. Flamey, ready to get his hands on that pistol. But they are taking a team on that have just achieved more than anyone thought was possible. They're here to make it further than anybody thought they could. Please welcome to the stage, it's ENCE! Are Na'Vi about to get finished? It's time to find out. A best of three in the Spodek. Who's winning this? Is it Na'Vi? Is it ENCE? One more time. Is it Na'Vi? Is it ENCE? Let's get it on!
They say there's two things to count on with Na'Vi, simple fragging and the crowd in Katowice favoring them. Not today, though. My goodness.
Look, Alex, I love an underdog story as much as the next guy, but I also enjoy breaking hearts. And unfortunately for all those fans out there, Na'Vi are going to come out hot in this one. I've got a feeling that these boys are going to get straight to this final and make it look easy, because Train coming up, sure, this is where it started for ENCE. They were 7-0 down against Big, and from there, they're able to win that map, and that's where they started that 8-map streak to get to this point.
100% win rate on 2 of the maps in this best of 3, in this tournament.
Yeah, okay, that sounds like a scary statistic.
That's something.
I mean, Na'Vi is going to start CT side on Train right now. That's a tough spot for a young team like ENCE to go up against them on T side. Dust too, I kind of favor ENCE, I'm being honest.
Oh, we could see 3. I hope to see that Mirage, that's for certain. Something worth talking about is that every major has some story similar to that event, at least to some degree. We've had our Gambit run, Immortals have done it, Cloud9 in Boston. There is always a blip on the radar that no one saw coming and reaching that peak at just the right moment. ENCE seem to be in a different category.
Yeah.
This has been grit, determination, hard work, and slowly but surely climbing that Counter-Strike ladder. And right now they find themselves not far from the top, the trophy in the center of the stage, and Na'Vi standing between them and the grand final.
The fundamentals have gotten them this far, but this is where the game changes. They proved against Liquid that they could do it on the big stage, but Na'Vi have been here many times before. This is like home for them. At this point, they're not worried about the stage. They're not worried about the crowd. That doesn't actually affect them. Whereas ENCE, they've done it once, but can they do it again? Can they be pressured? Can they be pushed to the limit and still bounce back? Because this is a completely different battle.
It's going to have to be strong individual plays, and if you catch them and want to see them again, do submit them. The Mountain Dew Amped Game Fuel Power Play, you can use the hashtag Game Fuel Power Play to submit exactly which ones you think are the very best plays, or maybe break them down at the analyst desk later on. My God, I'm excited. Train first, but that's the T-side events that you just are a little worried about, Sean.
I am. I mean, Alo has had a lot of success coming out of Team Main, though. I think, personally, they're probably going to try to attack Zeus at the inner bomb site. Yeah. People have been doing it all, repeatedly throughout this tournament so far, trying to attack Zeus, and they haven't been successful at all.
That's one of the big 2 battles that I'm looking at. On the T side, when you look at this ENCE team, they have a bailout play, or they have an information play where they get Alexi out into the mid, he gets out into the Olaf position, and from there he grabs map information and makes a call, makes a play, makes a read. So that's one of the battles that Na'Vi have to be able to stop. And then you're right, towards that inside bomb site is where Ence's attention should be. If they can take down Zeus, if they can stop Simple, helping him in that part of the map, they can really run away with this.
Na'Vi are counting on Simple, right? I mean, we can't have another Simple bottom of the scoreboard showing against a team that's hitting their peak.
He is such a strong CT side train player. I mean, you'll see him play Ivy from the E-box area, really crazy off angles where he can swivel around and play 3 spots at once. So I expect this to be vintage Simple right here.
Vintage Simple up against the new brand of Finnish Counter-Strike. Our first map, Train, Dust 2 lies in the wings, as does Mirage, should we see 3. A semi-final, a Cinderella story, unlike anything we've witnessed in Katowice. ENCE Esports, will they continue their run? Yes, a Cinderella story, but the clock strikes midnight versus Na'Vi. Map 1, it's time for semi-final 1. Henry, Matt, this should be a spicy endeavor.
We absolutely hope so, Alex. ENCE versus Na'Vi. It's semi-finals time. Katowice, I hope you're with us. Give me everything you've got. Let's make some noise as ENCE will defend now. It's up to the T side with the smokes. The flashbangs available to them. It's a very slow start here. Normally, in these big plays, we'll see an execution come through quickly, but there it is. There's smokes dropped from the bomb site now.
Conceal of the smoke. Edward gets back in. ENCE showed excellent team play against Liquid. That'll work against Na'Vi. Slow may be the name of the game for both teams on their T sides. Wrapping in Aerial. He'll get Electronic down, turns around, looks to hold bomb, but Edward was there the whole time. We saw him work out from Z Connector, and it's he and Simple against one man who's been absolutely incredible throughout the course of this event, but he's got it all to do now. Has the bomb at least for 1 minute and 12 seconds on the clock. Alexi's gonna fall off.
He's got the bomb. At 24 HP at this point, just getting that bomb planted would be a success. Edward trying to hunt for some information here as he pushes towards Ivy. You can see inside currently open. Simple was in the connector, however. He'll be watching that lower ramp. 55 seconds remain, and Alexi just waiting for any CTs pushing, hoping he can get an advantage through some patience here.
They're playing it perfectly on the Na'Vi side, of course, to be able to rotate either direction. Bomb dropping from upper, 24 HP. If he even gets tagged by Simple, be a crater. Requires Simple spotting him, however, because he's gone back towards CT instead, looking for further information, and Alexi gets in. And planted. Money at least for ENCE. It's not impossible. I think he might be able to slide by, but Edward was ready for it. They didn't see him on the right, they knew he was on the left.
So ENCE waiting for that initial utility, went for the outside execution. The trades were looking good, but then Na'Vi finding multiple frags. Edward, just to know, he got an ace in that one. 5 kills for Edward, so maybe he'll be going to go back-to-back into the next half. Who knows? It was Flamey that managed to light up the scoreboard before. Fantastic work by him. And in that 2 versus 1, you're right, they played it perfectly. Yes, they let the bomb go down, but they stayed in the connector. They were next to each other. Any sort of threat was going to be eliminated if they worked in this sort of manner. Great stuff from Edward. It's going to light the fire beneath him as we get into round number 2. I don't expect ENCE to force buy in this second round. They'll bring out a decent, solid buy in the third. Just a P250, a couple of those purchased here. And it's up to ENCE now to try and get that bomb planted again. They're stabbing each other in spawn. You don't like to see that, but it doesn't really matter in this sort of round, I suppose.
You still don't like to see it at all. They're down to 64 already. Zeus waits bottom ramp inside. They'll try and rush to get another bomb plant in place. Get that money rolling early. SMG likewise for Zeus. He can build up a bit of a bank. Simple. Keen as always, you could say. Already on the AWP.
You can see they got 1 flashbang here, so got to go for that inside play. Simple with the AWP in round number 2. You do love that.
He spots them though, but he can't get the angle. He was late to get on top of the tanker. They were already around the corner when he got to the spool, and Zeus, he's down for 1. Bomb plant looks inevitable at this point. Simple, he's forced to go off to a pistol. This is where it becomes a problem. If you buy the op early and pistols overwhelm you, if they outrun you, it's an expensive gun to lose. And Alexi's gotten in behind them. This could actually steal back the round. I say it, but he's already lost Sergey. That was what he needed. Sergey had to be holding off the bomb because now they can actually just send 1 to keep him busy, and they'll go back toward the defuse.
2 kills and a bomb plant. That's not bad. They're going to have a ton of money here, and you're absolutely right. Bringing that all down the second round, as Sumo was dropped by Edward, is obviously going to be a risk, but they managed to recover. 3 players survive. And they'll be well equipped for the next round as well. But so will ENCE. Alu's certainly going to buy the AWP here. No doubt about that. $6,000. He dropped it, however, so it's going to be Sergey giving him the sniper. And this is the first real gun round here. I guess Na'Vi with a couple of compromises. Edwards will have an AUG for now, but Zeus with the MP9, it's Flame with the FAMAS as they juggle weapons around. Simple, of course, still has his AWP. And we'll see what kind of spawn he had. He actually has the upper ramp spawn here, so he can get control of that position. That might be on the cards, but the thing is, Alu's heading there as well. We're going to have a sniper battle here to kick things off. Zeus sends in the flashbang. Alu is completely wrecked by it, and down goes to first. Simple gets the opening frag and falls back.
Alu still has the op to contend with, but Simple knows the situation. He's already gone back. He'll rotate off of this. Brilliant start. Flashbang, you're right, absolutely wrecked them.
Yep, they didn't see that coming. Alu wants to go with the fast pick at lower ramp, which is a very viable approach, but when the AWP swords up, it can all go horribly wrong, as it is for X7 as well. Towards that Ivy position, he takes a nade and a few bullets, down to 22 HP.
Hold off again outside. A main. Edward needs to be very careful at this point, though, because Electronics watching Pop Dog, but does he know that Sergey's already out? And holding in the corner aggressively, Gun Barrel certainly could be caught off. All he needs is one misstep. Tough position for Edward to work from as well. If he's spotted and they're not completely side by side, they'll be able to trade it, they'll be able to swing on the second. So he backs off to Sandwich, probably the better call in this situation. X7, meanwhile, still out toward Ivy with Flamey guarding the entrance.
They're going to have to commit to outside at this point, 30 seconds remaining. A couple of smokes, some flashbangs as well. X7 low, Edward in a prime position.
He is. And this is better because, again, Sandwich, he can control the angle, bomb down, he backs off further to give him a more linear perspective. But again, he has to watch for X7. They don't know that he's there. He came in late. Edward down. Unfortunately, it's just he and Alu because it looks like they'd opened up some room inside of the site. Alu can't hit the shot and he wants to save the AWP at this point in time. Just get away, 9 seconds. He will. But they're pursuing, and Zeus is smart to go all the way out. Ivy wants to catch him going into spawn. He's low HP. Down goes the AWP.
Big frag there from Zeus, and a lovely round from Na'Vi in general. It's Edward who managed to get that all-important kill. They had the 5 versus 4 early on in the round due to the AWP push in the upper ramp. And then Nentz, very patient, waiting for the opportunity, trying to bleed out some of that utility. Not so much an execution outside, but a pincer from the Ivy. Main entrance and Pop Dog unable to find the kills. And it's going to be Na'Vi keeping 4 players alive. Ents with the loss bonus, though, do have enough to buy up in round number 4. They have 4 AK-47s and Sergey on the Deagle. Now, these sort of rounds, you're going to want to deploy as many smokes as you can and allow these AKs to get deep towards the bomb site. It's the only way you're going to cause a dent. As they get ready, it's 3 players towards the main entrance, and Edward segregates the Pop Dog area.
Side of the train, Aerial positions himself so the feet don't reveal and tries to catch off Simple, perhaps. Could he? They're both inside the smoke, and Simple doesn't realize it. He has no idea that they're so close. Looks down, he'll see them, only for 1. 2 in that position, and Alexi knows he's got to act quickly, but rather than getting too aggressive, he falls off for the angle and waits for his teammates to gather the wings because Flamey comes back inside. Sergey's Deagle. He's going to rely on it at this point. Single smoke down, they've already got 2 back through inside of the site directly. Zeus can afford to hold off on this because Electronic just sits in the corner. Alu, reactions of a hockey, snaps back, and he's now got Flamey. Edward has to hold off with the AUG. Steps out from Old Bomb, but X7's still on the other side, and it's Edward, the man who aced in the opening round, that has to hold off 2 remaining attackers with 52 seconds. There's a shadow of doubt on this as well because the bomb can easily be picked up, gathered, and moved back. It's still at A main.
It still is. They've got plenty of time here, 40 seconds, and Edward trying to find himself some sort of an advantage. Gets towards the back, tracks it. Now this could be a play. X7 aware of the threat, checking it every now and then, but has he got into safety? Absolutely has. Good flash. As they challenge his position, they're going to flush him out, and now Edward with a huge disadvantage here. The bomb going to be recovered with 25 seconds remaining.
I still want to go to the outside site because X7 was holding it. Sat there, you're right, 1 HP, he finds Edward, and Ents get on the board. 2 players surviving.
4 AKs, 1 Deagle. Fast approach outside. Pretty scrappy, but they make it work, and they recover the AWP as well. It's going to be 3-1, still in favor of Na'Vi, as Ents pick up their first. Need to avoid that reset, though. There is cash available for Na'Vi, but it's being drained. UMPs are coming out, and there might be a double AWP situation. I'll have a look. Yes, indeed, there is. Simple manages to get the secondary AWP to Flamey. He's got a glass cannon right now, and he's going towards that lower ramp. This is the shotgun-style AWP play. We'll see if he can nail it.
He sits back on it. He doesn't go all the way up and try to take the fight. No flash in this time either. He's alone on the B site. He's downed. Sergey got across. It was the exact second Simple backed away, and that's going to open them up. Full access. Edward's on the flank, however, early. X7 could catch him off, but Edward knows he's got a chance now. Alu's not even looking. He's got one already behind, and he'll just hold it off. He's waiting for further action, waiting for more people to arrive. Bomb's not yet planted. They go as far away from Edward as possible in doing so. He's trapped in, though, and X7 takes him down. Flamey's already gone.
They're off the mark now. It's a huge ramp for Ents to pick up. Simple towards that lower ramp. Not looking his usual self. You'd expect him to hit one there, but it's Sergey that took him down early on. And if you catch an AWP in that position, you can almost guarantee that's your cue to get in. If the AWP has gone down, there's not going to be one of the connector. Get in as quickly as you can. Get that bomb planted. And yes, Ed would have a lovely flank there, but he only had the UMP. He gets one kill, unable to upgrade. And X7 comes in for the backstab to close out the round. Flamey, like we said, glass cannon AWP here, holding towards Ivy. And they are going to at least look around for him. They won't be aware he has a secondary AWP just yet, I believe. As he holds up, it looks like he'll survive, so they have at least something in the next round. But I think they're going to have to take an eco here. They've got $2,000 per player. They'll get $2,400 into the next round, so that's enough if they can save the AWP again to have a decent buy. So it should be full eco around this AWP, but there's also an argument to be made that a force buy here could be worth it. We'll see which way they're inclined. Zeus already gone in for it, spending a lot of cash in the CZ and Kevlar. Electronic 2, it's Simple and Edward, a bit more conservative. They have a few smokes to work with, but leaving themselves about $1,000 left.
So they hop aggressive toward Ivy this time. Zeus will hold the bottom of the ramp. Just the pistols to work with. Not surprising to see Simple on a Deagle. No armor at all to go along with him, though, so even if he gets a kill and a gun in his hands, he's a punching bag. Down as well to hold off where the AWP exists at this point. Quick damage on to Alexi. It's not going to really do much. Does reveal that Edward is at least on the CZ. 2 in a row. It's crazy how fast things can swing in terms of economy. Sergey gets Edward. He not before finding a kill in first. It's now Electronic and Simple's above them, straight above them. Bomb down, looks for another. He's going to drop in. Sergey didn't realize it, but he gets the AK, and he's got all time in the world to find and line up the kill, even firing it back to Flamey to make sure that they get it picked up in the next round. He didn't quite get there, but they'll have 2 AWPs.
They have 2 AWPs. I think that's going to be very worthwhile. There it is. Na'Vi go for not even the full investment there, a partial buy with the CZs. And you can see how deadly those can be in the right hands. It's Edward and Simple going to town here. Aggression at its finest. He recovers the AK-47 and closes it out towards Sergey there. Na'Vi strike back. And the tug of war continues here. 3 AKs, 1 MAC-10 and a UMP. Decent utility here. They can win this round, but what's the approach? Sending a few players towards the Pop Dog area and the main entrance. Sergey with the Molotov towards the upper ramp to block off any potential AWPers on the other side. Outside execution looking likely here. Aerial to lead the charge. His teammates set up the smokes and presumably the flashbangs after, and he'll try and find that first pick.
Shadow Electronic Edward, he's still holding off. He hears them, he knows they're there. He's got one already, but this is where the trade comes in. They're staggered just enough, and Aerial snuck in behind. Electronic down, but Simple gets one, and he'll fade off. Bomb to be planted. Sergey wants to hold off, knows that he was exactly out toward Ivy, but where's he gone? Alu. He could foil this, he could come in late. Simple's not aware. Problem is that he's gone so far around that it's going to be a straight fight. Good news is they've just cleared this angle, and I don't think they're going to expect him there at all. Couldn't find the shot to control, and that gives Simple all the control that he needs. Double up on a retake as it's down to Sergey. He still has bomb in his sights. Flashed off. Simple's watching it oh so closely, and both AWPs will. Flamey will find it instead, Na'Vi find 5.
Warming up to be a really fun game, this one. So much skill on the server right now. Ents with a lovely execution there. Managed to trade out a couple of kills to get the bomb planted. Fall back for those double AWPs are looking fierce. Simple and Flamey not missing many shots at all. It's round 8, and even the bomb planted, I think Ents will have to take a partial buy here. Osbone is currently at the 2nd stage, and they'll get $2,900 per play into the next round on top of their 3Ks. They can definitely afford a Deagle, some smokes and stuff like that, but they might just take the full eco here. We'll see. Nice shots from Simple here, as we'll see his work with the AWP. That was quick. So indeed, just a few upgraded pistols, a couple of smokes, presumably smoke inside. See what you can do, get that bomb planted. Zeus to head towards the upper ramp, however. He's got the AUG. Scopes in, fires off, no damage done.
Simple rotates off early. Again, trying to continue to be unexpected and dynamic. Flamey's pretty static in comparison. He's had the op toward Ivy pretty much every single round. Good spot to hold from. Simple on the top of the Z connector, finds the first. Bomb does cross. They can still try and get that down, I say it. Sergey, great shot back. Simple had just enough of an angle, denied the second plant attempt, but the third one's a charm as Sergey still holds up aggressively. Knows well that AWP is on the other side and Simple's trying to get the angle on him. He wants Lovely to take it down. He would love to do exactly that, but Flamey rushes him. And Alexi, I'm afraid, is not long for this world as Flamey gets far too close. 6-2. This is starting to get away, but it's such a close game, really, when you look at the battles and the fact that Ents continue to get bombs down.
Yeah, that's what I'm excited about. The fact Ents are hitting shots and they're actually getting consistent bomb plants here. Their strategies are good. It's just Na'Vi are looking really sharp in the individual form. As we get into round number 9, haven't really had a tactical timeout yet, but money's starting to look very strong indeed. Ents, with that bomb plant down, get an extra $800 per player. So that's why so many teams with just pistols head towards inside, because you're not guaranteed a bomb plant. You've got a very good chance you can just get one kill, which they did. They got the plant down. Here's Flamey finishing off things against Alexi. Bomb defused. Flamey currently sits at 6 kills, and very top is Edward, 11-5 after that pistol ace. Outside fast play once again, 3 players towards main entrance. Ariel has to wait for the Flames to go down first.
Flames down, smoke engulfing upon the site as well. Edward takes advantage of that, but he won't account for Sergey walking out late. That also, though, is traded back by Electronic. It's Ariel again, though. He's wanted to get forward so aggressively so many times. Know where he is this time, but Alu takes advantage of that as well. Simple's gone. That's what they need, because Simple is firing on all cylinders so far on Train. In fact, he sits with 10 kills already. X7 has Electronic now. It starts to fall apart. Top of the site, holding only the CZ in his hands because the AWP, a bit too close for Flamey's comfort. Alu tries to get away, spotted by Zeus. No damage done. He wants to go back and get the bomb, though. If that's red, they can rotate off this.
Still plenty of time here. Zeus with 100 HP, Flamey on 9. They need to get a pick here. Ariel is low, but they have no real information as to where Ents are right now.
X7 coming in late. Oh, Flamey spotted him. That could have won the round. The second shot could have done it all. They still now know that Alu's out toward A main. Bomb has to cross. And Zeus is playing this so passively. He just wants them to walk directly in front. Alu, he certainly has the advantage in terms of fire. They don't know where he is. Ariel doesn't even know. Alu's guessing, and he's wrong. 21 seconds, Zeus has bomb down. Ariel's now low on HP. It's another close round, but everything seems to slip away. 4 HP. Oh, Zeus just needs one shot, and he gets it.
Really well played there from Zeus. He's had a good tournament. That's a solid 2 versus 1 as well. Didn't panic, strong position there. As soon as he kills the bomb carrier, that's when he knows in his great position. His teammates are telling him the last player's already tagged up. It was a huge round for them to pick, as that would have cost them a lot in terms of the finances. Instead, they continue their rampage here on the CT side. $4,000 on average for Ents, maybe a little bit less for Ariel. He's got 2,900 right now. Might want to take the timeout, which they have. They're first. And we'll work out what they're going to do with this one. They've had a great start here. It might not look like it on the scoreboard, but they're getting bombs down. They're making rounds very close. It's just fallen apart the last few moments there. That will all set us still out for the CTs. Here's the replay of Alu's shots, who's had a fantastic tournament, Matt. He has looked very good.
Zeus is absolutely playing with his brain today. He's very smart. They had no idea. Alu took a guess, took a shot at it. Zeus then knew that he was on the up and still there, could just play the angle perfectly. Risk to take the fight, but absolutely pays off. Real trying again to work towards Sandwich. Fade in. Softens them up. Edward doesn't like to continue spraying. He might have been able to converge on that, but they've walked in from Ivy. He's not aware, overwhelmed. And now it's the AWP in the hands of the T's. Sergey's got it, and he shows it off with style. Simple. In a bit of a panic, he's going to try and run away. And he gets over toward B, bomb down. He just wants to save it at this point. Again, we talk about it. It might be 7-2, but these rounds, they're so close that there's no money for Na'Vi. Ents are right back in this now.
They absolutely are. You can see Ents have done their homework, and that's what executions are all about, is making the CTs feel uncomfortable, allowing you to get as close to the bomb site as you possibly can. With those pistols, absolutely perfect there. They get the first kill, then it snowballs out of control. They pick up the AWP, and Sergey ends up getting 3 frags. And now Simple is cowering in CT spawn, now giving his position away. I don't think he'll be surviving this. 1 bullet from any of these weapons will take him down. And there it is. Ents indeed are right back in the game. With the reinvestment required, Na'Vi might just have to take the eco here. They can still buy.
4 kills for Sergey. They exploded onto the site for somehow the first time they've come in Ivy and not been watched. Flamey's been there so consistently. He gets removed. Slow reactions. Edward just can't recover because he already has a presence inside a sandwich. He's watching.
Oh, what a shot. Really great stuff there from Sergey. They don't look nervous at all. They look ready for this challenge. It's the T-sided train, remember. Very CT-biased map. So it is going to be the eco for Na'Vi. A few Deagles and CZs. Can they replicate the success of Ents in the previous round? Edward might be flashed in here. There isn't a flash available, but there's headshots for Ents. It's going to be Ariel to get the first, and he'll fall back safely.
It's a bit aggressive to go for more. Pre-scoped in on the AUG. This could be one of the first times you see someone slip above an AUG scope, but that's not going to happen because Edward already found Alu. That gave Ariel all he needed for information, and he gets both back in exchange. Might lose one. Doesn't look like the round is in any doubt. Zeus could be up to something at this point. Sneaking in behind, I don't think there's enough time for him to go all the way around to T-spawn, down the stairs, and back in A main because they're already so well established inside of the site. Bomb's gonna be long planted by then.
Well, they're making sure they don't take any risks here. There's the fake plan just to bait out any potential CZs. Zeus dropped by Sergey. It's Ariel with 3 kills, and now just Simple remains. He actually fully invested into this round. You see him down to $50. He didn't have much. He gets Deagle and Kevlar, and now might have to save that because the bomb's planted. 4 kills to find, and at the very best, he might better steal away an AUG or an AK, something like that. Sergey's low as he heads towards T-spawn.
Deagle armor to carry over. This has been an absolute brawl between the two, though. Every single round. Just to note for bomb plants, it's been 4 defuses, 1 detonation, and this one will be the same. Ooh. Nice shot by Simple, at least to keep himself alive, but they know he's in the corner. Not a huge issue to go down after the time on the CT side. You're not going to lose all your money, but still he does at least keep the armor up. Took damage, though, so he won't be able to get that free or discounted upgrade to the helmet.
No, but at least he has Deagle armor instead of nothing for this round. So it's actually quite valuable that he stays alive there. His teammates are going to buy. Edward with the AUG, Flamey, same story. Zeus with 5K. Does he want to drop the AWP and be left with just a Deagle? Maybe that's worth it in Simple's hands. They're going to take a timeout either way and discuss their options. This is a pivotal moment of the game. If Ents can pick up this round, they might actually be able to win the half on the T side against Na'Vi. A lot of people are questioning whether they can perform on the big stage, and I'm sure everyone's satisfied they certainly can. Some great performances so far. Just to know the AWP will not be purchased by Zeus. He gets himself an AUG. Electronic on the M4 and Simple staying on his Deagle armor. He actually doesn't buy anything apart from 1 smoke and keeps himself on $2,000 to make sure he actually has cash going forward. Okay, brings out a bit of utility and the kit towards the end, so forget that. He has to spend most of his cash now, but is this going to be enough? Round 12. A chance for Ents to really establish themselves here in the first half.
Simple the only one not with a purchased weapon. It's an aggressive stance from Na'Vi. Simple certainly capable on a Deagle. Bit harder than T-side, where if your entry fragger goes in with a gun, dies, you pick it up on the way by. It's not like a gun's immediately recoverable on CT in the same fashion. Early utility usage as well. Smoke already on A main. 3 more to work with, as well as an incendiary. Haven't seen B hit in quite a while, to be honest.
Only on their ecos, really. But for now, this is just what we call the default. You're not necessarily committing towards inside, he's making sure the CTs won't be sure as to where you're actually committing when you finish up. So it's Sergey that pushes any CT presence back. Zeus alone inside for now. Flamey will join him from the connector, and Edwards. Great game for him so far. That's his 14th kill. Alexi will be a little bit frustrated it went down like that. It's a 5 versus 4. Much needed kill for Na'Vi there.
No one really watching Ivy this time either. You can see Simple looking back just to make sure that he wasn't going to be caught off. Still is. so forward. So the support for Ents was certainly there over Liquid, but Navi's got a number of fans today. Simple, he waited off. Down he goes, couldn't do anything with the Deagle. Aerial's already got it on the AK. Electronic playing at the wall. Super wide, off angle, wants the E-Box to save him. Sprays in for only one, and Alu spots him fast enough. But is it? It is for X7, because now they're into a 2-on-2. 7 seconds left. Zeus manages to pull one back. Alu's got to hold the plant. He's in the smoke. He stays alive. AWP up close, but Zeus is far too quick.
I thought for a moment Alu was going to pull off a no-scope there, but it is Na'Vi picking up the round. Edward kick things off towards that pop dog area. Ents try to commit. A barrage of frags coming through. It was back and forth, comes down to the 2 versus 1. Alu was lucky to get the plant in. Still had a chance to win the round. It had to be the no-scope, though. Didn't have time to pull it off. And Zeus with 2 kills. Edward will survive with him. They recover the AWP, but they haven't broken the finances of Ents just yet. Great work from Zeus. That's some crazy moments so far. High impact kills here. Bomb down, calm as you like, recovers the orb, defuses the bomb. We get it to round number 13. It's 8-4 in favor of Na'Vi on their CT side here in the first map at the best of 3. Remember, it's Dust 2 next. This is the pick of Ents. That's why they start on the T side here. For Mass for Electronic, AWP for Simple, the rest of the players on Orgs here, and a nice strong buy for Ents, but their finances starting to run a little bit thin now. Aerial with the same smoke towards main entrance to allow him to progress towards Olof, but doesn't commit just yet, waiting for his teammates to join him.
Tag damage through the smoke. Nade to go on top of it. Aerial's already forward. It won't hurt. It will the other way. And he's going to follow it up as well. He finds Edward behind the train. He'll swing. He'll hold. They get behind, but Electronic reveals himself through smoke, comes back in. Aerial was never suspecting it. And he actually almost gets... He does. Oh, he caught himself up. He misstepped. And it nearly got him away from the bullets, but eventually he was found. Alexi now, with his first in the rounds, might have found the most important. Simple wants to work back in from Old Bomb. He'll play this with Zeus. Zeus in his 7th semifinal appearance. Of the previous 6 he was in, he was successful in 4. But Na'Vi fell victim in the final 3 times. The only one he won was with Gambit. He wants to get back there. He wants to make sure he's a winner with the team he's been a part of for so long. This one's not going to go their way. It is Ents pulling back number 5, 8-5, in fact. So keeping a dead level on Train. Simple might even get found here. He might go down. Zeus wants to try and protect him. Smoke off. That's cut off 1. Still, though, through the smoke, they'll find both. They actually got them both down. No gun saved on the Na'Vi side.
Aerial's doing such a fantastic job with that AK-47. Overwhelming towards the outside bomb site. His defaults, the smokes, it's all set up so perfectly. As he makes his way through, pixel perfect precision. This is the replay now. Look at him go. It's his 2nd kill that impressed me the most. So confident in his own ability, leads to charge and finds success in round number 13. It is going to be the force buy from Na'Vi. You can see an auto shotgun for Simple. I don't think I've ever seen him use that weapon. He'll be joined by some CZs and Desert Eagles. And now it's up to Edward once again to try and crack things open towards Pop Dog. This time not going to happen.
Good find from Aerial again, but he couldn't follow it up. Electronic manages to just barely get away. Flashback out. I think he did the damage the first time by. Sprays through and finds Flamey as well. He is coming alive. Simple. Alu joked saying he wanted a knife kill and 3 auto shotgun kills today. Simple's trying to get one first. From that range, probably not going to happen.
Ambitious, but for now, looks like Ents have done enough there. They might be able to bring this back to 8-7. That would be a fantastic result on their T side here. No chance for Na'Vi to win this, but can they recover anything in terms of weaponry? See them discussing their options here. Looking quite jovial about the situation. They have won the half here. They would have liked it to be a bit more convincing, but still, a solid Train team. Na'Vi have been celebrated this tournament, I think, for their tactical approach. It's not something we've been excited about from this squad for a while, to be honest, but they slowed things right down and playing more as a unit instead of having Simple Electronic running around trying to kill everyone, so it's refreshing to see this slower gameplay come back into their scrapbook. But Alu now looking to find the remaining players. They don't have to commit to these kills. They actually just risk giving rifles away if they go any further than this spot here. So that kill's fine. Doesn't matter too much. The CTs won't get a rifle from him, and they manage to trade it out and remove his armor. It's the final round of the first half here, 8-6, and clawing their way back into it. I'd say they deserve a few more. Their tactical approach has been wonderful, as they get double orbs here on the T side. They won't stay on that. They're just going to go for those opening picks and take the AKs with them. You can juggle weapons to certain choke points, like inside. They've got 3 orbs. So yes, they'll try and juggle those weapons around now and leave them around main entrance. But let's hold up. They know the money's low on the CT side. It's a good chance they push Ivy, push Pop Dog, and they'll go for these orb kills and throw them out of the map if they have to.
I thought Sergey was just going to go for the straight drop. Simple went so aggressively in toward Pop Dog. Only waiting as well, as you say. You're absolutely right. They want to see if the CTs will push. Would have been unnecessary for Sergey to do the same as a result. Edwards swings around. He's actually going to rotate back toward Ivy a little bit further because Electronic has called that there's been no action through his smoke already, and they're going to stack somewhat the B site with 3 players there. Simple as well, as I mentioned, is down still at the bottom of Pop Dog. He'll be able to rotate quickly. But that all depends on whether or not they even go that way. He'll smoke himself off. Another Molotov behind him. There's really not much room left to hide. Ariel even considered running across the site to pinch him in, but thinks better of it. Goes back toward the bomb instead. They'll watch him. They'll keep eyes that direction from the trains. In fact, X7 goes now. He swings around and Simple. Oh, he just gets away, but he's caught off at the top of the ladder. He's evasive, but it won't work out entirely as Edward caught off by Alu. Now the guns start to prevail, and they'll win another round. We're back to 8-7. 1 round between them, and it shows how close this game was.
Really enjoying this so far. Ents looks solid as a rock. They're not nervous at all. They're ready to challenge Na'Vi in this second half. It's 8-7. We'll take a break. You're not going to want to miss this.
On my own, when you spill that rum and coke on my t-shirt, yeah, your eyes made it difficult to get my baby. And the next thing I knew, we were so ready to give in, skin to skin on that baseline. Ooh, you give me that high-pitched feel, baby. We shared a cigarette by East Versailles. The way you looked at me, couldn't say goodbye. And whatever you did to make it stop, 'cause baby, you make me feel something.
IEM proving that it was absolutely no fluke they took down Liquid as Na'Vi putting up an incredible half. Simple was firing. Edward started off with an ace. They only have a one-round lead. It's 8-7. They are every bit as in this game as any team would be against them.
And Dust2 up next as well. Ents are no slouches on that map. If they can somehow win this one, they could actually 2-0 Na'Vi here. What a crazy thought. I'm so impressed with their mental fortitude so far. They're showing a great array of strategies and good formation. As we see them switch over to the CT side now, it's Flamey. That could be first up on the chopping board as he'll be taken down here. Not quite.
Wow.
Somehow, he actually gets the frag there. What a strange turn of events.
Simple just barely caught them off working in. Alu gets Flamey back, but that's not enough yet to call it level because they can rotate back off. They've got the bomb. They can force the defense to be very uncomfortable and get them out of position, which Edward now will confirm they are. They're back over toward the outside site, and Zeus walks into a free plant. He's going to swing around behind them as well. He'll be spotted. Again, just has to slow them down, delay the retake. There is a kit for Alexi. Edward's doing everything he can at this point just to stay alive because here comes Electronic. He's around behind. Edward doesn't even need him. They've already won it. 2 and Z connector. There's nowhere for the CTs to go. And that kit fell. That was Alexi that they got. It's removed. It's far from the bomb. There's no chance that Sergey can do anything. Electronic takes down Alu. And it is 9-7.
That one started off a little bit strange. It looked like Flamey was absolutely done for. The coordinated push from the CTs towards main entrance looked like it would yield at least that first frag, but an awkward affair there. Seems like the CTs couldn't find that initial aim. It cost them a couple of frags to kick things off. Back towards inside Na'Vi go, and essentially they run away with the round. It looked like it could have been closer, but Na'Vi were very comfortable there. The positioning was good. The bomb was down. CTs didn't really have much access whatsoever. They will take the full eco here and allow Na'Vi to get double digits and buy up in the next round. You can see Alu with $3,000. He'll actually be able to afford the AWP going forward as well.
You want to talk about mental fortitude and nerves, by the way. The current frag leader, although tied now by Edward at 17, is Sergey.
Yeah. 16 years old.
I think he just turned 17. If
17 years old, by the way.
Still ridiculous on Counter-Strike's biggest stage. Only his second best of 3 series, and he's leading the way.
Yeah, this is crazy. So many of these players in their rookie year. And in the semi-final, what could be the biggest CSGO event of all time. It's pretty remarkable, but here's Electronic getting it done. No doubt in my mind they win this, but how expensive would it be? They've got a Mac 10 so far, maybe an AK, but Edward holds his own. That's his second frag of the round. And this is where things get quite interesting now. Remember, Alu can purchase the AWP. 10-7 down, so plenty of time to get back into it, but it all starts here. Round 18, Zeus will stay on the Mac 10, and that's perfect. You have such an advantage after winning the pistol, knowing the CTs are buying up on the third as well. Good likelihood that they won't have helmets here, so the Mac 10 actually a very powerful weapon here. And indeed, there's only one player in the form of Aerial that has the helmet, so that means that Mac 10 has so much damage potential if it gets close range. Ideally, you want to be dropping an execution here to staying as a 5-man unit and trying to overwhelm the CTs, get as close as possible.
Main goes in, Flamey barely scratched by it, goes down to 85. For X7. A vocal tug of war inside of the Spodek. A bit the same inside of the server because everyone's jostling for position to miss the first gun round of the second half. And Aerial, he's got something to work with up close because Alexi's behind him, making sure that no one can catch him off guard.
CT's trying to get some map control here. It's Sergey with the smoke out. As soon as he detects any threat on the other side, he'll deploy that. Feels safer now, and he would be right. They're falling back towards inside. Electronic has got the end of Ivy here. Flamey is here where there's so many players in front of him. Swallows the grenade down to 39 HP. The Molotov comes through. Aerial has to move.
Good read. Good anticipation that they wanted to be up close. Deep nade as well. X7, though, does get Electronic. So even forced out of the A-main position, which they've now reclaimed. Able to find a kill backwards, and X7's going to double it up.
5 versus 3 and 35 seconds remaining. This is pretty lackluster from Na'Vi. Overwhelmed at the main entrance, trying to come out one by one towards the Ivy position. It hasn't worked out for them whatsoever. 4 versus 2 is simple, pulls one back, but not for long. Now just Flamey. Nothing can be done here. Has to just hold on to the AK-47 and hope they get aggressive to steal away a couple of kills.
Yeah, a couple of kills at best, but 39 HP. Again, now time is the factor. We said on the CT side, it doesn't matter if you go down after it expires. It does without a bomb plant on the T side. At 2650, he's there about with everyone else, but he won't get anything on top of it if he dies after the round is gone. For his sake, thankfully, no one is in pursuit. And Alu on the op on the other side, still to deal with though. And how can they possibly, with not much money to work with, there will be no op for Simple for Na'Vi.
Flamey with the AK. Na'Vi. Pretty underwhelming round, I have to say. Bullied out of main entrance, and then it seemed like the only solution was walking out of Ivy with no smokes down. One by one they went. I did just mention as well, you want to set a 5-man unit. They want to drop an execution and challenge the fact they won't have all the incendiaries. They won't have helmets and a few players. You want to really group up and punish that fact, but they made it way too easy. And capitalize upon it. As we go into round number 19, this is a timeout now. I can confirm Na'Vi are purchasing into this round. Flamey still at $2,600, regardless of the fact he got no money in the previous. Electronic though, $1,600. He will buy it with the P250. I've got enough for 4 AKs here. Simple, the last player to buy into it. AK armor for him, 1 flashbang. Only had $3,900, so he couldn't do that much with it. And he wants to defend main entrance again. This is going to go right down to the wire this game. I'm not sure who's going to win. Ents on their feet now. AWP still out for Alu.
An attack. All over the back lines. With Sergey up close. Still on 17, wants to add to that. Just be wary of the attack from above. That's what Alu watches, and Sergey's actually going to fall off it. We know that spool is extremely spammable. And they go. Flamey first. He'll spot the trajectory. Knew where he was, but still couldn't find it. And the trajectory leads to flames that burn Edward alive. He was tagged on the way through. Backed off already.
And that's the sort of round they should be doing in the previous. This time, 2 players commit, caught off by the smoke and then the flames. Sergey with 2 massive frags now. I'm not sure this is recoverable now on the T side. 5 on 3. They have 1 flashbang. No other utility whatsoever. And they're running out of time as well. Bomber's on their back, but I just have no idea what the next approach is. Just walk out of main entrance and hope for the best. Alu will be waiting for you. He currently sits towards inside, but I feel like that position's now clear. And like I said, they got 1 flash. Just got to walk out and hope for the best, and not even together. I think it's going to save at this stage. Positioning suggests that will be the case. I think they're going to let the round slip by. Oh, well, okay.
Walking out.
Why has he done that?
No utility thrown.
They're saving, and he's walked out, popped dog, and committed. That's a nightmare.
Well, it's only 2 guns carried over. Simple's got 1 of them on the AK. No money to speak of otherwise for he and Zeus. That seems to be the case no matter what. Ed's back within 1 and now in control. That's something that's hard to do on the CT side.
Problem they've got now is Simple and Zeus getting no cash in that previous round. They currently sit on $0. Their teammates not much better off. If they eco this one, they still only get $2,400 per player in the next round. That's if they don't get the bomb down. So they might be tempted as to force into this one. Flamey, Zeus, and Simple now have AK, so they go in with another purchase. Electronic will keep his money at $2,000. Could have had an AK here, but he'd just shown more discipline. But a really desperate round now for Na'Vi. Again, no utility. A couple of flashes, but Simple alive and well with the AK. Maybe that's enough.
Maybe it's enough. Best player in the world. And like Zeus wanting to win with Na'Vi, he's still seeking his first major victory. He did play in a final, Simple, a couple times. He's been there with Team Liquid. He's obviously been there with Na'Vi. As recently as the last major in London. Keep that in mind as well. If Na'Vi are to survive Ents, which at this point doesn't look certain at all, Ents are absolutely showing off some form. And Astralis make it through, that's a rematch.
Right now, to me, Ents are the better team here.
I mean, that's the key to it. They look like the better team. They certainly did against Liquid as well. 7, he's already been so promising in that position to look backwards, to be passive, to hold Ivy. He'll do it again. If they even step once, small fraction too far. A shoulder peek. He's ready with the off, but Simple. Oh, he's already in, and he's opened up the door because now they'll stomp it down. Flaming. He barges in from the front lines. But they are turning it around. Edward gets underneath of Alexi. Watch out for Alu because he is behind. Planted. Nate would have got Simple if it went further, but it doesn't. It goes into Ivy instead, so Simple stays alive. Sergey. Here's the other aspect. Oh, good shot from Alu. 4x. And Alu opening up the old bomb. Unfortunately, he's lost Sergey. It's still a 1-on-2. He switches over to the AK because he knows he's got to find multiple opponents. And he knows they're likely going to be trying to trade off of him, so an op won't work. He's got a kits. 2 flashes. And they've gone so far apart, he can actually isolate. He's got it down. He's going to try and hold this as well. He's going to try and hold it all the way around. Oh, he got off it. He spots out Zeus, who just barely pulls it back.
I thought Alu had done enough there. One of the smartest players in the game. Did absolutely everything he could. It's such a difficult scenario. That bomb down, 2 versus 1. They could be absolutely anywhere. They came into that round saying maybe Simple could be enough. With a couple of flashbangs, he could open things up, and he certainly did that towards the Ivy position. A desperate round, but Na'Vi make it work. It's 11-9 now in their favor. They still have a lot of work to do here. They do have an AWP going to round number 21. Remember, ENCE lost both pistols here, and they're still looking like the better team, as we said, but the last round was down to pure skill, and Na'Vi have got that in buckets and spades. As they head towards Pop Dog, it looks like the totem drop could be coming in, but Zeus just investigating towards the brown halls for now.
Sergey again alone. I want to call B a safe bet, but with him in there, I'm betting it's not. He's been so proficient. And he backs off this time, gives them a little bit more room to breathe. But Alu brings over the AWP. So close last round, good nade. Anything at all will be significant, certainly when it hits Simple down to 68. Alu sits with only 11, but the impact in the last few rounds now that he's on the CT side, it's certainly been promising. This is a B hit all day long. And in it goes, execution. Utility will be the hand on ENCE's neck so they can't breathe, but Sergey tries to find an aim. What a shot from Flamey, and that's gonna give Edward access towards Z Connector. They already have to start considering rotating off of this. Down to just 2. 2 versus 4, make that 1.
Great work there. That's the kind of teamwork and execution you want to see at this level. Na'Vi start to look like their old selves again, and 4 players surviving here. It's Flamey that absolutely dismantles the B bomb site defense there, and X7 can do nothing about this. He's got a flashbang, no kits, and he cowers in T-spawn right now, hoping he can survive. Na'Vi have finally done it. They've broken down the finances of ENCE, which has been difficult throughout this entire train campaign. Simple gets the AWP on the T side there, just a note to the end. Really nice tactic. Great play from Zeus towards the end. His aim is getting very strong as this tournament develops. And as you can see, $2,000 on all 5 members of ENCE, and X7 will have the Orgs saved in the previous round. I'm not sure they'll force into this one, but time will tell. That second kill now is absolutely brutal.
It's so stunning the way he just walks in, Zeus. He seems determined as ever. Keep in mind that the only major he won was the last major in Poland.
Yes, in Krakow, that's right. It's been to so many finals with Na'Vi, 3 of them. They've never picked up the trophy. What's happened there? The damage comes through. It's Alu and Alexi that take most of it, out of 16 and 30 respectively, as they push towards the main entrance here. Flamey good for 1, and Simple needs to get the hell out of there. He's got the AWP. If he gives this up, there's a chance he gives up the round, but he is spot on as usual. Double kill comes from the AWP, and X7 with the saved all, trying to keep the dream alive, but Simple, he makes it an absolute nightmare towards the end. 4 kills for him, and it's 13-9.
How good is that? You said it, and again, the pistols, they can overwhelm an AWP so quickly. They line up perfectly. That's the collateral, gets 4 kills overall. This one right here, boom. See ya. Through the body and the edge of the train, just to note.
Well, here we go. Na'Vi in touching distance now, closing this one out. ENCE can buy, but there's no AWP. Alu will be on the Org for now. There's no diffuse kits either. Flamey gets himself out of the main entrance towards the bomb train now. He's really feeling it. His AKS looks stunning, but X7, he's been celebrating this tournament as well. He'll get a nice opening headshot. Sergey follow it up. 5 versus 3 as Na'Vi approach it with a much looser tactic this round.
Yeah, much looser, more pace to it as well. We often talk about Na'Vi, old school. They'll drain the clock straight down until there's only a few grains of sand left to fall.
The thing is as well, the money's low. They should be reading that. Instead of just running out like that, just drop the execution, make it uncomfortable for them. You're giving them a fighting chance with no smokes down, no flashes deployed. And this is another round where it's Ents just running away with it, no problem at all. They've got great aim as well, and Alu, X7 and Sergey all finding solid kills. You can see no damage done on the CD side. That suggests you were all going in one by one and being shot by multiple targets. You're unable to communicate what was going on.
Yeah, Zeus is done here. Even if he turns left, he's got the knife out, gone. X7 takes him out of it, so building up. It's just one round against them. Building up money is going to be difficult. They've got enough saved over for a drop. Simple's got 8,700. Electronics already brought one out. Edward can as well, but they may find themselves very limited in Ents on 11 if they don't win this round. Likewise, chance to reset the other way, but they've done all right. They still have 3K left for aerial, roughly just under that for X7. Alu this time, it's gonna hold from Z Connector. Haven't seen anyone go for the wall shot yet. Guardian's favorite maneuver.
He does enjoy it. Back to slow and methodical here from Na'Vi. Got their cage rattled in the previous round there, no damage done at all. You don't see that too often on a full gun round. Round 24 here though, 13-10, still in favor of Na'Vi. Remember that T side, it's difficult to close these rounds out. Aerial again, he's had way too much control of that main entrance in my opinion. The fact he can get in there and they can keep it smoked and run that timer down, that is a massive issue here for Na'Vi.
Minutes. 2 smokes, 2 incendiaries. That's all they've got to work with, and one of those already deployed toward the ramp at B.
Electronics got the bomb, remember?
Yeah, I was gonna say, that's
Calm down.
A bit risky.
You're gonna walk down there, my friend. You better hit that shot. He's still doing it.
Yeah, he's got support there this time at least, so the intentions seem clear. Alexi's one out against Edward though. Zeus has gone chasing. Simple hit Sergey. That shot was extremely important based on the bomb's positioning, but now it gets planted. Ariel may find the lurking Zeus, but Alu, that would have potentially won them the round. Getting it down to a 4-on-2 on retake with Flamey still out of the picture, still trying to get back over. Simple! He'll chew them up and swallow them down as he finds 2. X7 gets him in the end, but isn't it enough? Still a 2-on-2, and Electronic on top of the site won't let them get anywhere near the C4.
It's Electronic now, who will control the situation. X7, no grenades, but he's got the aim. He goes for the AWP here, surprising. Now look at Flamey's setup. He has the Molotov and the HE here. He's essentially won the round already because the fact it's gone way past the point of defusal, but he was ready. If there was a quick defuse coming in, you can Molotov on top of the bomb from that position, and there's nothing X7 could do about it. All he does though is recover the AWP. Flamey does as well from the lower ramp, just to note that. But it will be 14-10. Now there is a chance to buy here. The fact they saved the AWP might persuade them to go for it. They probably would either way, considering they're 1 round away from that point. This is wonderful from Simple. But at this point now, with the AWP saved, they'll take a timeout and work out how they're going to approach this. I'm almost certain they buy into the round. They have 4,600 on X7. Alu already has the AWP. It'd be a rough buy. But the AWP up there, I think you have to go for it. You're not going to get... Well, it's unlikely you get 5 rounds in a row. To be fair, Ents have had some remarkable comebacks. They were 15-8 down against Liquid and managed to get back into that. They are on the CT side of train, but for me, buying up here is the correct approach.
2 to go to claim map 1. Dust 2 is next. That will be open. That will be fun. Simple versus Alu, and Alu very comfortable on that map.
Yeah, famously. He's very good on that one.
You got the young gun and Sergey that's been quite remarkable in this map. He'll happily take duels next time around as well, and it really does come down to duels. It's aim battles a lot of the time on Dust. Flash, Alu got away from it. Caught Flamey on the cross. Excuse me, that came elsewhere, so that was actually utility damage toward A main. He missed the shot altogether on Electronic, who crossed over. Aerial is waiting. This is a perfect position. Flamey gone.
It's that main entrance again. It's a real problem for them. This time trying to establish a little bit more control, but still losing out on the first frag. Smoked off towards Ivy. It's Electronic trying to make his way towards the end. He's backed up by Zeus right now. Ents, opening kill. No response at all, but Electronic is looking aggressive here as he looks to peek towards the bomb train.
Looking a bit nervous. 7, he's going to get the first chance to strike, and he does. Strikes extremely well. Couldn't quite get his gun ready again for Zeus to get around the corner. That pulled Alu off the bomb. He wants to make sure they can't wrap around. He needs to control the map. He can funnel them back out front, where Aerial still waits, but he's on reverse side E-box holding A main. Again, that's where the first kill came in. They still have the advantage on this. He's the one to find it as well. Knowing that Alu's funneled them, though, he wants to be ready when they cross over. Molotov's down. Came from a distance. He's not yet worried about Edward's presence. Instead, he wants to deny the bomb. He will. 17 seconds. Now they can just hold off the site. Alexa, even with the MP9, just needs to get information on Edward walking in. And Simple, I think he's just going to walk away. 8 seconds, and he still has to get by 2 to keep the AWP alive. And they're getting actually away from him. They crawled and went away. They're going to spot him now, but I think he's gone. Don't repeat that. 0 seconds on the clock. You can't afford.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there. Nice work by him. Very calm to actually save the AWP. It gives them something here as we go to round number 26. But again, it's that main entrance where Aerial's just absolutely blowing them out of the water. He gets the opening kill. Flamey can't do anything about it. If they leave it open, the CTs enter that position and they lose map control. It's an absolute nightmare for them. This is a nice position from Aerial. Only one player challenging him, and you can see the time running down there. Zeus tries to crawl towards the side, but positional control from Ents has been superb. Now Na'Vi are forcing into this round. They should have taken a timeout. They're still buying in T-spawn right now. It's just down to Simple to try and open things up. He sits in the flames, but doesn't do too much damage, I guess. Still a lot. Could have been a lot more dangerous if HE's got into the mix as well. He'll be pushed off the pop dog position. He was trying to find that first pick. They have fully invested in this round, and they're really hoping he would be able to find something at the beginning of the round.
Limited so significantly. Just as in the first half, Ents are so close. Score might have 3 rounds between them, but every round they're losing, they're still in contention.
Here we go again.
And back into A main. Knows he's there. He made a lot of noise, Aerial, getting in that position. You want to talk about contention? This has been the point of it as well. You pointed it out last round that they lost toward A main.
Aerial still has a smoke, so he's going to drop that at the last possible moment. Yeah, about now is good. You've got 45 seconds remaining. They can't really think about going for main entrance anymore. That's 18 seconds. They can't really do anything about this. They got to hold up, wait for it to go down. When they do commit, the CTs can be positioned perfectly. You got X7. You don't see this boost too often, actually, towards Ivy. It's going to be a very powerful one. What a great time to throw this into the mix.
Aerial holds.
Same thing.
They're going to re-peek it. They feel relieved to let repetition save them. Same angle, and it works this time for Flamey. Alexi's tagged up. Edward's going to run him over. X7. He doesn't have any smoke in his way, nor to Alu. But they do have to still find the kills. The first, successful. Second, followed by Sergey. But it's a 2-on-1. 8 seconds. Alu's on top of the bomb. He can deny. He will. And time the enemy. The pendulum pass to a guillotine mass. As Alu finds 2. And it ends on 12.
Alu didn't even have to peek that one. 2 versus 1. He denies the plant and then goes to the kill regardless. Great stuff by him. Cool as you like as well. That's when he wins the round. 4 seconds remaining. He was fine just to stay alive here. Still goes for it, takes Simple down. Took a bit of a risk there. If he'd have dropped it there, it could have been an absolute disaster. But now, Ents really have a chance to steal this victory away. They've got Na'Vi down to just pistols, no armor. And the flashbang is all they have. We talked about this in the first half. Presumably head towards inside as Simple. Oh, what the hell?
God!
All right then, fully blind.
Even the bright is too sly to hold back all Simple's dart. Fully blind, and he hits that with a deagle. Alu holding off. It's going to be Sergey down below again. They just want to overrun and try and push him off to get a bomb plant down because they're going to need money. It's going to be a 1-round game. They're not going to have much in a lineup, Sergey. On adjacent points of Earth, he'll make Zeus and Electronic rest together under the dirt. Defuse, but let them collect everything first. It's one. It's one between them.
Well, the bomb will be defused now. That was the full eco, but what a shot from Simple. They only get one frag, but it was enough to pull a rotation away from that inside side and yield a plant, so I guess that's absolutely fine. CT's now grabbing everything they can, all the P250s, any potential flashbangs or smokes on the floor here. Sergey, great job. He couldn't deny the plant, but he certainly made up for it in terms of the kills and keeping the round clean. They've got a few rounds to play with at this point. They've got plenty of cash going forward, and you could not say that about Na'Vi here. It's round 28. One more round from ENCE will tie things up. They throw away their UMPs, so they fully upgrade. So they had lots of money, but they had SMGs. And they're thinking, okay, we're not playing for cash anymore. Throw those away, treat this like a full gun round, and let's try and tie things up at 14-14. They can do that. The loss bonus will be at 4th stage. Na'Vi might not be able to buy next round with just $2,900 coming in. They'll take a timeout, discuss their options. Simple can afford the AWP, but he's only got 4,800. That means it'll be a glass cannon, meaning he has the sniper itself, but no utility, no armor. On the CT side, that's not a big deal, but on the T side, you're so vulnerable to those HEs. We've seen how strong ENCE are in that department. First map of this best of 3. I wasn't sure if ENCE would be able to perform at this stage of the tournament. Na'Vi have been here time and time again. A lot of these players on the ENCE side, absolute rookies, came out of nowhere and has set the world on fire here at this major. Simple does go for the sniper rifle. Is it going to be enough? He's been trying to let himself off the leash in the last few rounds and carry them through to the round number 15. Hasn't worked out, though.
Ariel down below. This is it. This is the game. Opening map of a best of 3. ENCE continue to impress. You can't be understated. Even more so than Cloud9. Sure, they came back down from 0-2. 7-0 down on the second map of a series. Cloud9 at least had some international experience, stage experience at that point. Remember, this is the first time 4 of these players have been on a stage of this caliber. They're going against giant killers, world beaters, Na'Vi, and they're holding their own. Alu is going to hold his own, or attempt to, on the AWP. He's fully emerged on top of the catwalk, meaning he's fully exposed, larger target to fire at, but he wants to catch them off.
It's the shots. It's Simple to go down. AWP potential removed as Alu continues to find kill after kill. He has shut down his approach towards B. They haven't got out the lower ramp just yet as Sergey continues to find the frags. It's going to go 14-14. Absolutely. It's just Flamey desperately trying to hold on to the sniper now.
Desperate indeed. 14-14. ENCE are in the driving seat. They're in control. Ariel takes away the last gun, and they have a chance to go map point. What's the call going to be from Na'Vi? They're sitting around $3,000. Concede, play for overtime?
They had to get the bomb down there, Matt. It had to happen. They get $2,900 per player in this round, and ENCE are about to close. How does Alu hold his nerve here every single time? He never misses. Great movement. Hits those first 2 frags. There's nowhere near a bomb plant there. Na'Vi are pushed right back, and they're going to buy somewhat into this from what I can see. CZ's P250. Zeus goes for the UMP purchase, but things are getting desperate now. ENCE looking likely to post map point first. This was their pick. They started to look very good towards the end of the first half. Remember, they've lost both pistols there, and Na'Vi converted those as well.
Spam through just to be sure. Oh, it's gonna work this time.
Wow.
Edward walked straight back into it.
That's huge.
That dink's quite audible. I think I think Ariel's probably close enough to hear that as well, so either way, it is huge. Brave man to go back and stand in a similar position.
Absolutely. Ariel went towards the hot dog again, gets the first kill. There's another player behind him though. Will they have the awareness to take him down? It's Edward though, didn't have the AK of course, picks up the UMP, and he'll fall out. He's low, he couldn't commit to that.
Lexi still holding at Sandwich. X7 will catch them on the cross. They tried to wrap around to CT. They wanted to overwhelm, they wanted to flank. Simple's the only one left. Hey, he has the ball, and that's the round. There's no chance Edward to his dink that comes back into this with a UMP. It's gonna be map point for ENCE.
No bomb available. Edwards. He'll actually get more money than what he has right now in terms of kits, so might as well die at this stage. There it is. Map point for ENCE. Who would have thought in the semi-final they'd be posting that first against Na'Vi? Unbelievable scenes here. Can they do it in round 30 though? Na'Vi looking to take us to overtime. They did not force by the previous round. They have a decent buy here. They will have the AKs out in full force. I don't think they'll have the AWP though. They'll take their final timeout. ENCE, have they got anything clever up their sleeve to close this one out? They've had great setups on the CT side. They've been bullying that main entrance. Alu's been an absolute star of the AWP, but it's the young guns that really have stepped up. 26 kills for Sergey, 22 for X7, Aerial with 20. Everyone turning up when they had to. Remember, they lost both pistols here as well. Simple, top bracket for Na'Vi on 23. Edwards up there on 21. It's Electronic that hasn't shown up so far. 13 and 23 for him. He's one of the key points of this T side for Na'Vi, but he hasn't had a chance to really be let off the leash and show us what that aim can be made of as the timeout comes to an end. AK-47, basic utility. ENCE looking to finish things off before we get into overtime. They're going to have the double orb set up here.
5 rounds in a row to pull them back in the lead. X7's got it started. Mentality has been so impressive for ENCE. Young team and came back against Liquid. Now against Na'Vi, Alu waits again. He can peek wide.
That was Edward by himself running inside. As you can see, it's all falling apart now. I thought at least they'd be going down lower ramp. Pete's panics there.
This is the impressive part. They tore Liquid apart mentally. They're doing it now to Na'Vi.
Yeah, that's not characteristic of this team. Why they're panicking like that? You've lost one pick. Why just offer another up on a silver platter? Alu's been consistently inside of that all. You don't even flash him, you just run out, and you're gonna get punished for that. 3 kills away from winning this map. They have to go inside. They're not even in a 3-man unit. That's gonna run in. And Sergey's, I thought, had that kill for sure, but Alu has.
Alu absolutely does. Zeus pulls it back, but it's a 4-on-2. Molotov down. Zeus is on 31. He has to be forced off. He has to go wide. He got to take the fight. Alu, he's got a third as well. And it's all onto Electronic. He's got a trick. But is it gonna work? Is the timing there?
Aerial seems to know, Matt. I don't think it will. Even if he dies here, it's going to give away his position. This is done. ENCE are doing it. It's the final kill for Aerial. Can you believe it? ENCE in the semi-final of the Major have just taken the first map, D-Train against Na'Vi. Now we have Dust2 coming up next, Matt. They are specialists on that particular map as well. They could 2-0 this.
They could. A swift defense as they absolutely shut down Na'Vi. No chance at all for them in the last 6 rounds. And it's the second time on this stage that they've, well, first off, ever been on this stage, but also come from behind to do it. So remarkable. Finland's got world-class talent. They're back.
They absolutely have. Really exciting game, that one. And it's just the tactical prowess there, especially on the CT side for ENCE. I love their control. I love their pressure. Everything was coming together, and no one seems phased at all. They look comfortable. We're going to throw it to a break. We'll be back with the desk.
Think he can't clutch through a smoke while recording in full resolution and streaming the play to the world? Watch this.
Counter-terrorists win.
Think he can't get famous in a flash? Like become your own meme famous? Watch this. Think he's been there, done that? With Intel Core i7, he's just getting started. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7.
conquer.
My God, that is absolutely stunning! They are the champions!
Intel Extreme Masters is brought to you in part by Intel, Vodafone, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, HyperX, Bedway, and Pay Safeguard.
It's rare for a Cinderella story to continue this deep into a Counter-Strike tournament, but ENCE, they truly are looking magical. Na'Vi putting up a fight, all the right boxes checked. Simple, most orb kills, top of the scoreboard. Zeus having impact, it doesn't matter, and I didn't doubt them for a second, I'll tell you that much. ENCE 16-14, they prevail on Train. I'm your host, Machine, and my goodness, so much to talk about. They string together a solid CT side at the end. It's a comeback as well, of course it is. I'm joined by Sean Gares and Sponge. You guys have swapped positions, it's getting me all confused.
Man. Sorry.
Just keeping me guessing, keeping me on my toes, and ENCE keeping Na'Vi the same.
That was an incredible game by ENCE. They are by far the better team on Train. I'm convinced they lost both pistols. Zeus had a couple clutches there. He had so much impact. They lost an eco early in that first half. And still, they find themselves winning this game 16-14. Simple even had a strong game.
Yeah, I think the hard work was really done for ENCE on that first half, right? They actually had blistering pace. They really took the fight. Even with pistol round, sure, Edward had that ace right there, but they really took the fight in that first half. And to get 7 rounds on Train for their T side, that's phenomenal work right there. It was difficult to close out, and that was, like Sean mentioned, because Simple had a really good second half, right? He was having some really big rounds right there. For them not to crumble and not to fold yet again, I think that storyline's gone now. ENCE have proved, this is them proving right here, right now, that they can play on the big time with no worries whatsoever.
Screw the stage, screw the pressure, and it's just they could be as comfortable as they are in their living room.
I think the craziest thing, Chad, is they didn't actually go towards inner on Zeus.
Yeah.
They had so much success at the outer bomb site, and all of their pivotal rounds in that first half came from hitting outside. Ariel, the man on the screen right now, he had a phenomenal end to that first half. The second half kicked off with, Sergey and Alu, them stepping up so big. X7 and Ivy. I mean, everyone just pitched in.
Something, just because we're talking about Ariel, that impresses me is I think he might be one of the few players, Forrest perhaps the second, that's using the M4A1 in the world of Orgs. He's the highest rated player in this game.
Look, it might make some sense, the M4A1, if you have the Org, right, because they can complement each other. Certain positions, it can come into play. But Ariel is a player, speaking to Natu, especially when we're doing the minors, he was the player who Natu thinks hasn't actually reached his full potential yet, which is the scariest of prospects. For me, having Sergey, the 17-year-old now, I believe he is, playing that level of Counter-Strike in the first half, just poised like that. At 17, I would have been quaking in my boots. So massive props to this kid for a huge game. Na'Vi are going to be shaken up because it felt like, they're the team who normally does the bullying. It felt this time around they got bullied.
It was 14-10 to Na'Vi, and you'll see the rest of those highlights, or well, you won't, actually, they're gone now, but they did actually get a string of rounds. I mean, it was 7 back-to-back. I'm just making sure I'm not stupid. Yes, 7 of the last 8 rounds going the way of ENCE. And Alu, of course, on your screens now, in comparison to that of Simple. He was taking some risky fights, but what's so interesting is that this confidence that Alu has, alluded to, pun absolutely not intended, is definitely exuding from the entirety of the team.
Yeah, I mean, everyone is playing with so much confidence. Alu's roaming around on CT side. He has a freedom to, stay at the outside bomb side, go inner. We saw him opping upper where he out-opped Simple that one round late in the game.
The 2v1.
2 seconds left and he goes wide.
Exactly, that peak on the bomb train.
Against Simple.
It's questionable against Simple, but he makes it work. And, you could see him wiping the sweat off his brow after that one. But like I said, Alex, they made a lot of good T plays. And we actually had one that I wanted to demonstrate.
I'd love to see it.
Alrighty, so as I move over to the lovely Telestrator, here's some rounds that we were talking about on the desk. Look, right here, Edward with the ace on the pistol round. Edward with a 2v1 in this situation and some other impact kills in this one. These are players who we don't normally see, bringing in this much, and they won both pistols. So we can clear this away with the round that I actually want to focus on is going to be round number 10, I believe it is. So we can play that one out for everybody. And there's a few things that I want to point out. So as this one plays on in, you can see it's a force buy situation. You can see that they don't have everything to work with. They're going to throw their standard out smokes to make the vision of Na'Vi obscured. So I'm going to pause it right here. And what I just want you to notice quickly is the fact that we have 1, 2, 3 players all looking towards main, and those positions where they could be coming out from. All the attention has been taken at this point. We're going to keep playing this one out, and I want you to focus. It's going to go to Sergey. In his hand, he has this smoke. This would have been used on the left side of Ivy. He puts it out because he knows it's a fast strat, and he pushes through. They barrel through with pace. He's going to make 3 massive kills, which make this round possible. Flash comes in. He's going to trade here with his teammate, gets that opening kill, able to grab the second, picks up the AWP, and this third kill here is the nail in the coffin. That's the round over. Simple has no choice but to save. But that is the impact that this youngster has brought, and that's one of those big rounds because it was a low-buy round, not a round they were expected to win, Alex.
You've got a CZ, you're against Na'Vi, you've got a couple of smokes on outside, and you extinguish a molly and charge.
I think the unsung hero of that round is actually Ariel, too, because he goes up to that sandwich smoke and he's spraying his P250 down the lanes, which is basically drawing all the attention towards him and allows those 2 players, Sergey particularly, to come up Ivy.
But what's so interesting, and I want to make sure we make this abundantly clear, we're risking repeating ourselves here. But we did outline, how does Na'Vi win Train? How does Na'Vi win the semi-final? Simple plays well. They get off to a fantastic start. They won both pistols. Hence, this couldn't be a more justified win.
I will say Electronic had a poor game.
There's something.
That's about all that went wrong for Na'Vi when I look at this game. I don't understand. They had everything going for them, and they just got outplayed on gun rounds time and time again.
It looked like to me that they were getting tilted towards the end of both halves, right? Their last 2 gun rounds are really questionable on that T side, and on their CT side, especially when Simple had the auto shotgun. I'm not sure if he was trying to make a statement there or not.
Well, normally, we would, of course, be throwing to actually have an interview with Na'Vi, but, of course, given the gravity of the situation, they declined to comment, and I don't blame them. You've got potentially an elimination map coming up next, and that map is Dust 2. So let's turn our attention to that. I'm sure we could talk about Train for another 30 minutes. But this is a best of 3, and the second, this was Na'Vi's choice to go to Dust 2. Why is that raising some eyebrows, Sean?
I mean, Na'Vi is just historically not a very strong team on Dust 2, Alex. I mean, I think they've won 50% of their last 6, and they're not dropping maps to world-beating teams on Dust 2. They're losing maps to North, not Astralis. They're not losing maps to Astralis. So this is easily a map that ENCE can win, which is what I said before this best of 3 started.
Yeah, and I think they're going to have looked at what their issues were. They needed to fix their Dust 2 because ENCE has looked weak, especially on that B bomb side, on their CT side. They have 2 players there, and it just felt like they're unable to hold it. X7 is someone who I've made a lot of questions with. He would make questionable decisions around the limp smoke that they throw into B. Didn't know which side to play on. Mid to Bs would come in, they'd get sandwiched. But X7 in the last 2 series, well, this map and the last series we saw them play in the quarterfinal, has been amazing, right? He's been making really good decisions. His impact has been on point. So his turnaround could be the key to ENCE taking this map away and winning another series 2-0.
I mean, how did Na'Vi dig themselves out of this hole? What do we need, Sean?
I mean, you definitely need Electronic to step up big here. Without a doubt, Electronic needs to step up big on this map. We know Simple's going to put up numbers. We don't know how much impact he's going to have. I actually thought he had tons of impact in that last game. He had so many crucial kills coming out of Ivy with the AK. He needs to do more of that on Dust 2. It looks like Flamey's actually, stepping up throughout this event. Zeus playing out of his mind.
It sounds like we're running out of, potential solutions.
Wow.
I don't know.
Yeah, okay, our analysts baffled, Na'Vi confused, and now 1 map away from a grand final. ENCE are doing everything right here in the Spodek. It's the major, the trophy in the center of the stage, and ENCE 1 map away from having a chance to fight for it. Henry, Sado, it's over to you.
The run of all runs, ENCE. Not only styling and taking apart, dismantling other teams, they're capturing every single heart in the audience while they do it. We're starting explosively on Dust 2, already some action toward Catwalk, but Edward, he's out mid for Na'Vi.
This is going to be a fast B split by the looks of things. Na'Vi sending the bomb in towards the upper tunnel. Said it's going to be a couple of kills here. Sergey has to defend and nothing can be done. Na'Vi look very confident in this round. It's a 5 versus 1 before it even starts. Ariel will do what he can, and that's apparently quite a lot. Almost on for a third there as well. That could have got a little bit dicey for them, but there it is, a clean round for Na'Vi eventually. 3 will survive. Very fast mid-split coming through towards our B bomb site. Didn't really miss many shots at all, and it is going to be 1-0 on the T side. And remember, Sean did mention out, this is not a map that's historically that good for Na'Vi in general, and ENCE have had up and down results on it. Sometimes been blown out the water and sometimes absolutely solid. We'll see which team turns up here. They're going to take the eco again in the second round, and it looks like they're rushing middle as they look to challenge anyone who potentially has a scout. There's no one there spotting it, so this could be a problem, but Simple has at least found them now. He's going with the big spray down from T-Spawn. And it looks like the clean sweep will be coming in. Absolutely, 2 very fast rounds.
It's praising to try and rush up middle, second round against Na'Vi. I like it though. They're laughing in the face of death. They won't give anything away to Na'Vi. They'll take every fight they can. Just that pace sends a message. Sure, get the round over with.
Let's get it out of the way.
Yeah, but even still, just to have the balls to do it. If by some chance, some miracle, Simple wasn't inside spawn, they could have actually wrapped around and caught someone off.
And maybe got an AK from it, got a couple of kills, so certainly options there, but Alu has the AWP now. He spots a couple of players heading towards short quickly. This time doesn't nail the shot, but he has got information. He's got teammates ready towards short. That's going to be Aerial. Great M4 player. This time he finds the first headshot. He'll deliver pain to the second as well. It's a 5 versus 3 as Edward will salvage what he can towards long.
I feel like we're still in the pistol round, and it's already the first gun. It's the third already, and Aerial turning it around for Ents to a catwalk before they even had any sort of map control at long. That's how quickly that battle ensued. Simple will hold in the pit at this point in time.
I don't mind that from Na'Vi though, trying to keep that fast pace up, and you know the buy is going to be low. They won't have incendiaries, but it's Aerial, who's one of the few players using the M4A1S still. Zeus will make his way towards the B tunnels. They're completely separated at this point. One in the pit, one top of middle, and one in the B tunnels.
But this is a bit of a riddle. It's meant to entertain because Zeus wants to be the loyal apostle. He'll go in, try and take the bait. If they rotate across, Simple's got bomb at long. He just wants to sneak in and get a bomb plant down and clutch the round himself. They're putting a lot of faith in him to do so. Aerial still waiting on Cat, has Edward to deal with. That would be his 3rd kill if he finds it. But Simple is getting closer. He needs a little bit of a distraction. He needs a little help now. Flash, Aerial. He saw it coming. He read it well. Simple starts off the first. But Aerial gets one back. Simple, he's tagged to 4. One single shot, and Alexi's forced him off the angle. 29 seconds left, and Simple, he's going to be left fighting for his life to keep the AK. It might even be an ace for Aerial because he's rushing out catwalk to greet him, and it won't be hard. With this HP, Simple's just hurt enough to slow it off. Capable, certainly, of shutting it down. He will.
Fair play to Aerial, might as well go for that. Obviously not the smartest move, but he wanted the ace, and you've got to respect it. He did fantastic work, and he deserved the crack at it. So he will go down, Simple gets him. But he will not be winning this round as the timer expires. Aerial does it all. 4 kills towards short. Really calm play, like an absolute turret towards that position. He manages to mow them all down, no problem at all. We're going to round number 4 here. Orb still in the hands of Alu. This time he has armor. Here's the replay. There's fantastic work from Aerial here. M4A1S with a higher rate of fire. Great in these close range encounters. Only has 20 bullets in each clip, but you can see he manages that very well. Simple the AWP as Na'Vi invests into the round. They've got plenty of cash here, looking to do some damage through the door, just focusing towards middle, just in case Alu takes a peek. He's one of the few AWPers that will challenge towards T-spawn. This round he'll be holding towards short. Going for the boost by the looks of things here, towards lower and spot out towards short.
No boost. I was going to say, there's no boost on the other side. Alu could still spot that though with the AWP.
Very slow default. Flashes over towards long though. No CT presence there whatsoever. So that's valuable real estate picked up from Na'Vi. They didn't cost them much. They still have the majority of their smokes, their flashes. They only had to use 2 there to get out. Now ideally, when they have long control, you want to get your AWP in towards that pit position. Then you go back and start pincering the A site and see what can be done. So Simple now is going to be left towards long.
Alu's swinging. He still wants to cover the cross at long. Smoke deep. They flashed Alexi to peek, and he didn't spawn anyone. So sure. Simple's there, but the fact that they've double stacked up on Cat and there's so much presence inside of middle, Electronic even makes the slightest of wrong steps. Oh, he made a perfect one. He would have been caught off. Alu overcommitted, he'll burn alive. Flamey, he'd put it behind them. He was trying to force the issue, force them out so that they couldn't retreat, and it works out to perfection. Sergey will suffer a similar fate. In fact, Flamey gets X7. He's got a 3rd in the round, and Alexi's left cowering inside of CT.
Really nice round there from Na'Vi. Couldn't have gone better for them. Really textbook stuff. It's now a 4 versus 1. They know what the last player is. They'll go for the plan, but they're going to go for blood here as well. Zeus will confirm it. And it's going to be another round on the board for Na'Vi. They go 3-1 and they reset the economy of Ents. Map 2 in this best of 3. Dust 2. The pick of Na'Vi. And now at this point, the Finns don't have much to invest with here. They are going to force it though, however. P250s, 5.7s, and MP9, and be double eco, so they might as well see what they can do with this. Everyone going to buy what they can. Alu saved himself $1,400 just to make sure he has that all potential going forward.
Deep smoke, suggestive of a push through. It is going to be. They're going to go aggressive on tunnels. They want to try and pinch both Na'Vi players in, but Electronic, he was well aware of it. Didn't quite find the third kill, but Simple called the smoke was down, and they were absolutely ready for it. Edwards ready for Aerial to be standing in the open, trying to get close proximity with pistol. Alu backing away. Around looks to be gone the way of Na'Vi. Remember, they were 7-2 up at a point on Train as well. But it was the rounds that were close, so close that as soon as the economy was broken, the half came right back to 8-7. So Ents was very good at managing the nerves and the game, all while losing and falling similar to how they are now.
Full eco for Ents. That force fight did absolutely nothing for them. Na'Vi look very comfortable right now. And this round's another gimme too. Will Ents rush middle again? I'm not so sure. They've got one smoke. They'll throw it towards the mid doors, maybe go for a B stack here. That's a viable approach. You're just hoping that Na'Vi go for a rush B or a mid split, and you'll have 5 players in there. Now, with that smoke down towards mid doors, they won't have information this has happened, but you're not going to be rushing in these sort of rounds. You just want to hold up on your defaults, exactly like they are right now. Good call from Na'Vi. They've confirmed long is clear. There's no grenades at the start towards long. You can bank on the fact that you could walk out and probably be safe in this sort of situation. They've got long control. They don't have to go towards B now at all. You can see how tight that choke point is towards the B tunnels. Don't want to go near that at all. 4 of them towards car as well. I like that.
Yeah. A 4-seater saloon. Alexei wants to be the bait for that. But so far, it's not compelling because they've gone over toward A instead. Zeus is clearing and it's calling that no one is around. And it'll be around again, so 5-1. The problem this time, there's no investment on the end side. Doesn't matter if they save or die. It does give away a little bit of money, but more importantly, if they don't find kills, Na'Vi, unlike last game, will get around where they actually build up a bit of a buffer.
And so push towards T-spawn. Bomb down, round guaranteed now for Na'Vi. They're looking to steal away some rifles here, but Edward, not the cleanest of kills, but that's much better. Okay, it looks quite delicious towards the end, in fact. They'll get 3 of them, and then Zeus to try and close things out up against the USP. Only giving 1 frag away. They deny any weapons for the next round for Ents, but they'll have to buy their own. Alu can afford the AWP and some Kevlar and a bit of basic utility as well. 5-1 down. CT side becoming a little bit rough for them here. It's Ents that looks so calculated on Train. Their CT side was actually really fun to watch. Great map control, nice pushes, bullying Na'Vi to stay out of the key choke points. Can they do the same on Dust too? Simple jump down. Head towards upper middle. Actually looking to go back into that fast-paced gameplay, perhaps, as it'll be Electronic to run through the mid doors, as the CTs this time will have control of long.
Good check for the close angle. Gives them a bit more comfort to work catwalk. Alu. The drops spot. We've seen this go a number of ways this weekend. Fallen was overcommitted and caught off in one round. You see the power of it. Even Alu, he doesn't hit the shot. He's able to fall away, but the wall protects him so much that he only goes down to 92 HP despite 2 AK shots hitting him.
Well, that's short control now for Na'Vi. That allows them to execute towards A, if they so wish. But they're heading back towards middle. At least the smoke towards spawn will push Alu away from the A side. He has to focus towards the mid.
A quick shot flashed off. Now they go aggressive. 3 over toward B. The one time they want to try and split mid.
It's looking good in terms of the CT setup here. The orb towards window, and then he got Sergey towards this scaffolding. It looked so good, but Sergey still recovered this. Doesn't go for the trigger discipline. Finds that first frag, but I don't think he gets much more out of this. He finds a headshot on Zeus. There's no trade potential. It's up to Simple now to hit the shot, and he absolutely will. 3 versus 2, and they have B bomb side control.
And Simple has that smoke. It's gone. Flash out. Alexei, he knows he's trapped in. Simple's just watching it. Looks away at the exact moment he comes out, but take heart, sweetheart. Because Simple will take it from you, and he goes down. Aerial's left with nothing to do. He's got a 1-on-3, and he'll just sit at the top of mid. Let this one go.
Let's Gonna be 6-1, that's guaranteed at this stage. It was looking so good in terms of the setup for the CT. You got Allo warping towards the window, you got Aerial towards the scaffolding. It looked like a nice setup there, but if Allo goes down quickly with no frags, it turns around very quickly. It was Sergey got 2, but it wasn't quite enough there. The bomb's gonna go off and it will be 6-1 now on the T side as they rack up a massive amount of cash. Zeus has $13,000. Simple and Edward both of 11K as well, and it's another eco for Ents. Agonizing now for them. Can't really justify a force buy here. Need the cash in the next round. That was the opening kill. They're managing everything. That was the one that really sealed the deal there to shut down Sergey. Lexi B trapped in the corner. Nothing could be done. You're seeing Simple really come into his own now. He wants another shot at the grand final.
Alu didn't even see him walking in. That was quite impressive. As always from Simple, he seems to do that time and time again. But you're right, he wants the major win. He's never won one. Despite being one of the most recurring teams in the finals. 3 times they've been there. It's to be a 4th. That's the goal. Ents is standing in their way and doing a fine job of it. And they'll get in the way of Flamey this time. They won't do so in the fashion that allows his AWP to hit the shot, however. Just a bit of utility to force him back down the cave. Sergey spots the hand, but that's not an easy shot with his scout, and more so against the wall, but certainly knows there's presence on the other side of the doors. He looks for it, but can't find. Interesting tactic, though, with Molotov already down. If Sergey can bait them in, there's a chance that they get the pistol behind the door firing, but it's Electronic and Simple already on catwalk that have cleared the other side of the aggression. Edward on 10K, Simple on 11. This is a bit different than Train now because they've got a buffer. Massive one, there's the bait. At this point, all for naught, however. Flamey going down, it gives them 1 AK to work with to go along with Alu's M4, but that's removed by Edward, and he might get both because Alexi's standing at elevator, unaware that he was so susceptible. It's now 7 for Na'Vi.
Running away with this first half. Ents haven't had much of a reply so far. The frags aren't coming in for them. Alu 0 and 8 on Dust 2. A staple of his career, this map. He's had so many massive moments. As famously on NIP. Can't really sink his teeth in just yet. And that might rattle his confidence going forward. He might want to take the picks he usually does. We'll see. There he is right at the bottom. Simple yet to die, however. So it's Alu 0 and 8 and Simple 8-0.
Talk about that for an off battle, because Alu was certainly taking it in the last map quite impressively. Flashes will take away Electronic this time. Clearly spotted was Alexis as he threw out the nade. Zeus around the corner again, double flashed. Caught off entirely. They can't really address the issue on the other side, though, because Alexi's already fallen so far off of it and was partially blinded himself. Oh, Flamey.
It's that same sort of approach we saw from Na'Vi on Train. As soon as they lose a pick, they're trying to get one back in response, but they choose the worst choke points to do it. Walking into B with no grenades or anything is a problem.
Seven's being clever here, but this could catch him off as well. He's going to get Zeus easily, but there's 2 more. Ooh, smoke would be, brilliant. Now he not only does he have the option to fall back, but he gives Sergey time to get in. They've held off the tunnels.
One thing Ents are very good at is reacting to their advantages. They know when they have good control of the map, they drop their smokes, they run the timer down, and finally they've got a chance to show us how good they are in that department. As once they get those kills, they push in towards upper B. After detecting Flamey, they know his presence towards long as well. There's a good chance a tunnel will clear. X7, great positioning, gets that first, drops the smoke, that's round done. They can still come back and win this half. So sure, it looks scary right now, but they keep all 5 alive here. That would be fantastic for them. They still have control of the B tunnels. It's Simple will flash in Edwards. Trying to just pull back some frags in their favor at this point. Might be able to get this one. A little bit of damage done towards X7, but Edwards got the kill now.
Pushes through, that brings it back slightly closer, but with 17 seconds, this isn't about the round at this point in time.
Well, they've got tons of money on the Na'Vi side.
That's the interesting thing, so they can justify chasing down Ents and taking guns out of their hands more so than saving. But they are still saving. That's kind of funny. $14,000 for Simple, and he still has the op held out at T-spawn.
He's just trying to deny them getting a double AWP set up, essentially. So he doesn't want to be the one hunting here. Yes, he can buy an AWP next round, but he actually helps the CTs out if he dies there. So good decision. He doesn't need the extra cash. 14,000 is absolutely fine. The max you can possibly have is 16K. It's round 10 now. Ents will try and hold on to the cash they have. Another reset would still be disastrous here. They need to start racking some rounds together. As we get into round number 10 here, Simple yet to get a kill for the door. Not going to happen this round either, it seems. Alu hasn't challenged him at all. He's still on 0 and 8. As the flashes come in, they're going to try and challenge long again. No T presence there at all. They're actually getting ready for a B contact play. They're waiting for this Molotov to go down and actually just run into the side, dry, and hit the first headshot.
Wow, okay, Zeus. Takes flame damage, finds 2 burns to a point where X7's nade gets him from the grave, but it's fine. Bomb down, sight achieved, and this will be the reset against Ents. Important that they got 4 alive last time, but they have to keep 3 up this time as well. All of these guys at long have to stay living.
And that's why we see double orb setup so prevalent on Dust 2. It shuts down that sort of approach quite nicely. Ents don't really run the double orb that much, but if they had one in B then, towards the window, for example, they'd be ready for that play. They have an orb established, you can then have more presence towards middle or short. You get a couple of kills with the orb, fall back. That's a very nice call there from Na'Vi. Just to throw a span in the works and have a nice, clean round where everyone goes in together. They managed to get the opening kills, with Zeus getting both of those as well. Just to note, the only player they lost was him due to the nade thrown by the second player he killed. So it's going to be 8-2. It is the reset, but I guess luckily, if you want to look at it like that, Ents decide to save. They'll have 3 weapons up. They can drop a couple of rifles here, but it's far from ideal. Will they take the time out here? I think maybe one's required. The fact your AWP is having no impact whatsoever suggests that things aren't going quite right. In a map like Dust 2, well, you're likely to see all the AWPers finding plenty of frags. This is brilliant. The fact that Zeus went before, the flames went down as well. He caught the CT's grenade in their hands. They're just recovering from the fact they wanted to throw some smokes down, delay the T's even longer. They weren't expecting him to run through the flames like that.
Ariel already pushing out toward the pit. He'll hold it off. No aggression this time from Na'Vi, and it's back over toward B again. So despite not being here really at all in the first 8 rounds, the last 2, they've given it some attention, given it some thought. And again, the AWP is not there.
Same play again.
Competition. Flash was clever. It was a change to try and hold them off. Sergey only gets 1. Rotation, first one, Alexib. He's already got a flash in. That holds them off just a little bit, but Smokes on the cross. Does he dare? Does he dare? He's going to! He gets in, but Electronic shuts him down immediately. And that should be the round again, because once more, Alu and Ariel are falling off.
Ariel and Alu, nothing to do with this round, I'm afraid, and that's great from Na'Vi. You won't see many teams actually go that sort of approach, saying, well, we did that tactic previously, why don't we do it again? It was so perfect before. But they know they haven't got that double orb set up, so why not? Just keep pushing it. And they're finding the shots that really count. This time it's Flamey with the double upon entry. You won't see them go for the double on the T side, however, but Electronic, well, finally coming into his own. He will take down everyone in this path, and it ends down to $2,000 per player once again. This map is slipping out of their favor completely. They might not have to say much at all here in the first half, as here it comes. So perfect with the shots as well. Nice control towards Sergey. He was on there for a couple of kills, the perfect position for it. Alu 0 and 9 and only $2,000 to his name. He certainly is slowed down. Again for the mid-rush again with the USBs.
I guess might as well try it. Simple tagged up. He has an AK this time though, so he should be able to just mow them down. He finds 3. It's good enough. That's information enough. He knows the other 2 are in mid. Just keep going, boys. Finish the job. Zeus and Electronic will do exactly that. 10-2.
They'll buy again. Still not ideal. Alu can get the AWP, no armor. Electronic has the best spawn possible for long. I think he'll be thrown over the AWP and he'll go for it. So let's keep the camera on him for now and see if he can open things up. Dust 2 is all about the spawns. And just to note, Enter got the double AWP set up for the first time to try and counter that B play. They have to get an AWP in that B bomb set now. It's the only way you're going to shut down those contact plays.
7 goes over. Flamey's actually already wide on the mark, by the way, as Electronic is forced off. So a bit of contact between the 2 on B. Shuffling guns. There's money no matter what at this point for Na'Vi till the end of the half. For Ents, that's a debate. Entirely will be the results of this round and the next. I think everyone's touched the op now. Maybe it's good luck.
Yeah.
Blow on the dice. Electronic's gonna go very quickly. Just do the quick check. That's becoming more and more common. Quick flash, Make sure no one's behind the doors. That way you're comfortable getting up on top of the Xbox, where Ariel waits. And he's not alone. Both back away, but taking the initiative elsewhere to close in on the doors. They want to lock Catwalk as best they can. It's not going to be very good, apparently, because Electronic and Simple already finding kills, and he'll go back, Electronic, drops the bomb to watch the flank. Someone's got to go get that bomb, though. They're still just waiting it out for kills. I suppose with 40 seconds, it could get a little awkward if one kill gets away from them, which it now will, but X7 unaware that Flamey was going to be down below, and Zeus shows up. Rounded control, all on Sergey. It's Flamey at least, but bomb's not in his hands this time. It's already gone with Simple toward A. You gotta love it. OHP on Edward. Take no chances. Simple Molotovs off CT, even though Sergey was well removed out toward mid doors, just to make sure he couldn't get a peek. Couldn't get there quickly, and again, it's gonna be another save to try and keep the op in play. Edwards, aware of that, starts to go.
Sergey brought up this orb to defend against that contact play. As soon as he does it, they leave the B side alone completely, of course. That is gonna be gut-wrenching for him. And now, they've definitely got the funds to justify hunting him here. He's missed the first shot. That's going to make things awkward. They know exactly where he is, and Zeus nails it with the scope. 11 frags to his name and 11-2 in favor of Na'Vi on the T side of Dust 2. $3,000 per player. This map feels like it's over, I'm afraid. I'm not really sure what I can do with this now. They haven't turned up to it. Na'Vi have played a perfect game, changing things up. And that's the thing, like, this is why we don't see Dust 2 that often. And this major especially, in the first two stages of the tournament, barely saw it at all, because if a team gets in the zone like this, so they start running away at the cash, it's very difficult to recover on that CT side. You need the orbs, you need all your utility, and if you're not fragging hard, it can be stifling almost. As the auto sniper's at the play, he'll throw that away, I assume, before the round is over, but for now, holding strong with that weapon you don't see very often at all.
Sergey, spiral stairs, just peeking up to see if there's any headshots available. So far there's not. If he gets too much further out in the hall, Electronic and Edward are watching it, expecting some sort of push. Zeus needs to be a little bit worried though, because Sergey spotted out him. Alexi's already pushed in, and they're also attacking from Catwalk, so that's an AK down, but not yet recovered.
Now this is, now things get a bit problematic. Why Flamey still has this weapon, I'm not really sure. It's not ideal, and it could actually lead them to a round loss here.
AK has been picked up by Sergey. Edward's aware that it's missing, so they know someone's close in the tunnels. Good find. Rifle gone already. Low HP for Alexi, and does he get sprayed? Edward's just gonna wait to get the clean shot rather than try and fire through the door. Probably would have liked the invitation, but Electronic finds his head as he sneaks out. Wanted to catch them off. It won't happen. 3 alive, and just 1 with an MP9 on the CT side.
It was looking a little bit scary for them at one point, but 3 versus 1 now. Alexi B gonna be dropped as well. It's 12-2 on the T side of Dust 2. Ents had a chance there, and the reason we talk about the auto sniper is because you normally just buy that weapon around number 15 or in overtime, and you can do damage through the doors. You do not want that in the mid stages. It is pretty terrible. And they're gonna buy them again. This is for the T-Spawn. They want to do damage through the doors and get rid of them. They're walking around the map with these weapons. Something's gone horribly wrong. We're probably gonna see a kill at the start map. Let's get the hype ready. If they get it, it's gonna be exciting. You can see a lot of bullets head towards middle now.
Oh wow, didn't even do any damage.
How? Okay, well.
That's unbelievable.
Normally you see a kill when 4 auto snipers come out, but okay. No damage at all, apparently.
I really wish that was Neo so we could make the obvious reference.
Sure.
Smoke in, Flamey tries to fire at it. Yeah, they switch back the guns pretty quickly. Na'Vi, old tactics, but looking to be very comfortably waiting for the second half, and then the third map. Simple fires down. He does get a kill. He's still trying to find it behind the door. Quieter crowd this game for obvious reasons.
Yeah, this one hasn't been as electrifying as the first, unfortunately. But still has a chance to warm up in the second half. Ents have been very strong at the comebacks. I don't think they have a chance of winning this now, but they can make the scoreline competitive. 5 versus 4, Alu will finish this half. And I think 1 kill and 13 deaths. He didn't get a single orb frag, he got 1 USB kill. That was it.
And is this the pinch to end the dream, though? That's the question, because they've had comebacks on this stage, but they've never been completely demoralized in a single half, where in which they look so flat. This is where you really have to dig deep.
Yeah, you absolutely do. They'll probably be thinking about Mirage at this stage. 13-2 looks absolutely certain now. It's Na'Vi who have played a perfect TSAT and Dust 2 there. Nice calculated defaults, good executions, and also good contact plays as well. They really were bullying the fact that Ents weren't ready with the double orb setup. They never really had the finances to, and when they finally did adapt, that's when they start going back towards A. Great fragging potential from Na'Vi, not so much from Ents. Can they get back into this in the second half? Well, you're gonna have to find out after this break.
Don't look down, never fade out. And I just wanna be someone and never fall behind again. Just keep on moving on. Never look down, never fade out. Never fade out. And I'll take it, yeah. Reminding myself to just let go. Don't wonder how far I can fall.
Well, the best part of what have happened in that half for Ents was the part I must have missed, because it's 13-2. I suppose if you really want to clutch at something, you could say the 4 kills for Ariel in the first gun round, but it didn't really go much further than that. And in fact, no one on Ents has double digits.
I thought at that moment, that's when they'd get on their feet and start showing us what they're made of. Their CT side on train was so fantastic. We were hoping to see more of it. But if anything, it was very, very disappointing. They couldn't get going at all, and Na'Vi were just toying with them towards the end. Auto snipers and all. We'll see if they can close out the game with a pistol here. In terms of Ents' TSAT approach, they have 4 players in the B tunnels right now, and Edward really got a pistol ace on train with the USP. This time they're down to 8 HP.
He's weakened considerably, but that brings in Flamey. You want to talk about pistol aces? He got 2 on Inferno, the first player ever to find 2 aces in a single match. It was on both pistol rounds.
Well, that's going to be the bomb recovered at least, but 2 kills given away. They have 1 flash remaining here, and Simple is ready and lower. Nice shoulder bait from Alexi B to at least keep himself alive. But there's almost no way they can win this. Allo has to do something unbelievable.
Trying to get the headshots toward the ramp. Spotted Electronic, but... Oh no, Flamey! Flamey wants to go for more. If you got 5 in 1 pistol round, he wants 6 this time, but you won't, because Edward and Simple get the kills instead, and Flamey will make up for it. He'll find Allo 14-2. This will be Ents' toughest challenge yet on this stage. It's been rainbows and butterflies, but now it's a bit of a struggle. Even if this game is lost, you have to regroup. You have to pick yourself up backstage and recover immediately, because otherwise this tournament's over.
Yeah, this is where they'll really be tested. You're absolutely right there. They're going to be gutted after this one. Morale's going to be low. They need to remember they've won the first map. Mirage is a decent pick for them, and they can pull this one back. But it's difficult to actually put it into practice. Very easy to say. As we'll see them force by here, they kind of have to now. Can't let it go 15-2. Deagles, couple of scouts as Na'Vi look to close this out very quickly indeed.
Nice shot. Wow. Absolute precision as he stopped on a dime. Shot on the Og. Zeus accidentally bumps the smoke, so it won't cover the door completely. Flamey's aware of it and tries to go back out. They're going to be trying to sneak through the edge of that smoke, and rightfully so. Alexi takes advantage of the incidental body block, shall we say, from Zeus to punish him.
Do have a slight chance here now. They have smoke to get themselves towards the site, but here's Simple. He's got the scouts on the A-bomb site here. Smoke will be deployed towards CT spawn. If he hits one of these shots, they might be absolutely done for here. He won't, so they have a fighting chance with Electronic. The key rifle was for Na'Vi, only good for one. Takes area down to 2 HP. 3 versus 2 now as the bomb's planted.
Alu swings back across, takes advantage of the smoke, wants to separate himself from the bomb and use that range to his advantage. Aerial is low HP, but he's sacrificial. All he's serving to do is make sure no one's going to sneak too long and catch off Alu, but as we can tell, response from Ents to win out second round means save already for Edward and Flamey. So they'll keep this game alive. I think this would even, if they could pull this back, would even beat that against Team Liquid on Inferno.
That definitely would be.
Just going to say it now so we can look back on this if it happens.
Just in case.
Just in case.
It's always a chance.
Otherwise, just forget I ever said that.
Well, we'll see. Next round will be telling, absolutely. I'm not sure whether Na'Vi will buy into it. They have got 2 orcs saved. They work from Aerial. Like we said, I don't think they can win the map, but if they can at least bring it back to a reasonable scoreline, that would be worth it. Simple looking a little bit frustrated there, missing a couple of scout shots. Just 1 kill would have been enough, I think, to win the round, but unfortunately for him, it doesn't work out. And they're going to force buy. Interesting. We did have 2 orgs, so I suppose it's worth it, but this massive scoreline, you might just be better off waiting for a chance to close it out. But here we go. Mid picks coming in. No damage done just yet. Simple. Dangerously close to his target as he goes in for seconds. Still no damage done, and he'll fall back.
Aerial just waiting patiently to get back through the door as well. Flamey spots out 1 shoulder damage done to Sergey, who got away from the AUG. Keep that in mind as well. You save 2 AUGs. You don't have a lot of utility. The AUGs can allow you to hold angles you previously couldn't, so it does offset some of that slightly.
Very powerful weapon. Round 18 and mid-control established for NCEP. Edward aware of that, flashes through for his teammate Flamey. He goes through the smoke and spawn. It leads to his demise though. That's the opening pick now for Ents, but Aerial and Sergey have been tagged. And Edward will answer back. This time it's Ents who give up the frag for 3 towards B. Nice work for Lexi though. Wall bang through the door, but Simple's here.
There, but he's not now. Sergey's got him down. Edward's picked up the other AUG though, and he still holds the door. Zeus is struck immediately from Catwalk, and it's on to Aerial. He's alone in the B site for now. He's not aware of it, and he's going to take his time because he knows the rotation's going to go toward the window. In fact, Zeus goes back up Catwalk. They aren't convinced that he's over toward B. So the AUG finds 3 in the hands of Edward, and he was not one of the ones originally holding it, so good rotation. Aerial, though, wants to go straight on with him. Looks at it, finds the headshot. AK still prevails.
Oh, here we go then. Zeus has won plenty of clutches here today, especially on train. He has the advantage. Aerial's an 18 HP, but the Molotov down will buy him some time. He's trying to cross over. Zeus doesn't see him. It's the incandescence of the flames that keeps him alive there. And does he know he's crossed over? Seems to have a hunch at least. He has a Molotov, can use that towards the back of the bomb site. He's running out of time though.
Just over top of the box. Time not a factor anymore. He's got a kid, he's on it. It's 15-3. Na'Vi's 1 round away from tying this series. We go to Mirage next, just to note. That'll be a bit more explosive, I have a feeling. This one was a bit underwhelming, but Alu, we can big him up as much as we want. Hasn't really been firing. In fact, at all, he's got 1 kill, 15 deaths. But if he turns things around on Mirage, we've got a game.
Well, remember what he did on Train as well. He's not like he's having a bad day today. It's a bad map. And with a scoreline like this, you're just going to forget about it and move on. You've already got a map under your belt. It's the 3rd map. You had to win 2 anyway. And they'll buy up what they can. It's actually not too bad. They're the 3 AKs, Scout and UMP. But at this point, just waiting for Na'Vi to close it out. It's going to be X7 with the opening frag, though. Nice position, but Electronic with a better shot. He'll go down to 23 HP and somehow wins the duel at range with the FAMAS.
Yeah, you don't see that every day. FAMAS is the least used of the rifles on the CT side now, certainly. Simple, Flamey. Aerial, gone. Alu, the only one left, 1 on 4. Pack it up. Ship it to Mirage. And again, this is where the challenge is for ENCE. It's not what happens in the server right now, it's what happens outside of it between the maps. Because they've got to regroup. 16-3, Na'Vi back on level footing. And they send an absolute warning shot for map 3.
We talked about how calm ENCE looked on Train. That's because obviously things are going in their favor. They were competitive on the map. They looked rock solid. They come into this one and they've been stunned. They weren't expecting this response coming in from Na'Vi, and what a response it is. It's Na'Vi with perfect T-side there, looking very, very confident, and it bodes well for them making it to the grand final. It's Mirage next though, Matt, and everyone plays that map, but right now Na'Vi have the edge.
Certainly do. And again, is this the pinch that ends the dream? Can ENCE recover at all? Aerial, the only one that made double digits, hit 13 kills in the end. No one else got anything rolling. Na'Vi had them beat at every single position. Simple ends with 18, and that's exactly what you want from him. We'll take a break again, join the analysts. But it's all to play for. It's not done yet for ENCE.
The champions of ESL 1 Cologne.
Do you remember?
Welcome to the Cathedral of Counter-Strike.
Think you've seen it all?
Are you ready to be a part of Counter-Strike history?
ESL 1 returns to Cologne in 2019.
Are you searching for a better Counter-Strike experience all in one place? Compete for over $1 million in PUG and League prizes all on one platform. Track and share your performance with our advanced stats pages. Frag out and rank up on the industry-leading anti-cheat. Sign up for ESEA today.
All eyes are on you. So give them greatness with Intel Extreme Masters certified PCs and notebooks and game like the pros. When you see the unique IEM certified stickers on the outside, you'll find high-grade components with Intel Core i5 and i7 processors inside. Every purchase includes in-game content and supports the prize pool of Intel Extreme Masters. Game like a pro, because the world is watching.
Prepare for combat. Go forth and conquer. I've been there since the beginning. Every map, every frag, every moment. I run, but I never hide. With knowledge comes power, and power is to be wielded wisely. Which is why, as the expert, I bet with Betway. If you know CSGO, then you'll know the best way to bet on esports is with Betway, for the love of the game.
Intel Extreme Masters is brought to you in part by Intel, Vodafone, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, HyperX, Betway, and Pay Safeguard.
Hello and welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters, coming to you live from Katowice. I am here in the packed out Spodek Arena and I found myself just a couple of Ents fans and they've been giving me a lesson in how to correctly say this Finnish powerhouse's name. Janwi, you've been teaching me the ropes. How are we cheering for Ents today?
In Finland we say ense, but ens is okay as well.
But I want to say it right. You need to teach me the Finnish way. Guys, should we have a practice? Should we do some chanting? Okay, 3, 2, 1.
Ense, 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 ense.
I can feel the force right now, and I think these guys are a huge part of what is giving Ensa the charge that they need to go into this final map on Mirage. But why do you think that they've gathered such a huge audience, Janwi?
I don't know. The guys are very likable, the whole Finnish team, and yeah, Finnish people like to support other Finnish people here.
And they've been so supportive, actually, of some of the other teams as well when Ensa haven't been playing. The question is, guys, what do you think the result's going to be? Well, I know what these guys think, but what do you guys think on the desk?
I think I'm going to struggle to call him NSEF, but I mean, we need to talk about this map. Thank you so much there, Frankie. Well, nothing makes sense. This is the semi-finals after all, and Counter-Strike has its fair share of surprises. Ents go from looking fantastic on train, looking like the team truly better in the server, to go into Dust 2. High expectations and nothing to show from it. Sean, Chad, let's talk about this one.
That's a 9-map streak that's been snapped, huh?
Yeah, so nine consecutive maps.
And now that's the first one they've lost since they were down a map to big, and they were down 0-7 on that train game. Since then, it's just been all green. So this is the first time Ents have had to deal with defeat in quite some time, and it was handed to them, right? They just got absolutely destroyed. They were bullied all across the map. It didn't really feel like rounds were even competitive. They were getting absolutely destroyed, and Alu was nowhere to be found.
Nowhere to be found. Just 16 damage around.
That's what's so strange, is this is the same player, of course, just dominating on train and winning very risky rounds. We're praising him for this brazen style of Counter-Strike and how it was being rewarded. I guess this is the other side of the coin, is that this is still Na'Vi you're going up against. A bit of a brisk reminder.
Look, he was pushed around the map, right? The utility usage from Na'Vi was fantastic on their T side. Every angle that he was holding, he was pushed off of. And there was even a round where he had been pushed off short, had swung back towards middle. He's come for a repeat of a duel, gets flashed back, and now they have 3 players towards B. Simple comes out mid, kills everybody. They still lose the round on a mid to B with 3 players on that side. So just nothing went right for Ents in that game. That's what we call it spanking.
There was just so many double entries coming out of Na'Vi, whether it be on Catwalk, at B, Outlong, it didn't matter. They were winning all of the entry duels. The one exception being that 4K that you saw Aerial hold on Catwalk, which honestly is quite lucky having an M4A1 that close range. So
standing on short.
Not much worked for Ents this game. None of their star players really showed up. It was the exact opposite of the first map. But similarly, Na'Vi won both pistols yet again.
Yeah.
A pistol round. I think, yeah, if you're having a team talk backstage now, I think pistol round's probably the first thing the coach is going to shout at them.
Well, that's one of the hardest rounds, right? To just say, hey, can we just win this round? Because they're the coin toss round, and it's 50-50. You don't know what approach is going to come in here. Sure, it's even playing field in that one. But we spoke about that B bomb site getting exploited, Alex.
You got something for me?
Yeah, I do, because Hellraisers did a similar thing, and we can take a look at it. Na'Vi took a page out of their strat book. So first of all, I want to show you the utility usage from Ents. So we're going to play this one out. Sergey, he's going to throw a Molotov from window, and he's going to follow that up with a HE to slow anybody down if they want to rush. Now, we're going to go over to a camera where we can see the whole bomb site any second. Now, what I want to point out is how good this setup actually is to stop a B rush. You don't have any eyes on middle. You have 2 players close B. You should be ready to stop a rush at any point. You've got your eyes straight on towards dark. This player can swing at any given time. He's looking towards middle, and if it's a mid to B, then Sergey can also jump up window and look to mid to B as well. So they have a good setup here early in the round to stop exactly this. But they didn't learn their lesson against Hellraisers. Let's play this out. You can see, as they enter through the tunnels, the Molotov's still there. Na'Vi don't respect the utility. They run in, Zeus gets 2 massive kills, and you could even see it from their side of things. Zeus sees the Molotov comes down, knows he can be more noisy in this regard. He's going to entry frag. He's giving his life away to be traded off of. Doesn't need to happen because he's playing out of his mind. 2 huge kills. That's the round done. When the round finishes in that regard, you're feeling like you have to save instantly.
But we've seen Edward and Zeus, 2 of the players that, when you would talk about firepower in Na'Vi, we list the other 3 names.
Yeah.
We also outlined that, of course, Zeus is leadership and Edward the support player that could and has for years upon years. Both of them towards the top of the scoreboard and with impact as well.
Yeah, I mean, the clip Chad just showed, the star player Sergey is holding the tunnel angle with an AUG, and Zeus just deletes it.
Yeah.
That was insane.
It really was. It really was. And I think I'd love to keep talking about this, but we have another map to go. Dust 2 did go the way of Na'Vi, and up next is Mirage. We're going to be seeing how this one shapes up, gents. So let's talk about it. Now, Mirage is a map that everyone is thinking, this looks good for Na'Vi. Can you explain why?
Yeah, I mean, Simple's just so good at rotating around. Honestly, he's good at backing Zeus up in the B site when B hits occur. He's very good at being at ticket when A hits occur. He's good at reading where hits are happening, and he's always at the right sites. Which helps them a lot.
They can get a little trigger happy. And I know it's just over there, Alex, but I want to throw this one in for everybody if we can. Can we do it?
Quick.
All right, I can make it quick because this is an example of when they try and help Zeus over towards this B bomb site and it all goes wrong. So you can see the setup right here. We can see that it's ready to throw B execute smoke. Flamey's actually AWPing deep B and Zeus is towards Cat, but they're trigger happy. So they rotate. Simple's rotated. Edward played quite aggressively and he died just here. Now this round is going to go to Vitality, but you can see how quick they rotate to help Zeus, and that could be a problem.
So you're suggesting that the weakness you could exploit is that you're expecting other teams to try and exploit Zeus.
Yes.
That's, I mean, we're playing 4D chess for sure.
Well, Ents have fast anti-ecos over towards that B bomb site. They do those exact same smokes on the run, and they actually attack that bomb site a lot. But I actually feel that Electronic over towards A is going to have a lot of work to do on his hands because we've seen Ents with some fast A strategies, especially in their last series, and Electronic has been having an average series. He needs to put up some big numbers if Na'Vi want to take this one.
Something that I saw, in particular, Ents do against Liquid was they ran out A before the smokes were even thrown. So it's an A execute, but they're out of ramp before the smokes even come over the wall, but they're exploding as, you know, they're crossing sandwich. So it's a very explosive shot to deal with, and you don't have time to counter nade.
And a good sign for Ents is that Ariel's having a good game. If I remember rightly on that Mirage game, he did a fantastic job of entering into that bomb site. So you need to be gun on if you're the players from Na'Vi. You need to be ready. You can't be playing the smoke molly defense, because if you do that and they run out, like Sean's saying, you're caught with a nade in your hand, and that's the round gone.
Yeah, and Aloe, of course. I mean, it goes without saying. We need Train Aloe. We don't need Dust 2 Aloe if you want a chance to make an impact here. Wow, this is really happening. Ents Na'Vi, one single map to determine it. Who do you have for this, guys? I mean, I'm forcing an answer out of you now.
I'm the big bad wolf. I'm sticking with Na'Vi. That's where I was in the beginning. I just think they're a classier squad overall, and their individuals know how to, you know, get it done.
Okay, and Sean?
I have to side towards Na'Vi because, yeah, it's so difficult to deal with Simple on that CT side. I know that Ents has a lot of success towards that A site, though, so it's kind of on Electronic to have a big game here.
Electronic has to be the stalwart champion on the CT side of Mirage. Ents, they've got their fair share of tricks up their sleeve. Have they been able to dust off Dust? That's another question we'll be keeping our eyes on. This is a team that we have praised for being able to come back, though, from deficits. Let's not forget their run. They were 0-7 down, one map down, and they managed to overcome big. Then go on an 8-map win spree to the semi-finals. They have truly dominated their way to the semi-finals, now humbled on Dust 2. Mirage, our final map. It comes down to this. Thousands of fans in the stands, hundreds of thousands at home, one map, one chance, and two teams about to duke it out. They lock horns on Mirage. It's time to get in. One final map of our first semi-final here in Katowice.
And is that trophy just a distant mirage for Ents? Have they been dreaming this whole time? Or is there a very real possibility that they'll play in the final tomorrow? It is all now for Na'Vi, for Ents, and we do it on Mirage.
We certainly do. We'll kick things off. Ents down on the T side here, and Edward, he's hunting for information here, looking towards the underpass for now. On the T side, they have 2 smokes and a Molotov, and currently holding up at any of these pushes from the CTs. Edward spots one, no damage exchanged. And he'll fall back at least for a little bit towards that connector, but he's willing to challenge again considering he's got the USP. Bomb sits towards the A side of the map, and Sergey's in the Palace. He's getting right to the mouth of that position. Does he want to go any further?
Very passive on A. It's going to be a retake game. Simple's the only one there, has no utility, no kit. In fact, Zeus has gone for utility. He also doesn't have the kit, so there isn't one for Na'Vi. Interesting that they play so passively on A without one. Retake will be a problem. Flamey seemingly lives up to his name and somehow gets across him without taking too much damage. He only goes down to 86. Zeus, defensive smoke early. Is it though? Might be perfect time because it's forced them back out toward middle. That's where Flamey catches one through the window. He also realizes X7 wants in from connector. And with damage coming from far, bullets landing from Palace, he's aware that there's one at the doorway, but he's not aware that they're already through the window behind him. Alexi's got Simple. This is a much better start for the Finns this time.
Great approach, and then that player towards the window as well. His times it to perfection. Ariel with 1 frag already, but he can't find a second. 3 versus 2 now. No kits available for now, at least. There might be one on the floor for them, as Zeus will try and find a low HP X7.
There isn't. They didn't buy one. Zeus went for the utility, so they've got to go for time again. It was very passive on A without the final piece of equipment you really want to use in these situations, and in fact, they're just going to bail out now. They'll keep the armor, they'll keep flash. They don't want to give anything further away to Ents to build up their bank. And it goes already their way. 1-0 start, T-side, it's exactly what they need. And it comes from 3 kills spread out across 3 players. Alexi goes down with the bomb, he won't mind, not one bit.
So Electronic, the fact he saves them suggests they are going to buy into this second round. Na'Vi have been doing this a lot throughout this tournament. They like to get the Deagles and Scouts out. They like to cause impact. And we'll see if it's enough to win this round. Number 2 coming in. Ents will be aware of that, and you would assume they're going to present another slow default here. Is there a Scout for Simple? Perhaps he has $2,000, goes for the Deagle. No armor, so he's looking at the bigger picture now. Can't be as stuck in as the others, but still with 1 Deagle, he's still able to find headshots. He just needs to position himself a little bit more passively. And we on towards our balcony, towards Palace. 4 players for Ents outside the A bomb site. X7 watching for flanks from the B apartments and indeed top of middle. They'll hold up and see if they can get any sort of read on the situation first. They do not have to overcommit here. They want to use all their grenades when they finally do head towards the A site, which looks likely right now. And Alu, nice position. Just having a look towards the bomb site and see if he can get anyone spotted.
Deagle open position. 1 up, 1 down, both turn now, but X7 gets the shot immediately to Edward, and Flamey can't do anything about it. So 1 and done, they back off over toward A instead. Electronic to try and hold. Simple hopes desperately that they will not look in his direction. But he's got to be careful at the door. He wants them to walk in A main, but Sergey could just walk out and take him down. In fact, look at Ariel. He's still looking into the corner, still from Sandwich. Simple again. Similarly, this time not blind to how fast he was on Train and Ivy. He hits a shot before they can even get one in his direction. In return, it may not matter, just as it didn't in that round, because Ariel gets Zeus. Bomb to go down, Flamey. Half a map away.
Couldn't really ask for more from Ents in that particular round. They were disciplined, they were methodical, they held up, and so they got a bit of information. They commit towards that A side. Sure, Simple gets a crazy 1D. That's always going to happen. You can't really do much to avoid that. But that's all they give away, and that's absolutely fine. That was a force buy from Na'Vi as well. This actually leads to a 3-0 lead. Ents are comfortable in this round, and they're hunting for the final player. They don't necessarily have to find him. He'll have Deagle Arm in the next round. That's not a big deal, really. The rest of them, though, can't afford much at all. Simple didn't fully invest, as we mentioned. So we'll take another eco and look to get the AWP out in the 4th round. Flamey will survive, and Ents will keep 4 up as well. 3 kills for Ariel. Really impressive performance from him on the T-side of trade. Managed to close that one out. Dust 2 was a completely different affair. No one stood out on the Ents side whatsoever. A 3-0 pretty much locked in at this point. Here's a replay of Ariel looking so calm with the AK. Great stuff from him.
It's more like it. He was the only player that had a round really dominated.
Indeed.
With the 4 kills on Cat. He finished on 13 kills. So at least there was some, I guess you could call it, consistency in his performance, given that no one else was fragging. If he can keep going this map as well, and if Ents can continue forward with the momentum. Fantastic position. Knowing well there won't be weapons. They leave the bomb in spawn. And they'll play for picks, wait for a response from Na'Vi. Utility toward A. 2 default smokes on jungle and stairs. No one's gone back for the bomb yet. In fact, I might want to consider doing it because Ariel and X7 want to take connector instead. Sergey's going to go. He'll be the one. Damage on to Simple. He goes down to 14. But he also thwarts them. Zeus. Did X7, he got there. X7 watches it, but he's late. He doesn't know that Zeus is out. They're not gonna have any idea that he's sneaking in behind them. I don't think he's gonna get there in time though, because they're already on top of the site. Electronic and Flamey are gonna have to do something to delay the bomb plant to give Zeus any chance, and that's why Electronic decides to go aggressive. And Zeus goes toward Palace. Alu's sitting immediately in front of him at the doorway. Bomb is still not down. If he can get a gun from this, it could be everything. He gets caught off though. Only 1. Electronic found one on the other side, but Ariel now holds off on the vent. And any threat that once materialized is now diminished because it's bomb and smoke in the way.
Na'Vi are always going to be dangerous in any and every round, to be honest, and they won't be winning this one, but they've made it expensive. You are right, there's a chance they can pull this one back, but that should settle things down. Electronic without the kit, probably there's no chance here, unless he gets a quick one there.
It's going to be tight. 10 seconds, I think he's got this.
I think you might be right.
He's going to pull it off, that's unbelievable. They actually did get it back, and it wasn't on the flank. Electronic with 3 kills. Oh, this is still tight, but he's just barely got it.
That's insane. Essentially a full eco. I didn't think he'd challenge that. You know he hasn't got a kit there. You just got to hold that corner and just time it out, but nerves setting in. It's a great play from Na'Vi. The Zeus flank, I thought, wouldn't bloom to much at all, but it's a round where they're full eco. They managed to post their first on the board. That's massive for Na'Vi. My goodness, Ents. They still have enough for a buy, but still, that's crushing for them.
And the quiet detail, just the aggression while they were waiting for Zeus on the flank. If they had conceded and fallen back and said, all right, we'll just play a retake, the bomb would have gone down way sooner. They would have had no chance on it. They bought themselves time.
Unbelievable. Simple. AWP, they've got plenty of cash now after winning an eco, remember. AKs across the board for Ents. Can they keep their heads up here? Good grenade does decent damage, and they're going to push quickly towards B, but the incendiary pushes them back, actually. They had all 4 players ready and waiting to go in towards the site. They had Alu watching their flanks in middle. Now they've got to have a change of plan. Well, that was going to work out for them. That's okay, I guess. Actually blocks off Connector, protects him, but not what he wanted.
In some ways it works, in others not so much, because they still get middle comfortably. He's not able to funnel them out of the stairwell and catch them with the weapon. Butterfly to a net. It's Electronic up on top of Ticket, who will watch back down in a similar position. And Edward has to consider, by not being able to see at the bottom of the window, by not having that Molotov placed correctly, that they could be getting inside of mid. They could be boosting, and he's read it correctly. Could give them a 2-man advantage as well. The AWP from Simple slides in, and he knew exactly where he was. Thank you for the information, Edward. But can he get back over in time? Zeus and Flamey, 2 versus 3. Chance that still falls apart, but not with the bomb falling down over the balcony. 30 seconds to go, and Zeus, he'll just buy his time. Swing out wide, take away Sergey's aim, and allow Flamey to close.
There we have it. Na'Vi managed to win the full eco and the follow-up round as well. It's Ents. They tried to go towards the B bomb site, held off by the incendiary. Fell back, didn't really get much information at all. The time was running out, had to commit towards B, and Zeus and Flamey ready and waiting, gun them down. No plan comes through, and they're left at $2,000 per player on the T side. Currently 2-2. They're going to have to eco here, though. Ents about to lose the lead. They had the 3-0 locked in map. They should have got it. Now this is where they'll really be tested. 3rd map of a best of 3 in the semi-final here at the Major. You've given up some disastrous rounds, and now they need to find something in the tank. Keep their heads up. Very early days here, but not the start they were looking for after winning the pistol. Nothing purchased just yet. I assume they'll get nothing more than a Deagle or 2. XCB with the Smoke Deagle combo takes himself down to $2,000. Had a little bit more money than his teammates. He spends $1,000 there. And they'll send 5 players towards A. They'll smoke towards jungle and steps or CT spawn. Flash over. See if they can get a plant down. And luckily for them, I say luckily, Electronic's on the other side, but he is alone.
He's not alone for long because he's already taken down 2. He's got lots of friends. He's welcomed them to the party. They walk in and take the invitation cleanly, and he's still behind the triple. He can still swing around. Simple's arrived on the case, so is Edwards, so is Electronic. Clean round, Na'Vi, and efficient from Electronic the whole time.
3 kills. Electronic with the AK-47. He was quiet on the first map, finished with 13 kills overall, but this is quite a scary prospect. He's warming up, he's looking sharp, and it's going to be Na'Vi taking the lead 3-2. Money's starting to stabilize, but I say that with bated breath because Alu can't even afford an AK-47. He's gone for Galil armor instead with the utility. Suggests the fact he's got that, they'll go for another set piece here. But it's going to be a D4 to kick things off as he heads towards middle. Can't really challenge towards the window area with just that Galil. Here comes the smoke and incendiary combo. We've seen this a lot recently as Flamey negates the flashbangs and takes Ariel down before anyone's spotted. That's fantastic.
Wow, that's commitment to the utility as well. He forced his hand to get them out on top of it. Electronic still holding same position this time. He won't have quite the same success. X7, he's chased down, Simple, caught off guard. He fired a shot on the op. Alu's still in this on 1 HP. And he'll rotate back around. He only has a Galil to work with. X7 has it all to do himself inside the site. Nade puts him on to 24. It's Zeus that has to win this back. Both on red. Zeus has already thrown the damage-dealing nades. Watch that scope, though. He can't see to the right side. They step back to the left. He absolutely can. Low HP. And Zeus, he'll collect one more for Na'Vi to make it 4 total.
I'm surprised they commit to that so much. I see what they're trying to do, that the plant is going down. His teammate's trying to back him up. They're both exposed. They're both trying to challenge him. The timing was off, and Zeus wins another 2 versus 1. That's pretty remarkable. He's done it again, and they go up 4-2. Lost bonus, racking up heavily with the bomb down. They're at 4th stage, but still, they don't have enough for a full buy here. They're all around $4,000, some of them just under, and they're going for Mac 10s on their partial buy here. So 3 of those for now. Alu 1 and 6 again. He's been absent for the second map, and now the start of this one. He does his best work on the CD side of this map, but it's worrying for him. Needs to try and find some form. His teammates need him. He's the veteran of this squad. Needs to lead them to success as they go for a rush B with these Mac 10s.
Zeus flashed. Collected the wall, trying to back off. He's in the open. He's caught off. Nothing he could do at that point. The anchor. Bold from Edward to get back up on top of the window. Electronics already canceled off as well. Tons of utility tagged up, locked inside of the fire. He still waits. Simple. Haven't seen much from him yet. Resounding to report, but now we get something going. Flamey!
Oh, what?
Oh, that's all over the place. Forces the hand of Simple, who has to jump through and try and make amends with the loss, and he can't do it. Edward's gonna back out, and they're gonna steal around, all by exploiting Zeus.
Yeah, Zeus had to get at least 1 there. You don't really see a partial buy with 3 Mac 10s too often, let alone working out so effectively. And usually you have 1 player on the B side, especially if you're investigating towards middle of aggression and things like that. Zeus can be known to drop down with nothing at all, and they're trying to exploit that fact. They get in and somehow duel out the rifles with Mac 10s there, especially that kill towards short towards Flamey. That was strange. Thought he had that for days. He lost control of the spray and ends claw around back. Alu has the AWP now. This has to be the start of something great for them. They win out essentially an eco there. Remember, it's just a partial buy. They have plenty of cash now. Even after all the reinvestments, they have around 3K per player. If they win this round, they break the finances of Na'Vi as well. This map is warming up. It's not going to be a one-sided affair. Hopefully we go the full distance and see who can hold their own. As Simple will be naded down to 35 HP. But he gets a double kill. He has the audacity to stick around, and it pays off for him. Flamey chimes in with the third. A 5 versus 2 out of nowhere.
Unreal that Simple's found 2 of those already in this series. And it's been on the 2 close maps as well. That one on train, this one even more impressive because it's against guns, and it's going to leave Ents with very little to work with. Sergey will try and get back up toward the top of mid to get the bomb at this point. That's priority number 1. And there's a minute in the round. That's all they've got to work with. 5 HP as well for X7. Simple wants more.
Of course he does.
All he's got to do, though, is keep firing speculative shots, because here we go. Edwards!
Hate to see that, man.
Oh, you do, because now it's only a 1-man advantage. It's not out of the realms of possibility to see them turn this around. Again, first priority, get the bomb. Sergey goes beyond it. To protect his teammate, Simple is being dynamic as ever. He's got the angle as well. Watch Sergey, because he's going to walk straight into it. Simple. He'll shut it down himself. Even if Edward couldn't finish the flank, Simple will do it all. X7's opened up the A side, though. He's wide open here. Flamey's over with Simple on B, so a bomb plant certainly is a possibility. Simple wants to get the op to catch him. Is X7 going to try and completely catch them off?
No, he was trying to see if anyone's rotating through spawn and just give himself an advantage, but he's done that already. 1 versus 1 against the orb. HP no longer a factor. He can actually win this round. It doesn't connect. He'll have to plant.
He's got to go, though, Simple. He's got the gun back up. Simple's close enough. Low HP. Pistol holds it off.
Fair play. That 1 miss from Edward almost leads to absolute disaster for Na'Vi. Simple has to win out. He stays on 35 HP the entire round, gets 4 kills in total. That's insane. Edward has got to be breathing a sigh of relief there. The fact that round almost fell apart due to a whiff of the AUG. This was wonderful, though. Simple getting it done. Gets them over the finish line of this round just about. So tense. You can see what it means to him. Desperate to get in that grand final. They have a 5-3 lead on the CT side for now. They take the timeout. Maybe just to calm down. That was a bit of a scary round.
Yeah. Something I had a discussion with about manager from Team Liquid this week. They brought in psychologists who talked about positive tilt as well, that you get too caught up in the positive emotions. You start to be a little bit too aggressive, you push too much, you get caught off.
It's a good point. That definitely exists. I can confirm. If teams start finding too much success, like we saw Flamey with the auto sniper, for example. He's in mid-rounds with that weapon. He's getting caught up in the romance of it all. He thought, oh, we're doing such a great job. He doesn't realize if you lose one round, that's enough to let these world-class teams back in. You've got to be calm and not get caught up in the emotion of it all. Round 9. We'll see Simple back on the AWP, but that round cost them way too much. Ents have more than enough to purchase here as he opts out for Aloe again, but he's still 1-8.
Yeah, Flaming's going to try and go aggressive again once more. Last time he was able to get one with an incendiary at this point. A little bit more utility thrown his direction, but he'll hold the bottom of mid, including the underpass. We've not seen the standard default of putting players in there all too often. He gets Aloe. I thought he could potentially see the feet from Alexi as well. He'll drop down. They know he's there. Where's the bailout? What's the contingency plan? Because Edward gets back up toward Catwalk. Molotov's going to force the hands. But they've got the kill? Yes, they have. Flamey, he finds the one at the end of the tunnel, so even with the flames behind him, there's nowhere that he needs to run and hide. He can fight his way out, and 5 stay alive.
Crisis averted due to that fact. Yes, it came down to 1v1 before, but now you know you've actually taken the money at the end down to nothing. You've kept 5 alive. Your money's going to recover. So there goes 6-3 up, presumably 7, but we said that before, and that's when Na'Vi actually won the full eco round. On the T side, though, it's a little bit more difficult to make those rounds work. You need a bit of utility. You need some firepower. The Glock's simply not enough. And they'll have PD-50s, 1 Deagle, no grenades, no armor. Shouldn't be any trouble here for Na'Vi, who are getting closer and closer to their first team in the grand final.
But still a long way to go. We know that Ents has pulled back in 2 different games on this stage, one in this series, when you consider they were down 7-2 on Train, but also against Liquid on Inferno to take that to overtime after sitting on 15-8, or 8-15 to be technically correct. So Zeus again toward B. Flamey's been a lot closer since the round they lost to the SMGs when he was overrun, flashed off, caught in the open. And he certainly will stay there with the AK this time. Edward once more is down at the bottom side of middle. He'll back off toward connector. Alexi heads in the underpass though, and Edward once more. Sprays a loss of ammo. Fortunate that Alu wasn't in a faster position to catch him off.
At this point, Na'Vi don't have to do anything. They can just hold up and wait for the kills to come to them, and that's exactly what they're doing. Simple even falls back after finding his first pick at the round. It's 5-on-3. Electronic, when he's got the AK in his hand, it's dangerous. It's beautiful to watch, but horrible to witness if you're an Ents fan. 7-3, they drop 1 player, that's going to be Simple going down, but they recover the AWP, that's fine. I don't see Na'Vi going for a double orb setup here. We have seen in this tournament where Zeus picked up the secondary orb on this map. Now that's absolutely fine because as we said, he's a player that's focused in that B-bomb, so he's considered the weak link of the team in terms of the fragging department. Get him an orb, he can hold a deeper angle, get earlier calls, and potentially get a nice early kill before. So you might see that come into the fray, but for now, 1 orb, 2 AKs, 2 orgs.
Off this time over toward A-Ram. Electronic potential to get aggressive as well. Meanwhile, Alexi has already done that inside of middle. They've got connector. Now they almost have to take A-Ram. Simple. He'll push the op all the way down. Meanwhile, Alu, he waits. He's just going to catch them off. Simple holds. He's got bomb though. Simple's got bomb. He's turned it around. He's got Alexi as well. He's doing this alone. He has to get an ace to win this round. 2 already, but he's got the 1 ingredient that he needs. And he's got smoke that he put on top of it. He's well aware of the fact they'll rotate in behind him. As Simple waits 1:14. Anticipation will build the entire time.
It's such an awkward angle to get that smoke down as well.
Go back for it. 2, and they're going to time this. He's got to be perfect. He won't be. Sergey's got it back. Alu was on the corner. It was almost impossible. Simple walked right into the trap. If he stayed high and forced them out a little further, maybe. but that was a big ask.
He needed the bomb to be a little bit deeper so he could actually have full vision. If he dropped the smoke on top of the bomb, they could just grab it. He couldn't smoke behind him. There's no angle to actually block off all the points of entry. He did what he could there. If he wins that round, my God, it could be over. You're not recovering from that, but well played by Ents. Great fast approach here. Aerial, he said, you know what? I'm going to just go blast him towards that A bomb side, but Simple reacts to it, pushes towards the A ramp, gets the bomb somehow, but all is recovered. Plenty of cash on the Na'Vi side. They get another buy in here, but this is starting to run dry. And they have got the double orb setup, this time in Flamey, not Zeus, as we mentioned before. So that's more traditional for Na'Vi.
Yeah, Flamey's still over on that site with them. Electronic, good nade. And on top of X7, but he's welcoming it because he's firing back the other way. Electronic down and Aerial already in towards CT. Looked away, he was waiting for a flash, there was none. Zeus gets a free kill. As the smoke will dissipate. Simple will get his vision back. He can start to instigate with the AWP. He's still considering the fact that they could be at the bottom side of middle. Flamey and Edward are there now with the rifles, and he'll go aggressive. Spotted out. He knows that was on the shadow. Top side balcony, catches him off. Sergey's got the kill, but they're on it. They're holding it. They're holding it, and Flamey's got Sergey. They have to get off, though, because they've lost track of X7, and he alone might have done enough. They pulled the bomb away, but Zeus again? He's gone for the AWP in this situation. Backs away, he doesn't have time. He doesn't have time for the kit. He's going to get out, so it's Alu to win it just by being there.
You're right to question it, though. He has won an unspeakable amount of 2 versus 1s in this series so far. We don't usually say that too often about it. He actually got his first 2v1 coming into this major. At a major event, I should say. But that time didn't really have enough to work with to justify even going for the defuse there. X7, again with the faster approach. Comes down to a 1 versus 1, but they win out the round. They need to avoid the reset here. There's Alu. We have been talking about his low performance the last 2 maps, but it's justified, I'm afraid. He is 2-10 right now. At XCB, 3-9. Some holes to be plugged, but for now it's okay. The scoreline, not that devastating. 7-5. Ents will have the orb once again. Na'Vi are forced into this. We can see 2 players with the pistols. That's going to be Flaming Electronic.
Simple's going to rotate, and I was going to suggest this might be an option to try and get the op back over toward B, but also that he's not really been inside of his sight at all. And if they know that the op was saved, it might be the safest of bets to try and avoid it, but smartly for now, they'll stay in the default. They'll try and figure that out. They'll send X7 in as the investigator, the detective. He's still in the B site, Simple. Problem is that if they get connector as they are now, they overwhelm Electronic. Edward, don't think they're going to be heading that direction. Simple's on his horse. He wants to get on catwalk. He wants to catch them before they get inside of the site. Flamey, he slowed them down already with the Deagle. Alu knows it's a possibility. Alexi's so low. Ignore the nade damage on Simple because with the op, he just wants to peek. 1 shot, take down a kill. And then he could fall off of it. 7 will catch out Zeus. That's one part of the plan gone. And they're actually going back up. Simple, he's alone on B. The others have to rotate. Edward gets Sergey, but they realize now it is back over on this side, and Simple's still here with the single off. He's got a second! He's heaven sent! Don't you dare forget that Simple had the only weapon, and he's inside of the site. Electronic gets there!
Give him an inch or take a mile every single time. They thought they had done enough. The cause rotations towards the A site, and they had. They forgot about one small factor, though. Simple on the AWP in perfect position. Absolutely rails the first 2 shots. Was on for the 3rd as well. And they'll carry them to victory in round number 13. It's Flamey, though, the Desert Eagle, to manage to open things up. Fantastic work from him. But this was the show-stopping moment. Simple keeps the AWP alive and absolutely sends Ents' finances to hell. They've got Glocks only here, Matt, and they're going for a B rush. This time 2 players waiting for them to run through the flames, and Zeus is on for a big spray down here with the AK-47.
He's got one already. He was on for a big spray down, you're right. Unfortunately, they didn't really get in the right positions for him, so it was a big ask, and it might be the same problem they had last time they exploited Zeus inside of the site. Simple. He's back, and he's back yet again.
Now, I was going to say it's not really good enough against Glocks to allow the bomb down and trade out 2-on-2, but if it allows us to see Simple do things like that, I'm absolutely fine with it. The defuse will come in. And it's the last round next anyway, but the problem is they shouldn't really be letting Ents plant it in that manner. But still, what are those shots? So sick. This guy's on another level right now.
He's what Navi's always promised.
It's getting to them now.
It is. And this is what we've not really seen much from Ents. We know that the Finns are very stoic. Bursts of emotion aren't necessarily common, but there's one that time. That's X7 with a bit of a punch toward the desk. They're back on the weapons. Simple is not relenting at all. He goes back around. He waited for the main peek in 2 previous rounds. This time it's gifted to him, and Edward goes aggressive.
Well, there we go. Edward will push up on the smoke, but Ariel actually takes him down there. Quick reply from Ents here. Goes to the 4-4. But Simple's in position to get another kill, but he'll buy some time. His teammate throws the incendiary towards underpass. Flashbang comes in. He's looking for another shot towards middle. Will he be given the opportunity? It's Ariel behind the smoke right now. Checks his position, jumps over, and lives to tell the tale. 3 players will make it 2 towards the A ramp, and then it will be Ariel and XCB making their way towards connector. So an A split is on the cards, but the AWP of X7 needs to find something before they can fully commit.
Simple again. This time he's cut off. Someone had to shut him down. Had to put him away, and it's become a miracle because now they open up the site as a result of it. It's all on Zeus. You said it. He's had clutches in this game. He might be on for one more. It's round 15. He'll go for it, but unfortunately he's tagged to 15 in the process. He's got a kits. He's got nade and incendiary, but they're already waiting for his arrival at connector. Missed shot, though, from X7. That's going to force him further back. Zeus just needs to be slightly considerate. He's not. Of the fact that Ariel was waiting. 9-6, this is every bit of game as you'd love to see.
There is a huge difference between 9-6 and 10-5. The fact they get that round right at the very end is going to revitalize them. They're going to feel like they can do this now. It's not the worst half in the world, but certainly not the best. They need Alu to come online. They need to start looking more like a dynamic unit. But they've had some fantastic CT performances throughout this tournament. I'm sure they've got some life left in the tank still. It's 9-6 at half. We've got one more half to go. To see how this one concludes, you have to come back after this break.
hold your breath. Ents could still do it. They could still absolutely upset a second world-beating team. They took down world number 2 in Liquid. They've got a chance to do it against Na'Vi, world number 3. They're down 3 rounds, but they hit the CT side.
It's going to be a tough one here for Ents, but they can certainly do it. But as we mentioned before, into halftime, they need to start turning up individually. Over the last 2 maps, Alu has found 5 kills in total. It's really not good enough. We thought he was on for a big game in the first map. Train, he was excellent. But either way, the final half of this series. Who will go to the grand final first? Right now, it's Na'Vi with 9, Ents with 6, and Simple leading the way with the P250. They head slowly towards B.
Alexi there with Sergey. Crossfire that was well established and set up, but unfortunately couldn't hit the shots. Alexi, he'll give himself a chance. Finds the first, but Simple and Zeus find not only him, but they follow it to get Alu all on aerial just like that. It's going to be anything but easy for Ents because now they've lost the second pistol and they've got 4-round deficit already to Na'Vi.
Absolutely true. Ents didn't really put up much of a fight there at all. That's what we call a contact play towards the B bomb side there. You wait for initial utility. If there's no incendiary, there's no smoke, you push through and you go into the 5-man unit. Yes, the USP can very effective at range. If you miss a couple of shots, it's unlikely you're going to find the kills you require, especially with 5 targets in front of you. They manage to capitalize, get out quickly, bomb planted, every kill found, and there will be no force buy in response. So I say this should be an 11-6 half round, but I was burned before map.
We've all been burned once or twice. 18 for Simple. There's been a lot of talk about that. He said in an interview he felt concerned every time that he went down first that the team couldn't necessarily convert. They've certainly showed that they could against FaZe, and he hasn't been leading, and they've still been winning. Today he's back on top where you want him, and everyone else is still firing as well.
Yesterday he's actually bottom fragging at some points. It's kind of odd that they've been winning games, but that means they're playing more as a team instead of focusing on the individuals. And I have to say, Ents have had some innovative or eco round, I should say. That's not bad, a little Brum boost off the top of it. They get a kill. It won't get them a round victory, but it's nice to look at.
Alu was inside a window, or the ladder, overlooking the window. I thought he might try and peek out and get a second one. They are going to hold off in middle, just try to get the weapon away, but X7 the last alive. They dropped off Sergey, and that's exactly who had the AK-47 carried over. Just 2 guns remain, though. Low HP for Simple. Bombs planted, but they've done a good amount of economic damage here, so it's going to go to 11-6, but Ents, it's not a bad way to give themselves a chance. Especially because X7 got one of those kills on the SMG, so he got the kill reward for that. He looks for another at that range. Bit desperate, but Flamey controls it with the AK.
Na'Vi do lose 3 players there. That's significant, actually, because we know the buy for Ents is coming in now. Alu purchased the AWP. Last chance now in terms of time left. He needs to step up on the CT side of Mirage. His team needs him. He's the experienced veteran. He's been on these stages many times before. He needs to lead by example. 3-15 right now, but he can turn it around. He has the capability. Simple going very quickly towards the A ramp. He's challenging straight away. He isn't slowing down either. Doesn't get the target, but at least gets a bit of information. There's not a swarm of players coming towards the A ramp.
Well, he considered rotating back around. He'll think better of it. Goes over toward A instead. Pressure on X7 and Alexi B then. Still 1:33, no commitment from Na'Vi, but if they take mid, with Zeus already working in the underpass, it's a lot of pressure toward the B players to be in the right spot at the right time. More so if Alu can't find a mid pick and has to back away so convincingly. And they've realized they've lost mid. So what's the adjustment? It's going to be the front side of the A site. Aerial, Sergey, they want to try and adapt by taking information away at A main. It's not a bad call. Even if they walk into the A site, Alu's going to rotate around towards CT. They'll pinch them between the 2. But it's a lot more chaotic to do that.
This round is very important. The CTs with no kits, Alu with no armor. And mid control is fully under control for Na'Vi here. Simple fires off shots towards Alu. Remember that lack of armor makes him very vulnerable. A bullet through the wall takes him down to 1 HP, but he can still be relevant in this round.
So long as nades don't go his way, fortunately for his sake, there aren't any left on the Na'Vi side. 3 Augs. M4A1S, just to note, aerial that's been touched on. He's one of the only players still using that gun, let alone the M4s. Old habits die hard, perhaps. Sergey takes out Zeus. Aerial comes back in. The A1S does do a solid job. Simple will finish off the job. Speaking of on Alu, that 1 HP gone to the AK, and now it's Na'Vi to reclaim territory inside of the site. X7 from range, they almost line up. They give him 2. This goes down to a 1-on-1. They didn't have to commit to the bomb plant to the open, and they just barely had enough time to get it planted back at default. That could have been the round in itself.
X7 gives them a fighting chance in a 1 versus 1, but it's up against Simple, the final boss of CSGO. Bomb ticking at some speed when they've got no kits here either. He has no information. Simple could be in the palace, he could be on the Tetris boxes, and he's hunting every position and getting nothing for it.
Flash on either side. Simple could easily just pop that over and repeat. He's already got position. The disappearing act. He wasn't there when he went by. As soon as he looked back to the bomb, he was. Simple's got 12. And it's now 6 rounds, the deficit.
Using the element of surprise there, because you would assume in that CT, he's not going to peek me until I touch the bomb. Simple knows he's running out of time. He has to run to the bomb, knife out, get back in position, and he just takes him down. Great play from one of the all-time greats. X7, though, you're right. This didn't have to happen like this. Almost a massive upset there, but calm as you like. Simple gets his 21st frag. This is round number 19. He's got 21. Just to put some perspective on that. Partial buy for Ents. It's looking like he'd be 13-6. They're running out of lives now.
Zeus in position. Nice swing by Alexi. He's got a gun for it. And they've already pushed up the underpass to guarantee that he was going to have some help, even if there was a further presence. There isn't, but they've cleared it. Can they rotate in time to support Alu and X7? Say 6 rounds the deficit, 4 rounds to a 5th major final appearance for Zeus. And you can't say that he was carried to it this time. He's been a huge part of it. Simple, the one thing missing on his resume, a major title. He'll get another chance at it, a 3rd. So he holds off and speaks. No ills against him, though. He'll catch him off with the single AK that they recovered. It is going to be Flaming and Electronic nonetheless, though, that make solid and quick work. The defense inside of the site. And Alexi's got the AK rotated back around, smoke down. He can actually push through it. He can actually try to catch them off, and he will. He's got Electronic. He's given themselves a chance because he now has Edward facing him. And the repeat from A-Main, it's not fast enough. Ariel couldn't do anything up, and he's making a lot of noise, but Edward didn't hear him. Ariel, he's going to save it.
That's a very good word for him, that save. It was a partial buy with a CZ. Alexi B gets 4 kills. Picks up the AK-47, goes to town, ducking and weaving through the smoke, and it's enough. Could this bring Ents back to life now? Time will tell. They've got money once again as they fend off what could have been a very important round. 13-6 down. I'm not sure they would have covered, but 12-7. Now the cash is out. They're going to have a double orb set up as well. Maybe this is enough. I feel like Zeus overcommitted to this, knowing the money was low. But either way, Alexi B capitalized upon the mistake. Gets back in towards CT spawn and causes absolute chaos there. And he's actually ruined the money of Na'Vi as well. They're going to take a partial buy here. A similar approach we saw from Ents in the first half, going towards B with Mac 10, CZ, and seeing what can be done.
This is all Ariel and X7 so far. 18 and 17 kills between them. Alexi couldn't catch the second, already got Zeus. What a save it was. Huge round from Alexi, just that 1 kill from Ariel, and suddenly they're right back in the game. 12-8. And there's still not a lot of money on the Na'Vi side. No bomb plant. Great hold. Surely they don't come from behind a 3rd time.
Well, it's looking positive now at least. We are going to see a deep run. This could go all 30 rounds, maybe some overtime action. Time will tell as Na'Vi now have to take the eco. Ents are right back in this now. All it took was that pistol victory, courtesy of Alexi B. Ali still has time, but still not finding any frags. 3-17. But this one should be more successful for them. They need to keep 5 players up here against the CZs and Deagles. Ariel maybe gets 2 and survives. Not bad. He'll get out of there.
Alu, there's his 4th. Back with the op. And keep that in mind. Alu, superstar that he was, played on Mouse Sports for a long time with Gobby with Kerrigan. And went off to NIP, was the star of that team for a good amount of time. We didn't think much was going to happen for him, but if anything was on Ents, It was that he was going to be the leader for them, and now he's being held up by all this young talent that's come through. And keep Sunny in mind as well. He's with Mouse Sports. They win events last year, have a fantastic year overall. They start to crumble just before the end of the year and then didn't even make it through to this. We've been saying for a while he's the top Finnish player. Well, now we're finding 4 others we can include in that conversation.
Yeah, so much talent from that small country. It's fantastic to see them in the semi-final. They still have a chance of winning this game as well, going to the grand final. There it is, 5 players survive. Sergey with 2, Ariel with a nice spray down towards the underpass. They're close to double digits now, looking much better. They're actually on their feet at this point. And Na'Vi do have enough to buy, but it's not going to be the best. A couple of players hovering around 4K. Will they even bring the AWP out here in round number 22? No bomb planted. Now you can see them getting tense on the Na'Vi side.
That's always been an issue for Na'Vi. That it absolutely is. And we saw it in London at the pre-event to this when they were shaping up just the showcase event. A lot of overcalling by Electronic on timeouts against Zeus. The arguments can certainly form.
Absolutely.
This is a very different game than it was before that eco win.
Oh yes, totally agree. That changed everything.
Push to mid. Push from the crowd. It still remains. Same question, can they do it again? And we're down, Alexi, he finds 2. Simple inside of the site with the bomb, and a round's never over until he's found.
You can see some exchange for Na'Vi now, not looking as confident or dynamic as they once were before. They're getting picked off by solo plays from CTs, and now it's a 5-on-2. Time remaining, but there's no utility. Now that 1 HE's been removed, they've got 2 AKs now, and they desperately need to get this bomb down just to give them a bit more cash. Simple still alive with Flamey. A dangerous duo, and Simple will open things up towards the connector, but a lot more has to be found here. How is he still alive?
He is so lucky to be alive. 27 seconds, he went for the plant early. Repeat, he knows they're gonna swing. They swing too soon. Sergey's on his backside, and so are Ents on Na'Vi.
Very different pictures there. Na'Vi can feel this game slipping away from them. It should have been 13-6. This game should be over by now, but it's down to Alexi B, the man in the screen right now. The 4K in the eco. Brought Ents back to life. It's 12-10 now. Na'Vi on the T side, starting to quiet them down, and they've actually got $3,000 per player. This might be another gimme round for Ents at this point. They can't invest too much. Maybe Deagle Armor, that's about it. But the timeout comes through.
This has been their secret weapon. Coming back late as the underdog, they are getting in everyone's heads.
I don't even know what you say at this point. Everything on the line. It was a surprise that Ents made it to the round of 16. They then get to the final 8, somehow in the semi-final, and now have a chance to go all the way. They have the advantage in round number 23 up against Glocks. From what I can see right now, 3 of them. A Deagle comes out as well. What an amazing story this would be if they can pull this one off. And it's going to be the execution for Na'Vi. You'll see smokes all over the bomb site. Objective, get the bomb down, see what happens after that.
Sergey's going to try and counter it off with aggressive stance. Out toward the front of the site, Ariel. He'll watch over his shoulder. 22 kills for Ariel. 10K on Sergey. 5K on Alu. Na'Vi are... The only way they're in the lead is on the scoreboard. They are anything but in control of this game. Smoke execution to go. Ariel, he's up front though. You can see the shadows as well of the nades going over. He knows they're there. They position accordingly as well. Sergey, he'll cover off the top side from Palace, and Alu, he sits back. He's the turret, the anchor for the site. Let the young boys dance. And dance they shall as they find Flamey already. He's ready for more as well, positioned to delay.
Great response.
Huge nade, massive response. Simple only gets one. It was Sergey, but then again, we said it, Alu's the anchor, and he certainly will hold fast. Now, it's Gun's the runner that steers the whole ship as he gets yet more. It's a one-round game.
He arrives just in the nick of time. Alu with the 4K. That's going to bring his confidence right back now. It's 12-11. Na'Vi nowhere near a bomb plant there. Fantastic response when they saw the smoke, some flashbangs fly over, the incendiaries down, the nuke of an HE towards the round must have done about 250 damage, and it sets this man up for a 4K. As we head into round number 24 now. Simple has the AWP. They have not posted a round in 5 now. They got maximum loss bonus as they send 2 players, including the bomb, towards the Palace.
4 kills last round, there's the 5th. He finds Flame, he gets aggressive, and he knows he has to catch Na'Vi off. He knows they have to keep their foot on the gas, and does he ever? 5 rounds in a row that started, remember, with a 4K pistol push that got an AK inside of the B apartments, led to a round clutched in a one-on-one. Zeus gets one, and Sergey's already in spawn. Simple gets shut down, Alu's back! He's back on the battle! Not even Simple's op can save them. And he'll just sit inside of the site, finally caught off by Edward, who couldn't transfer fast enough. He tried. Best efforts put Sergey to 17, despite that he was well away from his intended target.
3 versus 1. Electronic has the Molotov. Plenty of time, but the bomb is down on the balcony of the Palace. If he can get one of these kills and survive, he might be on the summit, but as soon as he fires a bullet, they're all going to pounce on him. He does get up, but surely taken down here from the jungle area. It's going to be Alexi B, who ties things up. Somehow, some way, they've brought it all the way back with 6 rounds in a row. Na'Vi with no plan. They actually have to partial buy again here, Matt. This is where Ents take the lead. They have to go Deagle armor. There's no 2 ways about it. It's Alu who's getting his confidence back. The first time in about 20 rounds we see him go for an aggressive pick, and he's landing the shots now.
He's up to 10 kills. This is Train all over again. They're coming back against Na'Vi. Alu's part of the reason they're doing it, and they're getting in the heads once more of Na'Vi. Here goes Alu once more, this time smoked off. More traditional, but he's not even content with that. He'll throw a nade. A nade against very little because the pistols will get close. But it's Ariel that waits with Alu immediately beside. The Ents chance back. Ariel in a perfect position. I'm not sure he's aware they've sneaked so far behind. Alu's trying to hold. He's got to go to the pistol because it was just the AWP, and that's good enough. It's good enough to control Edward, and he's got his teammates doing the rest.
13-12, Ents take the lead now. Pressure is on for Na'Vi. Another partial buy had to come through, but now they have the cash. They'll take their 3rd time out of this stage. I can't believe how this has swung back in the Finnish favor. This is unbelievable. Sergey, strong defending Alu there as he had to pull up the pistol. Pixel, perfect precision, and you can see the temperament of Na'Vi starting to come crashing down.
And don't for a second think they won't think that they can take down Astralis. They'll have all the confidence. They've taken down world number 2. They're about to potentially take down world number 3. Oh, Astralis, you better count your lucky stars.
Well, here we go. Just a few rounds separate Ents from that grand final. This young team somehow answered back 6 rounds in a row to take the lead. The comeback kids are in 5th gear right now as Alu looks to push towards top of middle. He's got the AWP. Molotov down the connector. This is going to be dicey for him. He will go down. Edward gets the first pick. Recovery needed here. Simple back on the AWP, looking for any push towards short.
Alexi though wants to swing out through the smoke. How? Oh, there's not enough superlatives for Simple. He gets yet more through a smoke, and that is finally something going their way. But the HP's not all there. It isn't Flame. He can find further shots. They want to tie this back up. They don't want to let this get out of hand. And it's just X7 that they have to deal with. But remember, they need to keep players alive. He nearly caught them off. Simple gets the shot, but they go down to 3 living on a massive reset potential.
Simple was low HP as well. He had to hit that shot. Of course he does. Cash in abundance for ENCE. They have so much money here. They have one more buy remaining after the full investment here in round number 27. 13-13, ladies and gentlemen. Been one of the best series of this tournament so far. And Electronic, we get into the rounds, he has missed his smoke, and he's actually thrown it in T-spawn. That might seem like a small detail, but he's completely whiffed it. That was supposed to be towards middle, so that's cost him an extra smoke now. And that's missed in window as well. This is a nightmare round for them.
Missed in window, but interestingly, it's kind of locked in aerial. I don't know if he'll use that to his benefit or not. It's possible he's going to push through it. He's going to go directly up. Spots one already. Flamey's gone. What's the answer? Repeat. Edward gets him. He had to, and he's lucky to do it because that smoke missing meant Alu could have easily traded it off.
2 missed smokes in the round. If they lose this one because of that, they'll be tilted off the face of the planet. Now boost Electronic up. He's not going to commit towards the window. He's holding the ledge, watching the vent right now. And someone is going to peek at any second. That's going to be Alexi B. Who blinks first? Who will take this frag? It's such an important one. Electronic checking it every few seconds, but he's surely going down here now. There's Alexi B, perfectly positioned. Taking down one of the star players in Na'Vi. It's a 4-on-3 advantage. As they start to push towards that connector, Zeus has got control of the steps.
Silent but sure. They'll work their way in. Safe and slow. They've got to make sure they clear every single angle. 20 seconds. The bomb's caught now. The round could end. I think that gun barrel was just enough. Alu knows they're up close. Sergey tries to take advantage of it. Missed shots go either direction. But all this does is serve to allow Alexi to come out from jungle. Watch it, because he's got the lineup simple. He doesn't have the time. He's got to go to the AK and get the kill. This guy is on another level. He's going to have time to put the bomb down. And X7, he knows he's in rotation to flash out. He's got the information. He's got just enough. He goes back to the AWP. But is that what's going to cost him? It is. It is going to cost him.
Somehow X7 holds his nerve. It looked like Simple wasn't going to miss a single bullet there. But Matt, that is the full reset now. 14-13, and they've got no money at all. Electronic $2,000, Flamey $2,500. They can buy with Edward and Simple. They have around $6,000 between them. I think they have to at this point. And they'll take their final timeout. What a disastrous round from start to finish there. They miss the smokes. They start to lose players, but Simple somehow finds some wiggle room here. He gets the AK-47 out. Look at that. It's ridiculous. As he plants the bomb, it looked like he was on for the final kill, but somehow the Finns have done it. They've taken the lead back and reset Na'Vi here. This game has certainly delivered on all fronts. And we're getting to the absolute crescendo now. Who will come out on top? Right now, ENCE have the advantage. Galil's are purchased out. They've got to drop weapons here. Simple has his AWP and 30 frags to his name, but it still doesn't seem like it's enough.
For the Na'Vi fans out there, don't worry. I know 5 players from North America that will know how to console them if this doesn't go their way, because they are going to have their hearts broken by the underdogs.
A commitment coming in. This looks to be an execution off the very get-go here. They have a few smokes. They have the Molotovs, but they don't have that much firepower. CZs, Galils, but the AWP is up with no helmet, just to note that.
Desperate times. This is it.
You're right, they lose this round. That's pretty much the GG.
Zeus with the pistol tries to find out where they are in sandwich. Sergey's not yet spotted, but they turn around in time. It was the only last place they had to clear. With the smokes down, they'd already cleared underneath the balcony. So process of elimination finds them the first. Will it find them the round? Bomb planted, safe side default. Simple. Still up in the apartment. He's got one. Oh man, this guy.
It's too good. And it's looking very good for Na'Vi at this point. The Hail Mary play, Galil, CZs, and an AWP, and they make it work. So much pressure. As they make their way towards the A site, they didn't even have to trade out the kills there. Edward opened things up, Simple shut it down. 2 kills, all that's required as ENCE have to fall back. Their money is starting to run low now as well. They need to keep all 3 players up here. 14-14.
Bomb gone. You just can't call it. You can't. No one in this arena, I don't care how many games of Counter-Strike you've watched or played, no one knows who's winning this one.
That's why we love the game so much. Anything can and will happen. And now Na'Vi starting to look like they have some resources here. They've recovered some AKs. Flamey's still in the Galil. Might want to get rid of that. I'm not sure. He's got 4,000 residual sticks on him. Saves himself enough cash for the next round if this does go wrong. Alu jumping up towards short. Successful, even the flashbang coming in.
He's the man who did a lot of work to pull them back in. Aggressive inside of the apartments. That's another round. You talk about the eco victory, then he follows it up by pushing just that round inside of the Palace to catch one kill, something they hadn't done all game. He had the intuition to do it. He's trying a similar approach. We have seen this setup, Ariel and Sergey forward. And it was that same round when they had Alu behind them to be the anchor. They don't have him this time. So those two are the only two inside of the A site. That's the difference.
But they're playing in front of the smokes right now. Sergey there. And Ariel, first kill for Simple though, he doesn't miss much, and Sergey's got so much pressure here. HE doesn't do much damage, can the bullets find much more? He gets one, it's still a 3-on-3 here.
Good trade back in. Alexi slid out from jungle, and Simple never ran in. He's so low on HP. He had to back away, they have to cross. They still have to get the bomb to the site, 50 seconds. Are they gonna be bold enough to even attempt? Or do they fall off and try elsewhere? Simple's making sure the flank is covered so that at least they have the option. In fact, he'll go back around to Palace. Alu's worked his way back over. X7 is leading off. Alexi's gonna push. Him pushing toward the top of mid might be just enough information for them. How far does he want to go? And how soon does he get there? He's not taking his time about it. He wants information. He's confident his two teammates can win out the round. He just needs to make sure he puts them in the right position. Incendiary down 15 seconds. Low HP, remember, for two Na'Vi players. Flamey's got to run forward. He took damage on the way through. He sits on 11. That is all. As Alu tried to sink the ship. Alexi's behind. Simple's gone. No way he holds it. And now they've got problems. The low HP is going to be punishing. Flamey's got to get away. He gets toward the stairs. But Electronic has a straight duel on entry. Smoke goes too deep. And Alexi knows where to look. No shoulder beat yet. Oh, I can see him. He's got him. He's got enough. He's got to have the bait in Flamey, though. They're both going to go toward him. He's missed the shot. 11 HP is all they have between them and staying alive. Between them and series point. And he's down. It's going to be ends there first. 1 to go.
One more will do it. There is money in the bank for Na'Vi. It's not going to be a walk in the park as we enter round number 30. Nerves of steel there. Alexi B getting it done with a backstab towards Palace as well. That's the all-important kill. He removes the danger factor as Simple with an AWP. 15-14. Na'Vi have enough to take this to overtime, absolutely. Will they bring the AWP out though? It's $5,000 on Simple. He would be compromised. You just have the AWP and nothing else. He might be better off with just an AK here. Have the armor, have the utility, and it's a double AWP setup on the CT side. Can ENCE actually close it out? In regulation here, this will be such a historic victory. They stunned the world and they took down Liquid in the quarterfinals. Surely it can't be happening again against Na'Vi in the semis. Unbelievable. Final rounds. Do or die. Na'Vi have to win this or they're out of the tournament. The third and final map here. It's all on the line now.
Alu's going to drop down this time. He still wants to be aggressive. They don't dare go to the top side of the ramp. Just one more round.
I even feel nervous at this point. Can't imagine what they're feeling on the server.
One on the other side, but wanting to ensure that with the deep smoke down. 3 smokes left on the CT side. X7 will back up. Alu in the window. Alexi had his chance. Couldn't convert, but my God, if he did, the panic that would ensue.
No one wants to go first. No one wants to make that commitment. So much on the line here. If you lose that first frag, it goes to a 5-on-4. The time's ticking away. You don't want to be that player, but Alu's finding that confidence. Oh, he manages to hit it as well. Can he get the follow-up? It might not matter. It's a 5-on-3 with 30 seconds remaining. I think they might have done it. Zeus and Simple with it all to do here.
And not even the best can save them. It's a 1-on-5 for Zeus. And is this man ever going to win a major? The deep breath. He got one with Gambit, but will he get one with Na'Vi? That's what he's wanted. He went back for a reason, but Ents is going to deny. The Finns, the kings of Katowice, they're through. Welcome to the big stage.
What a story, Matt. You couldn't write this stuff if you tried. Ents came in as an underdog to this tournament at best. They've now booked themselves a place in the grand finals. Most of these players, their first ever major. They took down Team Liquid in the quarterfinals and major veterans Na'Vi in the semis. Could they go the whole way and win the whole thing? Unbelievable.
Forget that 4 of them have never been on the stage. All 5 of them have never been in a final. Alu's going to get his first chance at it. One more best of 3, and it is all possible. We're going to send it over to the desk. What an unbelievable story.
Unbelievable doesn't even cut it. Dreams, they really do come true. A project started in April of 2018 and a dream run crafted in Katowice. Kings of the Minor pushed to the absolute brink of elimination here at the major, but they rise through the turmoil and they thrive versus the game's best. Ents in the final of their very first major.
Alex, they were down 12-6. They were on eco. They battled back after winning that round and pushed Na'Vi. They pushed Simple. They made Simple play some of the best Counter-Strike he's played all tournament.
I'm shaking.
And they still snatched the victory here. It's unbelievable. I was shocked by the Liquid game. I don't know.
You can't be shocked anymore. They keep doing it.
I don't even know what to say. Every single player on Ents has come up huge for them. Ariel with a monster game. Like you said, Simple had a phenomenal map of Counter-Strike, and somehow Ents weathered the storm. They survived all of these pistol rounds they've lost throughout this entire best of 3. I don't even know what to say. What an incredible team.
And we don't have to say anything else. I think OJ and a victorious Ents player will say the rest.
Thank you very much, Alex. Considering what you've just done, considering how you won that semi-final, just show me your hand a second, because you are shaking right there. Talk me through the emotions at this moment.
It just feels amazing. I don't know what we just did, but we just beat Na'Vi 2-1. Feels great.
Through to a grand final in a major as well. I mean, Simple was coming at you there.
Yeah, every one of them played great. I think Zeus played great. We were like really unfocused because Zeus was killing us on Dust 2. But we just laughed it off and went to Mirage.
Once again, you were behind. Once again, you had to come back and then hold on. How are you doing this?
I don't know.
You must know, because it's not the first time you beat Liquid. You've now taken out Na'Vi. You must know.
We just have an amazing team. We play without pressure. We play just good CS.
Are people underestimating you?
A bit, yes. Now they won't.
Now they won't. These are fighting words. Henry G in comms said towards the end he was nervous in that final match for you to clinch it. He said he was nervous. He had no idea how you were feeling in the server.
We were feeling very confident. We just, after the Dust 2, we just knew that they played great. Nothing worked for us. We went to Mirage. It's our home map, kind of. Just played our own game and won.
Which brings us through now to a grand final, which will take place here tomorrow. A best of 3 for that trophy down there. What do you do tonight to prepare?
Just chill out and focus for tomorrow.
That's all it is. There must be some excitement. Any celebrations?
Nah.
Man, he's so cool. He's the coolest Finn around. It has been emotional watching you play. Will it be you taking on MIBR or Astralis tomorrow?
I think it will be a tough game, but we're going to play Astralis, and we're going to break their record.
They're going to play Astralis, and they're going to break the record. I love it when we get fighting talk. It's been a great story so far to watch him play. Put your hands together, please, Katowice, for this man and that team. It's ENCE through to the final.
Wow. Given a platform and Alexi B. He could be 9 feet tall right now. I'm going to break their record. We haven't even had it. That was the first semi-final. There's another one to come. And my goodness, if it delivers in that same capacity, I'm not sure my heart is ready. Doctors on standby. And my goodness, there are noise complaints from all over Finland at this point in time as eruptions of rapture. They cannot quite believe it, and I'm not sure I can.
I can't believe it. They've beaten the #2 team in the world, the #3 team in the world.
What's
and
left?
In the finals, they will either play the #1 or #4 team in the world. And you got to give them a fair shot. They're incredible.
You see what Alexi was saying there, about Zeus fragging. Zeus was having so much impact, winning clutches, opening jewels. He had, impact on pistol rounds. The Na'Vi were playing well. They were up 12-6, Alex. I'm just astonished. 12-6. That was the scoreline.
I don't think ENCE, I think they've worked out a way to just remove the scoreline from their game because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if they are, what were they? 12 rounds away from elimination at this major to then win 8 maps back-to-back.
I think when it was 12-6 too, I pointed out, I feel so bad for Alu. What was he sitting at? It had to be like 2-15.
Yeah. And then the last round of the game, he plays balls out in mid with the AWP for what, like a minute?
Balls out,
He stayed in mid the whole time with the AWP. He didn't wince. He didn't move. He had a bad game in that point. He was pivotal.
He came up so big in that second half at the end.
I can't even remember what I'm supposed to be saying. I tell you, thank you, man in my ears. That helps. Yes, let's go ahead and check out what that Mountain Dew amped Game Fuel power play was.
The Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel Power Plays.
What have you got for me, Chad?
All right, I've said it once, I've said it again. 12-6, the scoreline. Now, this is the round right here. Look at this. Alexi B goes huge on this round, and it carries through and gives them a chance and gives us a hugely exciting game of Counter-Strike. So let's dive in a little bit deeper here. What I want you to focus on first and foremost is they have pistols. They don't have guns. They're looking at the back here of getting taken down by Na'Vi convincingly. Now, what I want to do is I want to draw your focus. Let's clear the screen, shall we? I want to draw your focus towards this man right here, the hero to get them to this point. He's going to go towards B-Apps, and he's going to get a kill against Zeus. That's the opening frag. He picks up an AK-47, and then what he does from here is mental. You're about to see the fight go down. He's just, look at this. He's not scared of anything. Pushing straight up, going to go straight in, and he destroys Zeus with this CZ. That's him dead. Okay, what I want to point out right now is you need to look towards these players who have taken control of this area of the map. There's a flank that's going to come into play later, and they're going to be able to come through spawn. That's really important for the end of this clip. Now, we're going to fast forward it a little bit right here. You can see that Alexi B has repositioned. He's going to be watching window. Simple goes for a really bad peek here. So any second, you're going to see Simple jump across, and he's going to get taken down. Simple's dead. That allows Alexi B at this point to now rotate back over towards A. He's going to jump up on Tick Booth and find yet another frag. So let's just go back and highlight this. The whole time, Aerial is in a position to flank. He is really integral to the end of this. There's another kill from Alexi just come up on the screen. Plays into the smoke. His teammate comes along to assist. He trades instantly. He has given them this round, basically. Now it's going to be a one-on-one between Edward and Aerial, and Edward has no idea where Aerial is coming from. Up the flank, makes the kill, wins the round, and then they go on a huge streak to get them back in this match. And that's why that's the power play of this game.
Gosh, I mean, there was so many moments. So you're 12-6 down. Simple's playing well. Simple nearly had, I think, a graffiti moment if should Na'Vi have won that. You see that 1v3 attempt?
I was just going to say, I think X7 had 2 of the most important frags of this entire match. The 1v1 against Simple, that literally was a graffiti moment if Simple gets that frag. And the frag on Electronic at Tetris at 14-14 when it's a 2 versus 2.
He had, what, 9 seconds, and he gets 2 of the 3, and the other fight is there? How many AWP shots does Simple miss? Not many.
Look, I'm going to say that is going to haunt Simple because he could have gotten away. He could have played, he could have played a different 1v1.
Sure.
That situation could have gone differently, but he was feeling his aim in that situation. He went for it. He was unable to convert, but that's a 1v3 that he probably should have no right winning anyway. It takes the god of Counter-Strike to get it that close.
I mean, look, Carmack's speech about competition, it rings in my mind, and you know how much is on the line. It is those moments. It's when you feel everything just kind of start to collaborate. Everything fits in its place. And these guys, they've taken out a team that have looked incredible. Our opinion on Na'Vi has flipped 180 degrees. We were like, Na'Vi are truly contenders for the grand final and maybe even a trophy lift.
Sure.
Hence, a part of that conversation now in a very big way.
This is such a strong Na'Vi, and they beat them on Train and Mirage, which are old school Na'Vi maps.
Yeah.
Like, these are Na'Vi's home maps that they took this series on. So you cannot take anything away from ENCE. They have earned this trip to the final. And they did the same thing against Liquid, Mirage and Inferno. And now he says that they're going to break the streak. I don't mean, does he mean Nuke?
I think he's talking about
Nuke. Pick Nuke?
Or is he playing Zeus level mind games? And I don't know.
It doesn't really matter at this point, because I think, you look at the way that ENCE applied themselves in both of these games, going up against, we said, the best North American team probably ever. Actually, screw probably, ever.
Yeah.
They took them down convincingly.
And I just want to preface this. If you're sitting there at your computer right now and you're getting angry that the names that you expected to see are not in the semi-finals, calling it another fluky major, I ask you now to walk away from the keyboard, go outside. We don't want you here. This is an incredible game of Counter-Strike. This is not a fluke. It wasn't Na'Vi making mistakes. Sure, everyone made mistakes in this semi-final. Yeah. You're going to. But that was good Counter-Strike. And if you didn't enjoy it, we don't need you here.
The run of the minor system and the majors now, the way that, we have best of threes as gateways, all those little bits and pieces that go into this, the depth of the map pool having to be established time and time again, the fact you have 4 rookies on the stage here playing in front of thousands of fans. Sure, they have their back, but that's still a daunting experience. That's thousands of people you might let down. These guys have done this against all odds, and that's what makes this so impressive. It isn't just, a run from nowhere and they're coming on best of 1 streak and making top 8. They're doing it convincingly with a fantastic brand of Counter-Strike.
16-14 Train, 16-14 Mirage. Deficits on both. It was 7 in a row on the CT side of Train to come across the line and victorious in the first map. And they do it again. What was it, 12-6 down on Mirage? That's against all odds.
And they lost more rounds than they won in this best of 3.
That summarizes everything. I don't know why I had to point at you, but yes. I'm kind of a bit discombobulated right now.
We're excited.
I am. Yeah, sorry. I've got like adrenaline. I didn't even play. I didn't even play. Like, my hands are probably still shaking a little bit. That was awesome. Very much enjoyed that.
We still have another game, Alex.
Yeah, we do. Okay. Okay, so there's another one coming up, guys. Don't panic. If you want more Counter-Strike, it's coming. And that is, of course, going to be Astralis taking on MIBR. I think we have to go to a break, guys. We need to go calm down. Tristan Sarantis is going to be steering the ship because I'm going to go and get my heart looked at by a Polish doctor.
We need to check on Natu as well.
Yep, Natu. Is he alive?
God.
Has he tweeted?
That would be amazing. Never check.
Tell me someone had a camera on that man during that comeback. We are taking a break. When we come back, MIBR versus Astralis. Who will face ENCE in the grand final of the Katowice Major? We find out after the break.
Hello guys, we are MIBR and we are about to play Pass the Bomb. Slope.
House.
Mid.
Default.
Window.
Catwalk.
Underpass.
B house.
A house.
B default.
T-spawn.
T-spawn.
Short.
Balcony.
Forest.
Get right.
Muddy. Oh, 1-0 to me. Woohoo!
Ramp.
Outside.
Door.
City spawn.
Blue.
T-spawn.
Vents.
A side. I say A side.
Come on again.
I say A side.
That's not fair. No, vibe. Every time I'm fair.
Long.
Monster.
Short.
Graveyard.
Heaven.
Highway.
Bathroom.
Divider.
Garden.
Balloons.
Party.
Fountain.
Parquinho.
City spawn.
T-spawn.
Water.
Blue.
Shorts and bags.
Long.
Catwalk.
Mid.
I don't know. City spawn.
B doors.
T-spawn.
Window.
Banker.
Back plat.
Blue long.
Fuck. Bunker.
Car. Oh, you say bunker again. I say bunker already.
Fuck. Car T-spawn.
I don't know. Xbox.
Ramp.
Xbox on B.
Xbox on mid.
Default on B.
Dark.
Car on B.
Lower dark. Boom.
Yeah, that's a boom. That's a boom. That's hard. Ooh. Get phone.
Apps.
City spawn.
Banana.
T-spawn.
Fountain.
Balcony.
Caixão.
Apps.
Back hall.
Pope.
Jesus Christ, dude. Carroça.
Headshot.
No way. How can I win this? Mid.
Graveyard.
Steel ramp.
Tess.
Mexican.
Default.
Car.
Tariq.
Dude, eu tô for Tess.
Kobe.
Code Zero.
Arch.
Jesus Christ. Cubby.
Library.
Arch.
Caminho de rato.
I did Mexican already.
Oh, second mid.
Bridge.
Apps T-spawn.
Okay, I lost. Yes! Fuck.
Pringles has entered the game.
One more time. Are you ready? Let's get it
Think he can't capture a clutch in full resolution while streaming the play to the world? Watch this. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7.
Prepare for combat. Go forth and conquer. Intel Extreme Masters is brought to you in part by Intel, Vodafone, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, HyperX, Bedway, and Pay Safeguard.
Navi versus Ents, leaving everybody on the edge of their chairs here in the Spodek and certainly at home as well. My name is Trey Sarandis. I'll be taking over the reins for the rest of what is this afternoon's matches. We only have one more coming your way, and it's going to be one that you can't miss. And, well, you guys won't be missing it, that's for sure, as I do have Vince and Moses here, not Moses and Jason O'Toole. There was some sort of clerical error yesterday, had them all confused. Either way, hell of a game we just watched, guys.
Yeah, that certainly was. That was a wild ride. Those are the games that make you really enjoy. Like only the major can really deliver that. It feels like even the biggest events cannot get that kind of emotion or that kind of excitement behind it. So that was so sick. And I think the conversation around Ents, I don't think we can ask the question anymore if they can perform on a big stage. I think they were not finally, but they've proven it in a big way.
Yeah, I mean, Liquid, now Na'Vi. And the fact of the matter is, in the finals, they're either playing, as I think the desk said, either the first seed in Astralis or MIBR, who are fourth. Like this is as legit a run as you could ask for. And these guys have run the gauntlet. They've been here since the minor.
They have been put to the test. I mean, every step of the turn here for these guys has had to be some sort of proving ground almost. And for everything considered, Jason, I mean, these guys were the big underdogs coming in overall, but now that they found themselves here, that whole narrative kind of has to take a shift.
I think the best thing that could have happened to Ents, and I think what the real turning point was when they went down 0-2 in the Legend stage, the fact that they had to have that pressure on their back of going out in the major and win all those series just to move on to the top 8. I think that, like, having to thrive in that pressure and just barely cling on kind of equipped them to trust each other as teammates a little bit more and obviously deal with the pressure of the crowds and the chanting and the stage and everything like that.
Which is a talking point on its own, because just looking inside of the Spodek and listening to this crowd roar for Ents, could you have even seen that coming no matter the outcome of any of the matches?
I guess to a degree, because people do love to cheer for the underdog. And when it comes to Ents, they have a whole nation behind them.
Yeah.
You know, it's been a while since Finland have been able to really get behind a team. Obviously, you've had Alu's played in like FaZe, Nip, etc. You got Sunny on Mouse Sports, but this is a full Finnish roster with a Natu at the helm. You know, Finnish legend in Counter-Strike. So you can definitely see why so many people get behind this team and root for them.
Well, we got two other powerhouses stepping to the stage now, and it will be MIBR or Astralis going on into that grand final to play against Ents. It's almost hard to let that roll off the tongue at this point, because it's like, is this reality, or, you know, where are we now?
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy to think that they've made it all the way here. This MIBR Astralis game on paper has to be, at this stage in a major, has to be like one of the most exciting games you can possibly have on paper. You've got championship pedigree on both sides. You've got, I think, 2 trophies for each of the cores of these teams, which is pretty awesome going head to head. Some of the best players between Device and Coldzera top rated for this event as well. So I mean, there's just a million things going on in this next match, and this can deliver in such a massive way. This can deliver. It's crazy to think, but across 3 maps, this game can deliver even more than what Ents and Na'Vi gave us.
We talk about explosions. We talk about an explosive gameplay in front of us. Vince, what should we be looking out for here, man?
I wish I had an answer for you, man, because I think coming through into this game, it is going to be incredibly unpredictable. That has been the one predictable part of this major, is the unpredictability.
Yeah.
And now we're through to the semi-finals. We've had an MIBR that looked shaky, but then they returned up towards the end. They're kind of hitting their peak. So I think this actually puts this match in a really interesting position.
And a lot of the conversation around MIBR was, you know, even towards the end of last year was, I remember when Yanko was still coaching them, when YNK was still behind him, saying Astralis was the one team they really didn't do a whole lot of prep for, because Fallen felt so confident in how he's able to read what they're doing. That was one team where Fallen was just like, I don't want you to do the background work because I have my own ideas in my head, and he's very confident. And they played him very close through all that turmoil and all that lineup that they couldn't find a way to make it work against other opponents, still able to challenge Astralis. So this is going to be really, really interesting. And as Vince said, I think this MIBR team, as they've played deeper into this event, we've seen them get better every step of the way. And as they get more confidence, they're going to get more deadly.
Well, the spicy meatballs will continue to be delivered here in Katowice, but first and foremost, I need to go ahead and kick it over to Frankie. She's got something planned for us. Let's check it out.
I do indeed. I've been investigating the Danish corner here in the Spodek. Now, of course, they are behind Astralis. There we go. Right on cue. And I found down there, ringleader, Nils. Nils, how are you finding the major so far?
I'm pretty excited. I guess Astralis is just gonna have some training now and then be ready for tomorrow's game.
And there is a big hint as to who your favorite player from Astralis is on your right.
Yeah.
We can actually see it's Dupree, and why is that?
I used to play a bit of Source back in the day with Dupree, and then I just kept continuing him and his career. And obviously he did the right thing, and I did not, because I'm only a legendary Eagle Master, and he's a pro.
Well, to be honest, at least you get to sit here and cheer for him with so many people. You know more people here than I've probably met in my lifetime, so I'm quite jealous of your social prowess, Nils. But what do you think the result is going to be today? Because MIBR, they weren't pulling punches yesterday.
I think it's gonna be a close match because they have a really good map pool, both teams. But I think in the end, Astralis is gonna win 2-0.
Ooh, fighting talk. Fighting talk indeed. Have we got any MIBR fans in here who beg to differ? I think Astralis might not have won it just yet. But actually, Nils, do you want to show me your bicep? Do you want to? Should we have a little? Here we go, Nils. Here we go. Show us your biceps. That's quite an impressive thing. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, get your biceps out. No, he doesn't have any biceps. He's only got triceps, and he's got fabulous head. Oh, hello. He's got 2 biceps. Very impressive. Nice. Great ink as well. And he's got a tash. Yes! Let's have it, come on! Ooh, that's bigger than my head. He's more of a leg man. Oh, here we go. Oh, it's back to us. Should we get our biceps out, everyone? Let's get fighting, because coming up very shortly indeed, it's going to be MIBR versus Astralis.
The champions of ESL 1 Cologne.
Do you remember?
Welcome!
Well, here we are, and you know, I think the biceps can't stop there, but unfortunately I can't ask you guys, as in Sean, Gares, and Pimp.
I would hate to rip through this.
Yeah, I mean, Sean, you're a pretty tough guy, pretty strong guy. I know that would be a real detriment to your wardrobe. Sort of like the wardrobe that you might all be wearing at home. Whether you find yourself on the MIBR side or the Astralis side of this, I'm sure that this one will deliver a very, very powerful punch from the biceps indeed. Now, this is going to be a semifinal, I believe, to remember for the ages, boys.
I think so. We have some of the best players in the world showing up on the server. We have the best team showing up on the server as well. Astralis looking good as ever before. MIBR yesterday, I think we all were a little bit surprised. They're getting into the semifinal now. 2 days ago, they're able to beat Renegades 2-0, and I think it's a team that is growing every single match. So this one should be the big test for them. Are they able to do anything against Astralis? It's going to be a good question.
Yeah, what I love seeing about these two teams is Cold is back in form.
Yeah.
This is the Cold that we saw when MIBR, back then SK and Luminosity, went on their major runs. He's the second highest statistically rated player at this event, only behind Device. So, I mean, we literally have the 2 best performers going up head-to-head here.
Adding on to that, you have Fer right now, who's playing up to some of his best capabilities as well. He's a guy that is a little bit of an unsung hero right now, I would say, for MIBR. He's definitely having a good tournament. We haven't seen him in a while have that impact that we normally know him to have, but he's been very good at entry fracking. He's been very impactful. He's been very aggressive, and I think that keyword right there is going to be something MIBR needs in this matchup against Astralis.
Yeah, and Astralis being the big, tough opponent that everyone's afraid of now, trying to just find themselves against an Ints in the finals. We've already had a day of upsets and turbulence, trials and tribulations. That's enough tease for one day, I think.
Yeah, I can't even.
It's weird. Just say it out loud.
How didn't we all think Ents was like a meme a year ago? And here they are in the major finals, and they're incredible. They're literally playing the best Counter-Strike I've seen so far at the major.
Yeah, well, they're no longer a meme, actually. They're done for what it's worth. I think that one played out just well. Easy for Ints, and, well, they will be in the grand final. Now, of course, we do have to determine who joins them. MIBR versus Astralis will be the matchup of the hour, and it's going to be a best of 3 for the ages. I think it's about time that we just jump right into this one and take a look as to where we're going.
We are living a different moment in Counter-Strike, like the game is being played a little bit different than it was before. So there's some adjusting that needs to be made. And also the team has to grow again, like the team has to grow with every match, with every competition. And being completely honest, of course, we're not the best team in the world right now. There's other teams competing better than us and they have been together for more time than us. So we need to go through this process. We need to play against them a couple of times. We need to lose and win some. So in order to do that, we have to be playing the competitions and keep our heads high because we know how to do it and we're going to do it again. The fact that we didn't play together for a long time kind of showed up on this first match. The fact that they play a very well match as well, like the way they were playing. And it took us a little bit off guard because Counter-Strike, mainly on the practice nowadays, people are really looking for fights and really challenging a lot during those games. And we have been practicing for like 20 days together. So Cloud9 kind of played a game where they're not facing us that much. They're kind of being smart with their utility and being smart on the decisions they're taking. So in fact, we kind of lost a lot of time waiting for aggressions that never came and stuff like that inside the match. So combined with some situations that we could have won and a couple moments of a lot of nervousness, I would say, made us make some mistakes in the game. They have a superior match than us, so we kind of approached it that we had to do a better job on the next one. And I think it's naturally the pressure starts going off match by match and we start doing a better job. To develop as a team during a competition is not so hard. What you have to do is pay attention to why did you lose or how did you win and what can be done better for the next matches, and make sure you take something positive from every single encounter you have with another teams, and that's what we have always been doing and we did it here again.
It's been a long path for both of these teams. Actually, only one hiccup on the side of Astralis, having dropped a map to the Renegades of all suspects here of the Major. A Renegades that did come out here surprising everyone, but for everything considered, let's talk a little bit about Astralis and how much they've saved face here. They haven't had to show a whole lot.
No, and that's the thing with Astralis, right? They come in really prepared to this tournament. They haven't really been tested so far in the tournament as well. Astralis seems to be better than ever, I gotta say it. The players are showing up, you said it as well. Device currently the highest rated player in the tournament. So everything just seems to click for Astralis right now. So I'm having a tough time seeing where is it MIBR is gonna punish them.
See, that's the one thing that is interesting about MIBR is they're typically good at the maps that Astralis tries to stay away from. So that's where they have an edge in this series, in my opinion. But yeah, like you said, this Astralis we've seen is right up there with the best Astralis we've seen.
I mean, we're talking about an Astralis that has actually 16-0'd a team here on land, and almost did it yesterday as well. Almost. You could just see the happiness coming out from the NIP side, just grabbing one round there. I mean, we're talking about a dominant team here.
Yeah, I mean, Xyp9x is in top form, winning clutches left and right, using the AUG to perfection. So is Magic's boy. Drop the boy, he doesn't like that. So is Magic. Just AUGing around connector on Mirage. Honestly, they're doing everything right. You watch them strategically on CT side, the way they move around the map is so well thought out. Their utility usage still as on point as ever.
And OJ did ask about bringing the band back together, and well, this is another story of that. MIBR, Coldzera, Fur, Phelps, Fallen, and Taco. Now, they've had to come back together, also bringing in Zeus, and now we see them in front of us in the semifinals. Let's talk about the MIBR side.
That's an interesting storyline, though, because Zeus have a lot of first-hand experience going up against Astralis in very important matchups. Let's not forget that he came from Liquid, which is a team that have played, I think, 6 or 7 finals against Astralis. So he is prepared for this team a lot of times. Now, he wasn't able to get it done with Liquid, down to the fact that maybe Liquid weren't really a team that was set up to beat Astralis in many areas. But with MIBR, he has different tools to work with. He has a Fallen, he has a Phelps, he has an ultra-aggressive Fur, he has Coldzera, one of the best players in the world. Maybe this will be the time where Zeus actually have the key to win against Astralis.
I definitely think Zeus is a big part of this MIBR team and how they function. But just looking at that Fallen interview, I mean, it's so obvious to me how amazing of an in-game leader he is, and just a leader of the team, you know?
Right.
He can spot deficits in his team and fix them. He's not afraid to say what's wrong. He's not afraid to say they're not the best team in the world, and he doesn't give his players false confidence. which is something that I think is really important.
And the thing about Fallen, I mean, you talk about him being this in-game leader. We talk about Zeus having this loud, boisterous manner about him as a sort of leader outside of the game. Brazil has proven time and time again that they are a fiery bunch down there when things start to turn one way or the other.
They sure are, and they play on those emotions, right? But so does Astralis. I mean, the most terrifying player I have ever played with was Glaive. I mean, I wouldn't dare say anything against him because he would just rip your head off if you tried to. So let's not forget that Fallen is going up against probably the best in-game leader in the entire world, which is Glaive. So there's definitely a lot of mind games going on in this game.
I mean, we're talking about two problem solvers driving here on opposite ends of the roadway, because these guys, for everything that they're able to do within these crunch moments, this is how they adapt. This is how they come together, and that's why they're so successful on both sides.
Exactly. It's just Glaive is doing it a little bit later than what Fallen did. Fallen innovated the game so much in 2016, 2017. I mean, now the Glaive 2018 had the best year probably of any player ever.
Yeah.
Well, we could talk about teams and players and storylines, this, that, and the other, or we could let them do the talking themselves. We're going to take a deeper look into who is Fallen, what's going on in the MIBR camp, and you know who's going to be there with him? It's going to be Phelps.
Bringing Zeus, Taco, and Phelps back, the approach to the game didn't change much on how we played this before. They kind of grew up in the same Counter-Strike school that we did. Like we understood the game the same way since the beginning. So it's easier to understand some of the ideas we have going through the rounds and taking the decisions. And with the Americans, it was a different history because they would think on some occasions differently than we would. And it doesn't mean that one is better than the other, but it's just different. And in the game, normally you want everyone on the same page, you want everyone doing something with the same purpose at the same timing, which is something very important in Counter-Strike. Having Phelps into the team, it's great again. And I think Phelps changed a lot since the last time we were together. And he had some time to be even leading his last team, so he was trying to learn some captain skills and trying to lead the team to victories. And I think that helped him develop some different ideas about the game as well. And Phelps initially was a very aggressive player. He kind of mirror himself on the way Fair played the game before, like taking those duels, being the decisive player for the team. And when he had to play for us, he had to completely change his gameplay because you just can't have two players doing the same role into the team, and he had to assemble himself into different ideas. And nowadays, what I see from Phelps is he's kind of doing what Mages did for Australia, like filling the role on whatever the team needs. And I feel that he's much more comfortable doing those things now. Like I can see from this early experience on those practices before the major that some of the positions he would hate before, now he really has a good feeling playing on it. He really understands what he has to do, and he's really learning something new every game and studying opponents and getting to know how to perform better. So I'm very excited about what Phelps can do to this team because he's a key piece for the team, and if Phelps plays well, it means we're gonna have a better chance to win every time.
And don't let that confuse you, because just as the numbers shown there for Phelps weren't necessarily the strongest of strong, but they certainly have impact. This is a team that is very, very core-centric. This is a team that definitely know how to play off each other.
Yeah, that's the scary thing about this MIBR team is I think Phelps is one of the most skilled players left in this tournament. Whenever I played against Phelps, he had so much impact. He can lurk behind you. His aim is very snappy, but he hasn't really shown that to us yet so far in this event, which leads me to believe that MIBR has a lot they can show.
I definitely agree. I think there's a fair case to be made that when you look at the players pound for pound between Astralis and MIBR, you could maybe even argue that MIBR has more skill when it comes down to talent on the team. Obviously, there's no doubt that Astralis is the better team. They have more team play, better at utilizing the utility and utilizing each other. But when it comes down to raw skill on the server, MIBR can definitely match Astralis.
Which is a scary concept, because we could have a pound for pound all-out brawl here across 3 maps, which is what we need to deliver to you right now. We do have the vetoes. We're going to start flying those in. I'm going to let you guys do a little theory striking over here.
So this is why I said MIBR has such a good chance against Astralis compared to other teams, is because they like playing maps like Train, Mirage, and Overpass, and they play Cash, which is Astralis' permaban. So they have a great veto and a great opportunity to get an edge on 2 maps in this series.
And that's the interesting prospect coming into this veto. Now, we see them pick Overpass, and that's actually very surprising to me, because when you look at the options MIBR could have gone with, Dust 2 yesterday didn't look too good for Astralis. MIBR have shown that they're good on Dust 2. Now, they could also pick Mirage, which is a map that Astralis have shown weaknesses on. Now, they're going with Overpass, which means that they are either insanely confident themselves in overpass,
Or insane.
Or they've seen some complex in
That's the
Astralis
thing
play.
is, I think Astralis is still living on their old reputation on overpass. They're not the team on overpass that we saw, you know, in early 2018, 2017. This team probably thinks overpass is their worst map out of the 6 remaining from Cash.
Which is a weird thing when it comes down to the veto process, Jacob.
It is a map that lost to Team Liquid against Team Liquid in the iBuy Power tournament. I also believe they lost to Na'Vi 3 months ago when they were playing the Pro League finals or something along those lines. So as you said, it is a map that used to be the absolute best for Astralis, but it's a map that nobody wanted to play against them. And now, for a certain time, nobody have been daring to play overpass against them. And all of a sudden, MIBR comes in with this pocket pick and picks it into them. This could be very scary for Astralis.
It could be scary, and again, they're going to be escaping the nuke that nobody wants to hang around with Astralis on. In fact, in the first map of Overpass, it's going to be Astralis starting on the CT side. Guys, this bode a very strong start. We're going to get an early taste as to what MIBR is working with and getting the engines cranked up
See,
properly.
that's the thing. I think MIBR needs to somehow pull out 5 to 6 rounds on their C side because Device is so good at the A bomb site. He is very good at going for those aggressive party picks, switching up, going long A, even upping in the connector sometimes. Now, I don't think Astralis' T side is as strong, and everyone remembers those nades at the B bomb site and, you know, eggs X towards the B bomb site. Honestly, it doesn't work as much as you think it does. Yes, those nades are strong. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm glad we brought up Fer, because when we switch over to the CT side for MIBR, him and Fallen are going to be the 2 key players for them, especially Fer. I think we all remember back in the days when he was dominating the toilet area all by himself, always pushing towards A-Long, always pushing toilets, making room for his teammates. Fer needs to have a great game on the CT side if they want to put a stop to Astralis' strong T side.
And that is a very interesting aspect we haven't even begun to touch on yet, is that Fer aggression that he's so known for. And when he can push and find those kills, it normally equates to a round win there from the MIBR side. But if he's punished early on, if he starts to back off of that, that is where they're going to find themselves kind of pushed against a wall.
It did seem a bit dated, you know, having someone like Fer or Rain go super aggressive at the A bomb site on Overpass, and that's why you haven't seen these 2 teams, you know, play a lot of Overpass. So I hope they come with a little bit of a refined strategy, something different, because I think Astralis will definitely be ready for Fer's aggression.
I definitely agree, and that's where another interesting fact comes into this matchup. These 2 teams are good at the same stuff, right? Astralis, the best team in the tournament, at playing ahead 5 versus 4. The best team in the tournament at playing 4 versus 5, but so is MIBR. Very good at playing 5 versus 4 situations, very good at playing 4 versus 5. So these 2 teams does the same thing well. The problem for MIBR is Astralis does it a little bit better.
Right. Well, I mean, there's nothing else to be said at this point. Let's go ahead and jump into what is the second semifinal of the day, MIBR versus Astralis. Let's do it now.
It's coming. Here we go. It's all on Sipnix and Device.
Sipnix with the orb, tailor-made. It's going to be getting 3 with a spray. Single-handedly stops the push.
Well, I think Astralis is like the best team in the world right now, but we are here to prove like we can beat them. So we are prepared for them, and it's gonna be like a good revenge. And every time they face us, they don't play their game. I don't know why. I think they fear a little bit. So we're gonna play our game and focus in our game.
So the dangerous part is because there are like 5 really crazy Brazilians. They can all go really ham and they can all be really good players. But the exciting part is that they are this new team and they have been playing before together and it worked out really well for them. So yeah, I'm looking forward to the match.
But in general, like they have a good team play as well. So they're like a tier 1 team, like the best team in the world. So they are good like in everything. But I think like against us, they like choke a little bit and they don't play their game. They like a game. So we're gonna like take advantage from that and we're gonna smash them.
The strength is that we are always actually having really good games against them. I feel like we always play a good game ourselves when we play against them. So hopefully that will happen tomorrow. And if that happens, I believe we'll go out as victorious.
Well, play here in Poland in Spodek Arena is always amazing. It's like my 4th or 5th time playing here, and it's always amazing. Like the crowd is really insane, and the Brazilian crowd is here as well. They are making some noise.
That crowd was just crazy. Felt amazing to just be there and feeling the atmosphere. I hope they will cheer for us tomorrow, but we'll see about that.
Time for semi-final number 2 here in Katowice at the Intel Extreme Masters Major. And man, that last semi-final, I still got the feels for ENCE. Who'd have thought it? Were you ready for that? Were you ready? Oh, you were, I see. Well, we've got another semi-final up here on this stage. And it's between 2 teams who've gone toe-to-toe over the years. And they're going to be playing off, once again, for this amazing trophy, the Intel Extreme Masters Counter-Strike Trophy. One of these teams we're about to see on the stage may be lifting this time tomorrow. And when we talk about this teams, we talk about legitimately one of the best teams ever to play this game in Astralis, but they are taking on a team which could have been, and you still can argue, is the best Counter-Strike roster of all time. So let's blow this concrete UFO apart as we welcome the teams for our second semi-final here in Poland. And let's make sure we're quiet. Everyone quiet. Please welcome to the stage, MIBR! So we have got our Brazilians out, ready to prove they are getting back to the best team in the world. And one step to doing that will be to beat the best team in the world. They are a band of absolute monsters. They showed it yesterday. Please welcome to the stage, it's Astralis! It's standing room only in the Spodek. 1 million people watching online. Who's winning this? Is it MIBR? Is it Astralis? One more time. Is it MIBR? Or is it Astralis? It's semi-final time, baby. Let's get it on!
And OJ Borg said it best, and we're going to have to reiterate that point even harder. 1 million people watching online during that last one. And for all members here in the arena, in the Spodek itself, this is do or die time for both of these teams. And we're going to be witnessing history being made right here, right now.
And I think all of those 1 million people are in for a treat here. The last 8 maps MIBR has played against the Astralis, and yes, the rosters have changed a little bit from MIBR. 5 16-14s, 2 double overtime games, and 1 16-10. Every single game is pretty much close.
Yeah. And dare I say that MIBR is a better team now than they were in those games, right?
Yes.
I think you're right. I think this is going to be close. It's also going to be a big test for MIBR. We talk about them. Are they back? Can they potentially fight against a team like Astralis? Can they potentially be the best team in the world again? I guess this game will be a sign for the times. It will be a great question. It will be one of those games that's going to sort of like dictate the rest of the season for MIBR.
Right, sort of even flashback to Marseille when we saw Astralis lift a trophy there, and then the rest of the year kind of plays out just how they would have wanted to. They've already hoisted the Grand Slam, and now they're on their way to trying to pick up a trophy here at the Major. They've got one stop, though. It's going to be MIBR in their way. Astralis, no doubt about it, a favorite going into any matchup that they go into, but pound for pound, could this be a different story overall?
It definitely could be. I mean, MIBR is constructed totally opposite to Astralis, right? They have someone super aggressive, like Jacob said, in Fur, as a rifler. You know, Astralis doesn't really have that, in my opinion. MIBR doesn't really have someone like Zipix. You know, I guess you might consider Cold Zero that player, but he's more of like a hybrid opper. So the teams are far different. Device way more passive than Fallen at opping. This is just such an interesting bout.
Glaive being the in-game leader for Astralis as a rifler, Fallen being the in-game leader for MIBR as an AWP player. 2 different various styles of Counter-Strike is going to be displayed, Trace.
We're going to be able to see that all on display here within a matter of moments, but right now I need to tell you to get involved for the Mountain Dew Amped Game Fuel Power Play. And if you want us to break something down, go ahead and use hashtag GameFuelPowerPlay. We're going to dive right into that, of course, after the matchup, after the carnage is all set in place, and after everything gets going here, because it does look like we're about ready to kick it off. I want to ask you guys where you stand in the series now. I need to get some win conditions or some sort of indication on which side you're falling on here.
I mean, it's literally impossible to pick against a team like Astralis, against any team they play. But this is, in my opinion, the best chance. The map pool of MIBR is perfect to knock out someone like Astralis.
I definitely agree. I need to see Fallen come back to life. I need to see Fallen from 2016, Fallen from 2017, going toe-to-toe with what is maybe the best player in the world, or at least the second best player in the world in Device. You need Fallen to step up. You need him to lead by example. Otherwise, it's going to be tough for MIBR. That said, though, Fallen likes to perform on big stages, so why not?
And you guys have both been to the big stages here. And really quickly, I want to get some words from you as to the emotion that you have to be considering here. These guys are veterans. They've been in this situation too. But that doesn't change the fact that the heart's flirting.
I mean, let's be real, Trace. I have not played or won in nearly as many tournaments as these teams.
Trying to give you that advantage there, Sean.
I would probably be shaking up there right now still, but I'm sure these teams have put in a tremendous amount of time for this exact moment. And you saw what it meant to a team like Na'Vi actually going out. They will be heartbroken when whoever loses this semifinal.
This is what they live for. This is why they practice. This is why they spend so many hours at home bettering themselves at the game. They want to be at that stage and they want to perform in front of the crowd, Trace. So they are definitely ready for it.
Well, Inferno and Train will have to come after Overpass. That's provided we make it to all 3 maps, because that's where we're going to be starting. Astralis on that CT side, and well, there's nothing more to be said from our end. I think everybody in the entire world is ready for this semifinal. MIBR versus Astralis, and well, the windup couldn't be any better as I throw it right on down to the commentators and Jason O'Toole and Vince Hill. Take it away, boys.
Thank you, gentlemen. Astralis and MIBR, the hope of Brazil, the juggernauts of Denmark, going head-to-head here on Overpass to open this up. A spot in the grand finals on the line. It couldn't be better. Championship pedigree on both teams. And what a tall task we have for the Brazilians. Pistol round now. Utility on Taco and Fallen. They're gonna go towards Underpass. It's a stack towards the B-bomb site for Astralis. You imagine they'd want to get aggressive and find some information. It's a lot of manpower on that side of the map for the moment.
Dupree was having a feel up mid, now going to be backing away. But no presence in connector. So the Brazilians making a lot of ground already. Not a huge amount of utility for Astralis either, just the one smoke. And now MIBR starting to make a move up. Dupree's going to take first form of contact, more than likely. Did he just catch a glimpse of Fur? He definitely has now. Going to look to try and back away. MIBR can't get to it. Bit of a stalemate so far.
That's fine. That's exactly what MIBR wanted. Force the defense back. Make sure Dupree cannot gather too much information, but he's re-aggressing. He wants to make sure, and Zipnik's in a position just to try and hear some noise. The footsteps out of the door, and he's got it. Glaive is going to be under pressure. Drops the smoke. That utility usage is so good. Opening kill for Glaive, and he's using the smoke perfectly. MIBR not through yet. They're getting held back, and they're getting demolished.
Glaive with another one, but Phelps is going to answer back. The damage inflicted so heavily, but in so much time still remaining for MIBR. They could fake this. They could try and draw a couple of the CTs away and then look to try and get back onto B once again. Grenade goes in, doesn't really do a great deal of damage to coldzera. It's not going to deter him away from moving in, but Amajiska's seen him. Any rotation's going to start to come straight back to their side for coldzera. He's picked up 20 seconds to play with. At least has control over the bomb and a flashbang to his name, but he's going to get double peek from heaven. I'm surprised he's not dead yet. I'm surprised he's still relatively healthy at this stage of the round. And still somehow firing shots down range, but finally Astralis will punch his number and claim the first round.
And you can see Astralis there 3-on-1, just delaying and just chipping him down one bullet at a time, never committing to a fight, never giving him a chance to try and even things out. Pistol round goes their way, and that is just a taste of things to come. It's so difficult to ride the line of being aggressive enough to force utility out early. Glaive holds onto that smoke just until the perfect moment, until they know where MIBR is going to commit, and it's so difficult to make your way through that. 1-0. MIBR going to invest in this next round.
Unfortunately, seems that we've hit a tech pause. So I'd love to break down the pistol. Not too much happened.
No, Device just drops out of the server. He'll be right back. They're going to fix some things up. But yeah, I mean, that's the great play from MIBR is forcing Dupree back initially in bathrooms, but when he re-aggresses and finds that information, that's one thing that you have to be aware of. These Astralis guys don't just sit back and wait. They want to know what's coming. They want to know exactly where to position their players and use their utility, and they're the best at finding that out. You have Dupree getting aggressive back in bathrooms, and he knows that it's clear. You have Zipnix in a corner to listen for footsteps at the door, and MIBR was read the whole way.
So on the lead up to this match, I believe that Device has just rejoined the server. MIBR obviously beat Renegades and NIP to come through to the semi-finals. Meanwhile, Astralis, NIP, and Renegades additionally. So it's going to be an interesting one here.
I think the fun thing, as Sean mentioned, that MIBR playing it has a great map pool for Astralis. Overpass is the only map in the entire 7-map pool that Astralis has a losing record on if you go back to 3 months, if you go back to 6 months on LAN. This is the only map where they've shown any kind of real weakness. 2 and 4 in the last 6 months, 1 and 2 in the last 3. A perfect opportunity for MIBR to take a lead going forward into the rest of the series. Pause is over, freeze time is coming down as we speak, and you are going to see a pretty powerful investment. MIBR bought down everything they possibly could afford to fight for this second round, to try and return.
We'll put them in a vulnerable spot, though, the Brazilians, if they were to concede this round. So they can be playing it very closely, passively for the time being. Taco has gone aggressive, though, by himself up on short side.
Going back to what the desk talked about as well, the differences in how these teams are constructed, saying there's no one to really match Fur's aggressiveness with the rifle. The only player who comes close, you'd have to imagine, is Magisk, which seems to be the X factor that this Astralis team was lacking for so long before they could become this Titan, before they could just become this machine that wins every event. They needed someone like that, and they've got it in Magisk. He's got the first kill of the round. Taco falls. Coldzera quickly after over towards the door. Magisk was stellar yesterday, continuing his form here, and MIBR getting nothing done with this investment. A lot of cash is put into this purchase from the Brazilians, and they haven't even been able to find an advantaged fight.
Yeah, at the very least, I'd like to take a few weapons away from Astralis, even if they do bow out of this round. But as you say, so far it's been smooth sailing. Maybe Fur, who has been quite the beast for the Brazilians in this tournament, putting up a lot of huge stats. But Dupree is going to have the better of him from the backside. Does get one dig down, but Fur was tagged up heavily and finished off by Glaive. 25 seconds for Fallen to try and carve out something truly special with his scouts. He has seen a couple players, but they know he's got a scout. There's no real need to peek him at this stage.
Yeah, Astralis plays this so well. A tag cannot finish it off. 2-0 for Astralis. Only Dupree falls. Astralis is going to be very happy with that. None of the rifles as well. Just an SMG they lose. And MIBR is going to have to spend a round with just the Glocks before they can get into things.
Excellent hold by Magisk against the Force Spy. As a result, we're going to have an eco. They could afford a few pistols, maybe a deagle in the hands of Fur. We saw him land a frag in the round prior, and he's going to pick it up. So a bit of firepower, but nothing to write home about. And Astralis taking connector control, instantly pushing 2 players in there. They have Device to watch from bathrooms additionally.
Here's that aggression from Magisk, and he's going to find Taco again. That's going to be a battle that you imagine we'll see throughout this game, throughout this half, I should say, as Taco is going to be in that position to kind of hold on to the option of the B bomb site for MIBR. Oh, Dupree's in a sticky situation, goes for the peek, gets the kill onto Phelps. No one going down for Astralis this time, and they're going to hunt down this last kill. One tag from the Deagle, and Glaive finishes him off. Quick 3-0, efficient 3-0. But now we get the AK-47s out for MIBR on the offense.
Yeah, efficient, as you say, only 3 kills. AK-47s, Astralis not going to take any chances, showing respect, upgrading to AUGs and the M4. It's going to be no AWP in the hands of MIBR, couldn't afford one.
Device has one, though, and he can be so deadly on this map. Taco towards that B bomb site. Phelps going to go in the underpass. 3 players mid, and they're going to triple nade Device, and he's lucky to get away. Even Magisk is forced back. So early advantage to MIBR in this round. That is a great read. Magisk He's being very bold considering his health.
That's well worth the investment of the grenade. Phelps, Fallen, and Coldzera all take a chunk of damage, and they're going to turn tail and run. It leaves Phelps by himself in connector. There is a smoke blocking off the vision, but Magisk is perched up. Phelps very close to being found there. That would have been his life becoming forfeit. In the meanwhile, though, he has been boosted, so if Phelps were to spray through the wall, he would do a lot of damage at this stage.
That's how Zipnix took the damage that he's already taken. From spam, through the smoke, through that board as well. So MIBR are going to go for some bathrooms control, and there's finally Phelps not ready for that boost. Damage is converted into a frag, and Astralis have a one-man lead. MIBR still really passive on this map. 40 seconds left we're coming up on, and they haven't gained a whole lot of control. They haven't tested much of anything. Device has that low HP, but Dupree just drops a smoke now. That's gonna run the clock down even more. This is gonna be so tough, and I think MIBR is gonna be forced to rotate back towards the B bomb site. Strategically, they're being outplayed.
That's where Glaive and Magisk are waiting for them. That's exactly what's gonna happen. Can the Crossfire hold firm, or will B become there too? Grenades being exchanged, all funneling through the choke point, but Fallen is going to be able to get the kill alongside Fur. Things opening up nicely for the Brazilians, but they only have 8 seconds left. They've got to get on the side. The bomb's been dropped down from Zipex. They're not going to be able to get there in time. Dupree just has to survive, and the round will be going to Astralis. Time itself the enemy.
That's tough. MIBR had all the frags they needed, and that one kill that comes out that puts the bomb on the floor, MIBR could not recover. And that is something, remember, if you go back to the Legend stage, when we first saw this MIBR lineup played, very, very slow rounds that punish them so much. They cannot get into that habit with Astralis, because you know Astralis is gonna save all the nades they have. And that is some intensity early on in the series, only 4 rounds in. Timeout called by MIBR to talk things over. I think we even heard Fallen touching on that, a few rounds early in the event, getting tentative, getting a little bit scared, waiting for aggression from teams that never came. It chewed time off the clock, and it happens again here.
I do wonder if Device is going to go for that quick peek again. Last round, he got a barrage of grenades greeting him down to about 30 health.
That'll be a trick I imagine MI brings out every few rounds. You never know when you're going to catch him there, but you want to at least train him to think, say, listen, if you want to go for that peek, it's fine, but you want him to think that he's going to be eating 2 to 3 grenades every time he does that. He might choose to jump up towards Party instead to avoid those nades. Or he might choose to just push forward because he knows the buy might be low due to not falling before round time is over. Magic's still aggressive.
Such an aggressive player, confidence oozing, coursing through his veins. That might be our work positioning for a fast push, but now slowed down. Now we're going to pull the trigger. Now they're going to be coming straight out. Thick and fast onto the site. Glaive again has to try and hold, but he's not going to be able to do it. Taco finds his head and takes him down a peg. Zipex can't really do much from this position either. They're trying to plant the smoke. This is where Major's positioned to be everything but Fallen is bodyguarding his teammates. And with Astralis having Dupree on the other side of the map, they may just set up to save.
That's a nice, simple take. Not a lot of utility for a full set piece, and MIBR just finds a timing. One pop flash over, get in before the Molotovs can be dropped by the defense. Glaive gets caught. More importantly, MIBR realizes we haven't encountered a whole lot of resistance getting into this site. Keep your eyes on the flanks. Magisk aggression doesn't pan out. And Astralis plays it smart with these last 2 weapons. No reason to get close to going for this. Keep the op in Device's hands. He doesn't have money to rebuy it. First round, MIBR is in the semifinals with 1.
With the save gun, they have an opportunity to come back into this round. It would be incredibly scarce in terms of a buy, though. Dupree could drop Major's 3.7k. Do they want to go for it? You betcha. They're going for the full buy here, Astralis. This will put them down to very little money. So MIBR's golden opportunity to get back into this map, early doors, crack down the Danes. Is going to include another op, of course, save. No kits, however, which is surprising considering that Dupree has over $1,200.
Oh, here's some aggression for you from Astralis, though. This is what MIBR would be looking out for, but they're not actually have eyes on it. No one's in underpass. Glaive is going to keep pushing towards the ladder. Even though Phelps has control, this could be so tough. This could catch a number of MIBR players off guard, and he flanks around towards the B bomb site. He's going to have all the information. Glaive is making a god-tier play. Will the timing treat him well?
Oh, Full-On is coming back towards him.
That's the bomb as well. It's going to be on the floor. Now they have to recover. Coldzera is there, and Glaive wanted the Molotov. He wanted to delay a little bit longer. It's not going to happen.
Phelps going to get the upper hand, and Dupree just turns around, shimmies out of position. So MIBR have the player advantage. It's been a strange old round with Glaive flanking and becoming the flankee. And still 50 seconds at disposal for the T's. In no great rush.
Any piece of information Phelps can find here is valuable. One footstep made, and there it is. He heard at least one footstep. He might call that out as a drop. He might say there's two players here. Waiting for that push. Fur in the stairs. Going to try and apply a little bit of pressure on towards A. Fake smokes, fake flashbangs. Might pull Magus back for a moment. Might make him hesitate. Zipnix is going to be under so much pressure. He's so blind. Now he's recovered. The UMP gets nothing done. It's Magus to hold on.
And just a FAMAS. You'd love to have the Augur and M4, any kind of upgrade, maybe not required. Device is finding headshots. But Fur is two. Magus going to take a bunch of damage, and Coldzera finishes off the rest. There was a fleeting moment where he thought maybe Astralis could get back into the round, but it was quickly shut down.
Device even trying to turn to save that up, not able to get out fast enough. Nice peek from Coldzera. You have to know if you're playing against Device, when he's in those situations, he doesn't even consider going for the 1-on-3s. They prioritize the AWP on the Astralis side of things. They'll be able to have it in the next round. But MIBR have withstood the early obstacles, the early pressure. They've forced Astralis back into a save. This is a really nice start to the offensive half.
A one-way ticket to a bunch more rounds, you'd have to expect. Just a Desert Eagle really stands between them. Not going to be a five-player stack either. Dupree by himself.
It's not just a Deagle, it's a Deagle in Dupree's hands, which in this stadium, at this event, has done some incredible things in the past.
He's going to have to add another one to the arsenal of plays if the Astralis want to pick up this round. A lot of presence over on Banana, no one long. Zipex has made a move back towards Bank.
This is a nice, safe call for going up against a low economy. Out towards long, where you have the advantage of range with the AK-47s, clear some things out, move across the map. You know they'll be playing with just pistols. And Fur hears the bullets whizzing past, but they haven't cleared bathrooms just yet. And with this aggression from Dupree and Device, they'll know that the hit is not forthcoming. Fur turns into a lurker watching the flank. The rest of his team rotating around to the B bomb site, which for the moment is empty, is void of defense. This is the most basic presence you can have from Glaive. And now with Zipnix rotating back, they get a bit more aggressive with it, but nothing to fight with.
Oh, headshots are being connected though from Heaven. Going to keep them on the back foot. They can't afford to charge in just yet, but now that the herd has been thinned out somewhat from Taco, much more doable. Bomb planted. AK-47 was picked up by Dupree. We'll be very happy to hold on to that on long, and he is the last man standing. He has no interest in even attempting this. AK-47 would be a very nice bonus out of this round.
I wonder if MIBR is actually going to be dedicated to this hunt. And no, they're pausing far back, so Dupree should be able to keep this AK-47. Not going to go for anything. So a third round, 3 in a row for the Brazilians as they recover. The round they had, they gained access to the B bomb site, ran out of time. They didn't flinch, they didn't blink, they came right back at it, right at that B bomb site. And they've got 2 rounds off the back of that. But another buy coming in for Astralis, and this AK, as we saw yesterday, has economic implications for the future. Will help them very much if they get into another tough spot.
Yeah, it kept them going against NIP for 2 or 3 rounds longer than it probably should have. So every little helps when it comes to saving guns. Gonna be a full purchase behind it. Couple of Orgs in play already. Zipex is gonna pick up the third. And Device once again has the AWP. He's pushed mid twice. This time, due to his spawn, going to be more passive. So it's only Dupree that's going to move in towards connector by himself for the time being. And the grenade's going to force him back. Going to be taking bathroom control instead. Something that may start to play in the back of MIBR's mind, though, with that glaive flank that we saw a few rounds prior, is having no one around playground or long. They are giving up a lot of the map here, and overpasses the map the CTs can play very aggressively on.
Yeah, I mean, the next question that MIBR has to ask themselves is how likely do they think a push like that comes out? Obviously, the long one we'll see at some point. But I don't think we'll see Glaive pushing through that underpass too frequently in this half. It's a nice boost from that. Just, again, just so much information being gained. There we go, Dupree close up behind the smoke. I think MIBR wants to go through this. They're gonna wait for it to fade now, walking in. Dupree with the off angle, sees the shadow, it's not good enough. Phelps immediately dispatches him, and the AUG must hold on. Zipnix must hold on, but the Flames are gonna force his hand. Behind the smoke now and waiting, and he's gonna try and stop this plant. Is anyone from MIBR gonna watch it? When is the pounce from Zipnix?
Waiting for the backup to arrive, I think. He'd love to have some flashes precede the push, but they're not there. And Zipex is going to get evenly traded out. Device lends him a hand. They only have the one kit and one smoke in play, though. There is a Molotov in the hands of Coldzera, and Fallen is watching the angle. There is the Molotov being tossed out. This is where the smoke may need to be used, and Device is going to get the upper hand onto Fallen. Just when MIBR thought this round was safe, things are going horribly wrong. But Coldzera with two gets traded out by Device, who's going to hold on to the bomb. And he's going to get the defuse. Astralis will move 2 rounds in the lead.
That is a nasty shot from Device on Fallen with the up. What a very narrow angle to take for that fight, and Fallen expected it a little bit wider. Beautiful, beautiful job from Astralis to recover, but that's the kind of loss you're fine taking if you're MIBR. You get the plant, you get 4 players down. The money for Astralis is so low. It's going to be on the verge of another reset right there. That's a thing of beauty. And Astralis calls a timeout. They know the implications of this round. They must win it. MIBR can build up such a lead so quickly on this offensive half if they can reset Astralis one more time here.
It was an excellent retake, but as you say, Astralis still vulnerable. Still well and truly up against it, economically speaking. Zipex just gonna have a UMP in this round. Firepower will favor MIBR. Grenades also will favor the Brazilians. All to play for. A linchpin moment potentially on this half. Heavy stack on B as well for Astralis, having a lot of faith in Dupree to not overextend and get himself killed. And he will start to back away now, back onto the A side. Meanwhile, we're gonna have a triple stack potentially in play. The Danes stacking over, looking towards the T side. Can't see anyone just yet, though.
They have to do something to get an advantage. The nice thing about that boost, the information it gathers means they don't have to spend utility in those choke points. But Itako has been way more aggressive than anyone's expected, but he misses his chance. Dupree gets back just in time. The nade does great damage, so does the tap away, and that busts up the stack over towards the B site. It may feel promising for MIBR. Some utility being expended, but not yet from Astralis, just the HE grenades. You can see, even those they're holding on until it's a full commitment. This is dangerous, though. 4 players from the defense are here, and MIBR have telegraphed this just a bit. They might need to break this up, but they're so dedicated.
Dupree holding the angle, but Taco finds him, shuts him down. Another smoke there to stall a little bit longer. Zipex with the aforementioned UMP is putting each and every bullet to use. He's about to get pushed momentarily. Once that smoke clears, it's going to be 3 Brazilians breathing down his neck. Phelps slightly off on the spray, but Coldzera and Fur both chip in for kills. It leaves it to Magisk. He's looking for carnage, but he's not going to get it. He's on the receiving end of all the damage. Device next up to the plate. Can he deliver? No! Fur from Bank is going to put this round in MIBR's back pocket. And Astralis are broken down once more.
What a battle from MIBR to get in. Astralis got over there in time. They knew what was coming. 4 players at the bomb site, still can't stop it. Great entries, great job from Phelps. Even though he doesn't get the kill, the damage, the attention occupied. And when you take that long to get into a site, you're gonna be prepared for the early retake from Astralis. It doesn't pan out, so investment again. Upgraded into CZs, the scout on device, some armor. But MIBR poised to have a punishing T-half.
Absolutely, it was a great start for Astralis, but the economy gradually trickles away. Magisk, Desert Eagle in hand. Gonna send a chill down MIBR's spine, but that has been swept away thanks to Fur's double. Zipek's gonna get one, too aggressive by Fur, walks out on the wrong side of the smoke. That is also an Orc now picked up. This is starting to get a little bit slippery for the T's. They've got plenty of time, but no bomb plant forthcoming and having to go back out into the open. There is also a scout for device. We know he can land headshots. Dupree's making a move around the side. Taco has been tagged now down to 56. This is getting very sketchy indeed. I believe Dupree caught a player monster, but he doesn't want to show his hand too early. It will take far too many bullets at this range with the CZ. He wants to get up close and personal. He's giving information, he's feeding information to the rest of his team. They know that they're completely committed to the B site at this stage. They can just stay in position and wait. The pressure is on MIBR to push this. They've got a Molotov and a flash, but Taco is going to alleviate it, drilling into the head of Dupree. And our device and Zipex have got to pull off something truly memorable. Molotov down, just making sure no one's at the backside of the site. It funnels Zipex into the wall bangable positions now. 15 seconds, Fallen's been tagged too. Zipex and device, both coming with guilt, and device has done it again. There will be carnage in Katowice. And Astralis regain a 2-round lead.
The patience from Astralis is just unbelievable. No one moving, and you're exactly right. Dupree had all the info. I'm amazed MIBR wasn't more aggressive about that. The problem was with that scout above, they did not have a smoke to block them off. They did not have a way to get into this site. Zipnik's had that AUG for so long, just waiting. Magisk wants another grand final. He wants another crack at the trophy. What a rebound for the Danes. And now both teams low on money. Both teams desperate.
From a position where it looked like MIBR would be leaping towards a rock-solid T-half, it's back up in the air again. Anybody's ball game. Neither team has a huge amount of grenades, and Taco going to take the initiative, but he's been Molotov'd out instantly. However, Magisk baited into that peak with a UMP of all weapons.
I don't think he believed that there would be an AWP on the map. And you talked about this earlier, this aggression out towards long. Dupree's position is so strong. Again, can gather intel, but more importantly, he's at such an off angle, but Fallen sees it coming. A double kill now. What a beautiful read from Fallen. He's opened up this map, and now Astralis, how do you get into it? The next call is Device to get aggressive. You don't see this too often. He's more of a passive AWPer, and he's gonna get punished. Fur's able to find him. Device didn't even know it was coming. Zipnik's position is called out, and MIBR is creeping. They're constricting upon this position. Zipnik's has to hold, and he has to maintain his aggression. He has to go for it. They line up for him. coldzera takes massive damage, but shuts him down.
Now comes down to Glaive. The brains behind the operation. Can he also be the brawn? coldzera gonna get the plant down. Just 13 health to his name. Fallen, 48. That smoke is going to do so much work for MIBR now, though. Glaive is going to either have to wait this out, which really dwindles away time, or push through. He's going to wait. He's hoping that one of MIBR push this, but there's no reason for them to do this at all. He's just playing the waiting game, hoping for a mistake. Now the smoke is cleared. He's going to start to make a move in. coldzera's been spotted and killed, but at this stage,
oh dear.
It's so difficult. They're actually not in great position to hold off this plant. Oh, the spray! Glaive has played this one so well, going to hold on to the side. No, Taco! He's whipping the hot spray! No! The bomb is going to go down. MIBR pick up the round, but it was so very close.
I cannot believe he tried to do that. The balls on that man. So smart. The smoke with the spam through. That could not have been much closer, and Glaive almost steals one away.
The thing is, even though they concede the round, that's all of MIBR died with him as well. So they're going to have to replenish all of their weapons. You can see here at the end, Glaive did so much work. But the positions weren't great for MIBR with the bomb planted on Truck. Excellent read onto Fallen. How close was this?
This had to have just been so incredibly... I cannot believe that happened, but what a heroic effort out of Glaive. Up on top of the Truck, that spam wasn't even coming close. He wasn't going to get touched. MIBR get away with one. They started to fall back a little too early and out of position to really stop that plant. Fallen, you could see, with the AWP in the smoke, he had to pull the Knight out. Another chance for MIBR to catapult a pretty strong lead in this game, but another force buy out of Astralis. They just won this previously. It'd be so gutting for MIBR if they cannot convert this, if it happens again.
Both teams fully investing. Glaive gonna decide to just push straight in with Mages. This is where the extra bullets for the Galil could actually work out for Taco, but the lack of firepower will not. Glaive gets the headshot. That is an assault rifle now switching hands, and the player advantage. But they've shown their hand. Dupree from the shadows takes Coldzera's head clean off his shoulders.
Oh, look at the use of the smoke to fall back. Fallen doing what he can to spray through. They have to get into this A site. Oh, Device is caught off guard. Phelps has that. But now they're crunched. They're pushed forward enough, but Astralis is on both sides. They have to fight their way out in every direction. And Astralis now backing off, letting the plant go down, getting in position for the retake. MIBR not out of danger whatsoever.
Grenade chipped Fur as well, so he's in pistol range. Glaive did so much work in the round prior, is going to be called upon once again. His brethren are falling all around him, but Glaive is going to go in for one. It's a 2-on-2. Mages, long range, taps the head off Fallen, but he doesn't have a kit, Magisk, at this stage. Still a little bit of time, though, to try and get back onto the site, but he's not entirely sure where Fur is. Oh, this round should be done now. MIBR just got to play the time. Yes, Magisk does clean up. Not enough time to get the bomb defused, though. And Astralis will concede. We're all even at 6 apiece.
But that is, I mean, another, even in losses, Astralis is so dangerous. Look what they've done to the money of MIBR. I mean, I don't know who you're going to say is going to have the stronger buy, and I wouldn't be surprised at all. If Astralis reads the money situation, they might invest into this round. They might just go for it. It would be a big risk for them, but there's nothing really to be too pleased about on the MIBR side. They, out of a victory, they're going to have rifles with very little utility. Coldzera is going to be on the MAC-10, so why not go for it? Again, it's only if Astralis can read it. A second timeout being taken for the Danes.
It is truly scary now for Astralis after a 4-0 lead.
They're going for it, Vince. This is great. I love this out of Astralis. They're going to challenge for this round. Neither team giving an inch in this matchup.
Has been a real battle for each and every inch of the map. Astralis consistently on the back foot. They've been sucker punching MIBR consistently. MAC-10, couple Galils, couple of AKs. Astralis have a slightly better buy than they did in the round prior. The solid flashbang, and they're going to push behind this too. Astralis going to take the fight to the T's. I believe there is actually a boost up, or at least it's coming into play. Fur peering across, looking for any information to try and execute off. If a player gets spotted here, that could be a total telegraph across to the Brazilians.
I'm pretty sure he spotted the shoulder. I mean, they still have no idea. Magisk is right on the other side of that wall, which can be the real death trap. Here he comes, moving forward. There's the deep Molotov, there's the peek. Oh, and he's giving up his position. Now it's gonna be so hard to get back. Holds the trigger. They can't turn the corner. Phelps is down low. Oh, the reload. That's a poor time, and Fur certainly gonna punish him. But what comes next? Phelps is low. Astralis, in a way, come out on top of that engagement.
And he stalled them for a good 20, 30 seconds, did plenty of damage to Phelps, and additionally, Astralis now have a very healthy set of grenades.
Yeah, for this much time, look at how many ways they can stall. 3 smokes still, 3 Molotovs as well. This is, MIBR is nowhere close to being out of this one. Gonna start moving up, but they have to start moving a little bit faster. Phelps with low HP might have to just sit back and watch the flank, make sure Device can't come up those stairs behind him. Dupree is alone at the A site. 25 seconds now. MIBR once again running the clock down low. Phelps, is he gonna be aware? He spots it at the last second. Doesn't get touched. And this spot, we see it so often go unchecked, and is Fur gonna go for it? Look at the time, Vince.
Just 12 seconds left. There's damage still being inflicted by grenades. Molotov starting to come down. Fur is gonna get the better of Dupree, but they're having to run over. Liquid Fire and MIBR have done it. It looked like it was going to go the way of Astralis and the Danes, but instead, the Brazilians come out swinging right at the bitter end.
That is so much trust you have to have in your teammates if you're MIBR to run the clock down that low to make that hit work. They do it spectacularly because Astralis seemed like they had everything needed to stall that out, but now MIBR finally get an iron grip on the lead. It's 7-6, and Astralis must save for the last round. This defense has been battered and broken finally.
This is the choice of MIBR, and so far so good. Magisk riddled with bullets from Coldzera's hands. It's Zipex that has the lone deagle this time.
Woo.
Nice work by Taco, gets an eco, but you can only shoot what's ahead of you. He's done that with expert marksmanship. It is going the way we anticipated, though, Moses. It's been pretty smooth sailing this round for MIBR. A bit of a relaxing round after how back and forth it's been.
Time to take a breath, and what better pairing than Taco and Coldzera? So much history between those two in the way that they're able to play together and the synergy that they have. They're the ones clearing out that B bomb site. 8-6, MIBR gonna try and gain a 3-round lead, but there's one last trick up Astralis' sleeve. They switch into a double up setup. It's Glaive with one, Device with the other. That's gonna hurt in terms of utility and kits on those two players. The other three have plenty of nades to work with. But will MIBR expect this switch? Glaive has his towards the B bomb site. Device in bathrooms at A. Phelps is going to be the aggressor. There's Glaive. He might have spotted out, eat some nade damage, but they have Glaive pinned down for the moment, who's got to get aggressive behind a smoking monster. A small gap in that smoke could be the end of MIBR. This position is so tough to get multi-kills from with the AWP. He might have to be aggressive.
Oh, how did that miss?
He was moving just a little bit, just one last step, threw it off. That's going to be frustrating. Oh, Fur, so fortunate to get away. The timing in his favor.
Such an important moment. Glaive narrowly misses out. Now it's up to Device, the other AWP, to pick up from where he left off. Flashback perfectly placed to force him back. He will not get any kills on the approach.
And Dupree in a supportive setup behind that smoke to make sure no one comes through for the punish. Another piece of utility, and Device wants to get in front of it. He wants to get aggressive. Fur's the only one here. No chance of a trade if Fur peeks this. There's the flashbang. He's blind. The timing doesn't work. Fur can't find him either. He's content to just force him back for the moment. And still, this march of MIBR, everyone thinks it's going to be the A-bomb site. They've made it seem like the A-bomb site. But Taco, he's ready to pounce. Magisk just gets away. Here comes the rotation. But the angle, they never saw coming. And Phelps is going to build. Now over the top. He's picked off. But Coldzera's in with the plant. And Device, he's the last one left. It's the last round of the half, and he must go for it.
Don't peek him too many times, especially as Fur is on the prowl. He's going to be landing this flank kill unless someone beats him to the punch. And it'll be Coldzera that KOs Astralis for a 9-6 lead.
What a half from MIBR. That is an incredible run. 9-2 is the run to close that out for the Brazilians. They looked phenomenal, and they put Astralis on the back foot. We're going to a break, and we'll be right back with the end.
And I'll take it, yeah. Reminding myself to just let go. Don't wonder how far I can fall. Don't look down, never fade out. And I just wanna be someone and never fall behind again. Just keep on moving on. Never look down, never fade out. Never fade out. Oh, 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 shooting through the clouds. I know it's alright. It's alright. Heavens are the limit now. Let's fly just one more night. One more night. Don't look down, never fade out. And I just wanna be someone and never fall behind again. Just keep on moving on. Never look down, never fade out. Never fade out.
MIBR went down 4-0, but a brilliant game plan gave them 9 of the next 11 rounds. They lead at half, 9-6 over Astralis, the best team in the world. MIBR's had to build their way into this event. We were wondering which was going to show up. The lackluster team that we saw early on, or the dangerous one we saw qualify and dominate the quarterfinals. Here we are. Second half begins.
This is an MIBR that has gone from strength to strength, knocking Astralis down a peg or two. But now the roles reversed, with Astralis on the aggression. MIBR falling back. They did take the early engagements. Dupree took a bit of damage, but nothing is going to stick.
The fact that Fur was the only player today, though, they couldn't be aggressive. They don't have any information of what's coming as Astralis just quickly clears out everything. Taco takes one shot, now he falls away. There's no smoke to stop this, as we saw earlier. Cold Zera over at Toxic Barrels. Him and Taco have to do everything. Phelps, whoever goes balcony is going to be smoked off. Phelps is going to get here just a half second late. Cold Zera looking down. He's going to be free. Dupree's got him. And now the battle is truly on, and Matt just builds upon it. Astralis is in so fast. They strike like lightning, and the round is over.
So aggressive by the Danes. Best possible way of coming out the blocks in the second half. Fur at least is going to claim one headshot. Oh, and a second. Beautiful flick to Glaive. Should be a drop in a bucket, though, all things considered. And indeed, Zipex will make that the case. So Astralis have picked up both pistol rounds on Overpass. And it just goes to show how dominant MIBR were on rifles, and they still lead by 2 rounds.
We'll see if they decide to use that lead to save up for rifles or if they go for it. And actually, we have our answer already. They're going to buy up the Deagle's SMG on Fur with a couple of those kills. 4 smokes to work with. MIBR looked to respond in this second round. Astralis took a punch in that first half, but they don't look phased whatsoever. Calm and collected still.
And they've had their time in the corner. Zonic applying the sponge, and now they're good to brawl again. MIBR, as you say, do invest into this round.
they're pretty centralized. Fallen for a close up towards stairs. Phelps right at the door. It's only Taco at B. That's the tough part, is he can't really hold along for these flanks to come to fruition. Phelps has to pounce now. He's done some damage. Taco gets aggressive in Monster. They're going to clear it the whole way, and Taco has no idea which way to look. I think MIBR just have to give up this round. Save those guns moving forward. Fallen's going to get in the fight, gets a dink, but you can see Fur wants nothing to do with it. They just try and save their weapons. They're going to be successful. They can try again in the next round with another stack.
Certainly can. Meanwhile, Fur's going to be taking a bit of an aggressive angle on the off chance that Astralis do go looking. See if they can increase their weaponry. But now strength in numbers. I think both teams will be relatively happy with this outcome. If Astralis go and send in the MAC-10 or UMP, these are expendable guns, but they don't really want to upgrade themselves either. So it will be 9-8. With MIBR another crack with 4 guns and Kevlar behind it.
You have to wonder how much they want to invest in terms of utility if they want to rebuy any smokes. That would hurt them in the next round. You can see there, Zipnix, I believe that was a record at the time of most clutches in a single event. A little bit quieter this time, but we saw his impact yesterday withstanding NIP in the quarterfinals on Dust 2. He was a big part of the puzzle, a big part of the reason why Astralis is here fighting MIBR in the semis. Dupree's gonna take the aggressive, he pulls out, oh Lord, the jumping MAC-10. Rarely seen, but very effective, and he's gonna go for another.
He's gonna have to be pardoned by the clutch minister himself after that filth. In the meanwhile though, MIBR have lost the second player, all stacked in connector with a smoke in their eyes. Not much they can do about this. They're gonna have to concede the bomb plant and likely the round.
Yeah, they just saved the armor at this point. I know it's not the most fun to watch, but there's no reason for them to get even close to this bomb site. No reason for them to go for it. That's $1,000 that you don't have to spend in the next round. That is not a high percentage fight, and he always gets a little love tap right at the end. Now positioned to get some exits. If any of the AKs turn this corner, actually there's only one, so there's not really any weapon that Astralis has except for Magisk that MIBR would necessarily care for.
Yeah, they want to upgrade to the Orgs and the AWP if they can get their hands on it. Glaive gonna be going in alongside Dupree and Device, actually just 4. Make that all 5 of Astralis waiting around the corner. They're gonna be looking to try and push in, but actually they're just holding back, and Fallen peeks into his demise.
Yeah, they really, again, they really don't care. There's no need for them to take any of those weapons away. They know the next round is going to be upgraded, so Fallen gets pulled into a small mistake there. That extra $1,000 that he just gave up would have been utility, would have been a kit. Instead, he's going to go for the AWP, and he'll have the chance for armor, and he almost has to buy head armor because he knows they have UMPs, so no nades for Fallen. All due to that death right at the end. That AWP will be out towards long. Couple UMPs and AK-47s, 3-man stack for MIBR at this bomb site, and Astralis wants to get there quick, will at least gain some control and have a point of aggression.
Magisk has had a phenomenal major so far, continuing in a very positive way. 112 ADR to his name, 17 kills. Lack of utility is going to become more and more of a burden for MIBR as the seconds tick forward. And Astralis now going to start to make moves through Monster. Dupree also laid in wait. Wait for that red mist to descend. Phenomenal when it comes to entry fragging, and he may be called upon. Unleashed. Here come the wall of smoke's going to blot out the sun for MIBR. They're going to look to try and counteract with some flashbangs, but they're taking them. Additionally, Zipex still waiting to move in. Now the green light has been punched. Now they're going to start to follow their way onto the site. MIBR can't really do anything to stop this plan. There's going to be a double peek. They've actually set the bomb there. Why have you done that, Astralis? You have shot yourself in the foot. Zipex close range gets bested by Phelps, and it's all gone horribly wrong. But Astralis going to hold on for dear life. They've got Dupree to play with. He's going to try and take the fight to Fallen. Close range, and Fallen puts him down with the AWP.
You're exactly right. That is a mistake you don't often see out of Astralis. That bomb turning the corner was brutal. That eats so much time and so many players they have to send to go retrieve it and try and recover the situation. MIBR's loving that. A gift especially because they weren't even fighting for the bomb site. They weren't even fighting to stop the plant. Astralis just hands him one on the silver platter. Still the money is low for the defense. Still MIBR must win 2 in a row. Fallen still with the op. And a very, very strong buy for Astralis, and likely another one in the next round if they need it. Some calculated aggression, a calculated risk. Glaives brought down. Debris, again, going to be aggressive towards Sandbags, waiting for coldzera to fall back. That smoke is going to take away the opportunity. Still no pressure towards the 2 defenders on the other side of the map. Fallen and Fur haven't seen anything in bathrooms. There's a smoke at the moment, but they're not going to care about that whatsoever. They're waiting to see members of Astralis.
There was a Molotov toss down as well on Banana just ahead of Fur, but it's not going to push him out of position just yet.
This defense at B, they don't have a deep angle over towards Monster, and actually, again, it might be a similar scenario. If the utility is used and that hit comes in again, they might not be able to actually fight for this bomb site, this boost. Just a little bit of vision, and there's the ball. Great shot from Phelps. And look at all the Molotovs. MIBR, miscommunication, they double it up, but they won't care. It still does its job. It holds off the hit just a little bit longer.
Yeah, it stalls, allowing MIBR to now start to rotate round. Fallen is making a move. In the meanwhile, Fur's gonna hold position in case they try and rotate up through Connector. They had enough time. Taco pushed on the back of the site with the MP9. SMG up close and personal, looking to tear and rip through the flesh of Astralis. There's gonna be Thumps that goes in on Zipex, but Dupree and Device this time not gonna be making the same mistake twice. coldzera tries to peek and stop the bomb plant, but it's gonna be the cost of his life. And now Fallen waiting to sting alongside Fur. Trying to make a move in. Mage is holding the close angle. The off angle, not one that you necessarily peek first and foremost. Fallen, if he peeks the barrel of his gun's gonna let him off, but Fallen, strike he shall. The affliction begins to spread, it's all on Device. Does he have the cure? So far, so good. It's gonna stall more time away. Fallen with his AWP, gonna have to land a headshot. Device will not miss. Astralis will pick up a 10 and a 4K for Device.
He couldn't save the op at the end, and that's shattered the money. MIBR needed to hold on to that, and they just couldn't do it. What a nice job from Device. 4 kills from those Sandbags, and that is a huge round. Astralis can regain the lead off the back of it because MIBR simply has nothing to battle with. And again, MIBR prioritizing surviving and keeping control of the water. They're not actually trying to stop this bomb going down, and this time Astralis makes the most of it. A lot of freedom for those Astralis players to be able to take the angle, as you saw from Device, up towards the balcony. Investment from MIBR due to the fact they would have had a double save. This might keep the op out of Fallen's hands moving forward. He saved what he could at 850.
Taking the aggression hasn't yielded anything as of yet. Just the one smoke to play with, and time again, we are seeing Dupree get up close on short. First been caught, but Magisk is there to avenge his former teammate. What a 1D by Fallen. That's also the bomb dropped and an AK in his hands. Fallen not able to chime in with another kill, but he is giving information to the rest of his team. I believe that was aim punch that completely neutralized him. Couldn't get his cross anywhere near the player.
No, but you're right. I mean, that's opened up the map as well, and now Astralis have to be careful. Anyone from MIBR can be anywhere on this side of the map. They have not been here, and you can see that's why they're clearing it so closely. Taco's going to start hearing these footsteps pretty soon, but they slow it down. 45 seconds left. Taco, the only one here. I think he's just missed the timing for information, but it's all right. coldzera still on the bomb site. The nade usage is going to give it up, and coldzera must hold on, playing behind the smoke, trying to play to stop the plant. Getting in position, that's a nasty off angle. Even Zipnix doesn't consider it. Dupree can swing it towards water, but there's 3 players, and Phelps is gonna start flanking around as well. The timer is on for Astralis. They're starting to get suffocated here. Big kill for Dupree, now checking the flank. Magisk gets 1. They must know Taco is around. He has not been able to get into this fight just yet, but look at the time. Taco can stop this. He tags him. They're so low. 1 will do it for each player, and he can't. Magisk gets him first. Somehow pulls Astralis out of a deep hole in the round. And they take the lead 11-10. Offense is reigning supreme on Overpass.
As is Magus, 20 kills to his name. So impactful in that round. As you say, he really dug Astralis out of a horrible position. They regained the lead, but more importantly than that, MIBR's finances are in the bin once again. This should be a 2 or 3 round lead opening up for Astralis now. At the business end of the first map. And remember, this was MIBR's pick.
And it's the weakest map in Astralis' pool by win-loss record, so if you're MIBR, you're feeling like you must have this. Very passive setup for Astralis. They were just punished in the previous round by some aggressive play towards Fountain. They do not want to go through that hell again. Phelps and coldzera are going to join up with Fallen and Fur. We haven't seen a lot of emphasis on this part of the map. That's a perfect peek from Device that allows him to get away. No chance for rebuttal, going to go for more. Hasn't seen that behind the tree. There's the dink. Oh, and Fur. You want to talk about how good Magisk is playing. Fur has been stellar, 18 kills. Leading the way for his team. A little two-tap there, and Magisk, a chance again. coldzera's going to call for a teammate over. Magisk is committed, but he's spraying as well. Phelps is down for the count, and they know exactly where Fur is. No chance he gets away. Stuck in the open, it's going to be a 12th round for the Danes. The chances for MIBR down the stretch are dwindling.
Now may be the time for a tactical timeout if you're MIBR. This is such an important, influential round, but they're not going to go for it. They feel confident in their decision, and that's going to be an AWP, 3 AWPs, and M4. Here's the spray control from Magisk. Super solid. That does mean, Jason, they're going to have no kits, no Molotovs or HEs.
This is tough. This is where you want your superstars to step up. Fallen with that AWP in particular. Have him find you a pick. This round is so important for MIBR. Astralis have largely ignored the A bomb site and even just trying to clear out bathrooms. They haven't even messed with it. They don't even want to go at Fallen. This might be a round where they switch that up.
Oh, unlucky for Fallen, only landing the leg shot. Magisk spirals down to 16 health. This is where HEs would be a godsend from MIBR to finish him off, but they don't have any. Just 2 smokes left on their belt too. That kill could have been so important.
What a player to get a leg shot on though. Magisk has been insanely effective with his aggression. Nades raining over, but the bomb is still so far back. So Fur, he's an aggressive stance in bathrooms. He's getting, oh, that predicted spam. Glaive, you tricky guy, and jumping over, tries to get the information in position. This has kept Phelps here at A though. Taco and coldzera to defend the B bomb site. That's where the hit is coming all along. Astralis have masked this so well, but Fur is getting all the needed information. Perfectly timed peek.
Flash in just to stall. Dupree's caught. Oh, spins around on a swivel and lands the headshot. But coldzera is holding the line, and there's Taco. A full house of frags, and Taco takes the bulk of them, gifting MIBR another lifeline.
That pop flash peek was so good. I mean, we're not going to see too much. You won't get any of the highlights. Fur gets so much information. That fake hit towards A. Fur just pushes immediately afterward, and they know it's coming B. Taco and coldzera don't flinch. Phelps is able to rotate back just in time because of the information gathered. If Phelps isn't there, I think they turn the corner and Taco and coldzera go down and they lose that round. Just at the right moment, but the AWP still not out. Not in the hands of Fallen this time. Oh, right through the smoke. Fur continues his tear. MIBR looking to even things up. Again, maybe this is why Astralis has leaned towards the B bomb site so much. They took a leg shot in the previous round. Fallen wreaked havoc on them at Fountain 2 rounds ago, and here they lose Zipnix. It's been costly to venture towards these bathrooms for Astralis.
Additionally, we haven't really seen MIBR push through short side at all. So Dupree's been getting there constantly. Look at this though, Astralis making moves, making inroads over on the B side of the map. It's about to get tested. It's about to get punched. Can MIBR hold the line? They're going to have to wipe away the flashbangs from their eyes if they're going to pull this one off. coldzera has been here before. They're anticipating it. He somehow hasn't taken any damage though for his troubles, but now he's given his position away. There's one that Glaive's going to counteract instantly. His bomb still ticking away. Device has been found from Phelps. The player advantage now falls in the Brazilian's hands. That's a perfect smoke. It's going to keep Glaive and Dupree at bay. The bomb is being defused. No one's going to peek it. MIBR are going to get the defuse in the smoke. And there's nothing Astralis can do about it.
Could have gone for the spam, but in a 2-on-3, you're hoping they get off it and give you a chance. A nice timely smoke in Phelps. As much as we talk about Fur's aggression, he is very aggressive in situations like that. Gets the wide angle on Monster before they expected it. Astralis must take a timeout. 12-12, it's all tied up. This is the last buy they've got for the moment. If they don't win this, they'll be out. They fought so hard. They took MIBR's best punch. They start this half on a 6-1 run. And slowly but surely, MIBR is wrestling control away from them. And they need it back. 19 kills on coldzera and Fur. 22 on Magisk for Astralis.
It's been cultured Counter-Strike back and forth. So little to determine between the two teams.
There's a small pocket, a small corner of Brazilian fans powering this entire arena. 12-12. Round 25 coming in hot, and it's going to be fast-paced. Astralis is not going to slow down.
Slowing down for nobody. coldzera in a different angle this time around. He's going to be spraying. Oh, and two. Zipex and Dupree have both been sprawled out around, but now the yo-yo of Counter-Strike will start to swing in their favor. The pendulum is striking in the faces of MIBR. Third 1-on-3. In the blink of an eye, this round goes away from them. After coldzera with a double. What can Fur feasibly do? He's got some grenades, he's got a kit. And the AK-47, he's been playing lights out Counter-Strike here at Katowice. The mages will not allow him to pass. Astralis regain the lead, what a call.
You have to admire Astralis' ability to go from cold and calculated Counter-Strike into just brute force in that fashion. Even with coldzera getting the opening 2 kills, usually that stalls out a hit of that speed. A hit like that usually just ends, but Glaive, oh, MIBR coming out of door too fast. They don't check the angles, and Taco just couldn't hold on without those reinforcements. They were so desperate for that. And now MIBR out of money. Gonna save, they'll buy in the next. They'll fight to keep Astralis off map point for as long as possible.
How many times has Dupree gone for this identical play? He's constantly on short side of B. I mean, this round there's not much MIBR can do about it, but he's doing it when they've got rifles too. Taco tagged up first. Is the buddy system on long again? Did yield a kill last time around, but Astralis aren't interested. They only have B in their minds. At this point, A may as well not exist. There's not a great deal that MIBR can do about this. They do have the majority of their players over at the backside of their site, but Glaive's found himself some prey, and he will bite down hard.
And this MIBR defense at the B bomb site really has not adapted a whole lot throughout this half. They keep trying to play around these smokes that Astralis is putting up, playing on the right side of the bomb site, trying to delay, trying to look over. And Astralis, these past few times they've attacked there, have read that perfectly. It's going to be 14-12. It's going to be Astralis with money to outlast MIBR down the stretch. It's going to be one last strong buy from MIBR in the next round, and they must take everything from it.
Phil was hoping to maybe land a headshot and get one of these players killed off the detonation, but won't be happening. He takes a bit of damage for his troubles, but Astralis 14-12 in the lead. And as you perfectly highlighted, Moses, this could be all for MIBR. They have got to come out. They have got to start to get a streak of their own coming in.
They have everything, well, not everything, but they have a lot of what they could want. Fallen on the AWP is one of them. The biggest thing they're lacking is kits. They have smokes, they have Molotovs. Glaive knows exactly how to attack, exactly where to find those MIBR players. None of that matters now, though. Round 27, it all rests here for MIBR, trying to keep Astralis off map point as long as possible. And Fur's going to get aggressive. We know he loves this. We haven't seen it too much in this half. This might be the perfect time to call this. Device looking for it, at least initially. But if Fur is never forced back, he will choose a time to pounce. He's got Fallen covering the stairs behind him. With that AWP, and Magisk might go right into it.
It's tentative. Magisk gonna take the first hit. Fallen trades against him. I believe that was a leg shot. Free kill for Fur. Patience proving to be a virtue. Does alleviate, once again, the A and mid portion of the map.
He's looking for more. Fur's getting aggressive, so I mean, he knows exactly what's coming. You imagine, I mean, Fallen's watching for the retreat up the stairwell from Astralis. It's not going to happen. So they haven't actually been able to stack this bomb site with 4 people, which is a little bit dangerous. But coldzera, Phelps, and Taco, they should be able to hold on.
It's raining Molotovs. MIBR need to somehow hold on for dear life. Astralis aren't pushing behind this just yet, though.
They have another round of nades. They wanted the counter nades, and they got him. There's only one flashbang on Fur, but he's got this sick flank, and he's dropped!
Information gathered, though. Glaive is there. At this stage, MIBR know it's going to be a B hit. There's not enough time to rotate, but Taco's lost his head.
Oh no, oh dear, they're gonna go back. Phelps and coldzera can call this out. They can actually stop it. Look at Fallen. He can get such a deep angle in. He's still here. He's still holding on. He's gonna take the peek. He's got Magisk. He can build. This is a big risk for Astralis, and it might be their death. It might be their doom, and Fallen is making them pay for it. Into the bomb site we go. coldzera's arrived, and Astralis is shut down. MIBR still fights on.
It's why I said they didn't have enough time. You can't check all the angles. You can't efficiently clear out the site. And Fallen, he is so damn good. He's always going to be a step ahead of you in positions like that.
Just right at the wrong weapon. The AWP that can take those deep angles, that can get into cover. That was brutal. One slight miscalculation from Astralis. Still chances here. Again, MIBR must build upon this. And look at the stack. They're trying to read the counter call. They're saying, Astralis, you haven't attacked this part of the map too heavily, very frequently. Now might be the time for you to change things up. You think we've been lulled into a sense of security over here. That's not to be.
An excellent call, but will the execution be up to scratch?
Fallen's not really covered. Fur must win this. He's got both. Device does take out Fallen, but MIBR comes out on top.
They certainly do, and there's not really much of a chance to bounce back. Fur holds on with the AWP. Magisk has been silenced. MIBR's bloodthirst not quenched just yet. UMP, not great at angles like that, but at least he's going to chip away Glaive, keep him caught in 2 minds. Now Phelps from the shadows, he's going to strike onto Glaive, and maybe able to double up. No, Zipex going to be able to get the kill. He does have control of the bomb, but this is certainly a telegraph play. There's also a play that was just hopping up for information. That's Taco. He's going to have his retinas burned out, but he just has to stay in position just to survive. Even if Zipex gets this bomb plant, it's going to be a 3-on-1 retake.
Call him the clutch minister. Call him the cyborg, call him whatever the hell you want. He stands between MIBR and immortality. They must find him in this moment.
Flash out into the peak, nothing forthcoming. MIBR are playing this one very cautiously. A lot of the time, though, has dwindled. Zipek's gonna find the first, but it's at the cost of 97 health, and the rest has been finished off by Fur. That's one way to deal with the clutch master. Blow his kneecaps out.
Yeah, but you can see they were giving him so much respect. They were so slow in getting into that bomb site. Almost letting him build into the clutch. A full defuse, full 10 seconds. That plant is gonna help Astralis out. What a round from Fur. 4 kills. This guy is an absolute monster in this game so far. A timeout called. Round 29. What does Astralis have? We know they have one of the deepest playbooks. See them win with brute force. We've seen them win with tactics. Which option do they go with here? A perfectly called stack for MIBR in the last round. They have a very good read. As we know, Fallen is confident that he can outcall Astralis. He's got to do it one more time. 2 more times, really, but if Astralis can't win this round, they'll be so low on funds.
Looking to be charged by the effervescence of the crowd here. MIBR, Fallen has outcalled Astralis quite a few times. To be fair, they've mind-gamed themselves at a couple rounds as well, the Danes. But it all rests on this. Not great weaponry. Magisk with a deagle, Glaive with the UMP, gonna decide to just go for ruthless aggression. Then Fallen, he is rock solid right now, not missing a shot.
They just spent so much utility and the life of Device to get this close. And they have nothing left in the tank. They get stalled out. Fur, I don't think he's heard these footsteps.
This angle is good for one, but not even that. Magisk perforates his head, evoking the wrath of Astralis or MIBR. That grenade shocks Coldzera and Phelps. Unbelievable damage has been inflicted already. 2 smokes in the choke points. And this is one-dimensional. MIBR don't have anyone rotating. Even if they did, Zipex is there, so he can bolster up the rest of his team if they start falling down. This is looking phenomenal for Astralis, but Fallen's going to wall bang. Magisk out of the round. Glaive's going to stand tall with an AWP of his own. And now the smokes are starting to clear. Now MIBR can regroup. Now they can start to push on, especially as Glaive has been found. But it could come down to Zipex once again. Time is so low. It's looking great. They're going to stick the side. But there's Dupree! Vintage performance from him. MIBR have the round slip through their fingers.
That's an example of Fur's aggression going the wrong way. The only player dedicated into the bomb site. No crossfire set up. No one even watching for that slow peek, but Dupree wrapping around this truck is beautiful. 15-14 Astralis, they do it again and again, and it's so difficult to shut them down. They always find a way to make something work. And now look what MIBR has to fight with. Scraps. 2 SMGs, a FAMAS, the most powerful gun, and 2 CZs. No kits, no utility.
They've done work with buys like this so many times in the past. But the semi-finals of a major, they have it within them to do it one more time. If they do, we're heading to overtime. 2 smokes at HE. A mixed bag of weaponry. Scraping the very bottom of the barrel, taking as much out as possible.
Even Astralis, I mean, they sacrificed 2 weapons on Magisk and Device just for the nades. Bomb's still far back, so Astralis is not ready to commit to anything just yet. Still looking for information, for intel, still just trying to gain map control. This is a battle from Fur that must be won. I don't know how he swings out wide, though. He's got to be careful. Does not want to get baited by those footsteps. Playing it intelligently for the moment. He's got Fallen to back him up. Oh, now he pulls in. Now there's the AK chiming in. Glaive doesn't blink. And Fallen, he's all alone on an island. And Glaive just playing with them for the moment. Now he knows exactly where to go. Now he knows what to call. And the A bomb site is open for business. And Astralis marching into a map 1 victory.
The slight gap with the smoke, though. Coldzera is able to get 1 on nearly a second, but he switches around. He felt pressured, and the last kill of Overpass comes in. It's going to go the way of Astralis, but by the skin of their teeth.
What a hard-fought victory. MIBR gave that everything. They could never get a hold on their CT side. They could never get comfortable with any kind of a lead. A 24-kill performance from Fur, a 23-kill performance from Coldzera, it all goes to waste. It's 26 from Magisk that gives Astralis their first map. We're going to a break. When we come back, the desk is ready for you.
champions of ESL 1 Cologne.
Do you remember?
Welcome to the Cathedral of Counter-Strike.
Think you've seen it all?
Are you ready to be a part of Counter-Strike history?
ESL 1 returns to Cologne in 2019.
Are you searching for a better Counter-Strike experience all in one place? Compete for over $1 million in PUG and League prizes all on one platform. Track and share your performance with our advanced stats pages. Frag out and rank up on the industry-leading anti-cheat. Sign up for ESEA today.
Think you can't clutch through a smoke while recording in full resolution and streaming the play to the world? Watch this.
Counter-terrorists win.
Think you can't get famous in a flash? Like become your own meme famous? Watch this. Think he's been there, done that? With Intel Core i7, he's just getting started. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7.
Prepare for combat. Go forth and conquer.
I've been there since the beginning. Every map, every frag, every moment. I run, but I never hide. With knowledge comes power, and power is to be wielded wisely. Which is why, as the expert, I bet with Betway. If you know CSGO, then you'll know the best way to bet on esports is with Betway, for the love of the game.
Intel Extreme Masters is brought to you in part by Intel, Vodafone, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, HyperX, Bedway, and Pay Safeguard.
MIB versus Astralis. This has been a slugfest, to say the absolute least, in a map that you would hate to see end one way or the other. Great Counter-Strike being delivered here at the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. My name is Trey Saranthus, alongside of Sean Gares and Jacob Vinicky. We're going to be walking you through what just took down here on Overpass and who took down that of MIBR.
And just like the last 7 of their 8, this one goes the distance, all 30 rounds. Astralis winning both pistols. The first gun round on their first half. I think that was what really, changed how this match fell.
I think MIBR is going to be very disappointed.
Yes.
They weren't able to win this match. As you said, they lost both pistols, yet they still had a very strong T side. It felt like they dominated Astralis to a point on that T side. Felt like they were in full control, and it really felt like MIBR was very well prepared coming into this Overpass matchup. It slipped through, though. They weren't able to clinch it, and that's a big off.
So the 3 rounds that MIBR lost where they had guns, the 1v3 to start where they ran out of time, the force buy that they lost, and then the 3v3 retake on the A site where Device hit an insane shot on Fallen. Every other round they had rifles, they won in that first half, and yet still they fall in this game.
Yeah, and one thing that definitely didn't make it easier for them, of course, all things considered, and everyone firing is just as high caliber as they can go here, Magisk. This guy put on a performance. I could run you through all the numbers I have in the world here. I could talk to you about how, he had 106.1 ADR, or between him and Glaive, they combined for 16 multi-kill rounds. But he certainly put himself on the board here.
He was very impactful. It was also the guy with the Deagle getting the frag on Fer when he was pushed all the way up until the 8 bomb site that basically secured the round for Astralis. Super impactful, super good to see Magic's taking a role in this team, a little more proficient role, I would say. He's not normally the guy you go to and look towards when you need the big fraggers to come out for Astralis. He's always been that third star of the team. But this tournament so far, Magic's is playing some of his best Counter-Strike.
Yeah, like you said, the most important frag of the entire match was Magisk when he killed Fer at the truck in that angle. It was a 5v4, and he deegs Fer in the head. And from there, I mean, MIBR is kind of like baited into retaking that site when Fallen spams one through the wall. And dupreeh just with the play of the game on the truck.
Yeah, it's almost like we've heard of that before. And I talked to you about numbers. I got some more for you. Right now, dupreeh, Glaive, Device, and Zipex really kind of being put to the test here. This is an Astralis that we're seeing actually having to come online and use all the mechanisms. They're not just going to be cruising through Overpass.
I hate to point out specific players, but I'm a little bit disappointed in Fallen's performance in this matchup. I think he could have had a lot more impact with the AWP. He had many chances of getting kills. He wasn't really connecting all the shots, and he put himself in tough positions. Not a Fallen with confidence we're seeing right now playing.
Yeah, we definitely said that was one of the key things for MIBR to succeed in this matchup is Fallen hadn't really shown much so far in the event so far. And it wasn't until he got that 3K at the A bomb site, and that was really the only round that I can recall that he had impact in.
Well, the impact does not stop there, guys. I mean, in fact, we could even talk a little bit about that B side of the map. There was quite a bit going on there. Astralis trying to abuse this for what it's worth, Jacob.
Yeah, we have a little thing for the Telestrator I would like to show you guys. It's an orbital view of Astralis B bomb site hit at the score 9-9. So if we play out the clip right here, you can see the smokes and flash is coming in from Astralis, and it's a very basic hit from Astralis. They've done this 100 times before. Now, what I would like you guys to focus on is this guy in CT spawn and this dude. They really play together. This dude, as soon as the smokes comes in, he throws a smoke that's going to land right here, which forces Astralis to move around this area if they want to get inside the pit area. So if we play out the clip, you can see what happens. They instantly get the smoke down. They instantly group up. They're both going to stand around here, and this is what I like a lot about MIBR. They're playing together. They're really trying to do this and deal with this as a team. So in a second, you can see a third guy coming in from CT spawn, and this is where it all goes down. You have 1, 2, 3 guys from MIBR ready to deal with these 3 players from Astralis, and the trades goes down inside the favor of MIBR, playing defensively on the bomb side. Now, if we move to the next round, the score is currently 12-12, and this is what I like so much about Astralis. They kept bullying that B bomb side. play out the clip. You can see this is very basic Counter-Strike. Have a look at the minimap. Have a look at Glaive. This is all you need for a very, very simple strat. What Astralis does is they just brute force their way inside the B bomb site. 4 guys rushing in, Glaive with a Molotov, smoking heaven, and then instantly rotates in towards short, where he gets 2 kills coming in from connector. This is Astralis picking up the pace, simply brute forcing their way into the B bomb site, because as we just saw before, MIBR like to play that defensively. They didn't do this time around, and that's why Astralis was able to win that fight on the B bomb site time and time again. The CT side of MIBR needs to be worked on, and especially that B bomb site defense.
Well, Jacob's saying that CT side needs to be worked on here. Sean, I'm going to ask you the same thing. Do you agree with Jacob?
I think Astralis definitely just destroyed the B bomb site time and time again. They kept throwing a bridge smoke that baited the MIBR players into jumping on the ledge behind the bomb site box. And it looked like it was by design, because Astralis was very, very aware of the gap in that smoke, and rarely did someone die because of it.
Well, maybe it was by design, and maybe we'll get some insight into that right now. We have the opportunity to hear from Zonic direct as we look into what will be the second map of the series. So let's go ahead and head down there and check it out with Frankie.
Zonic, what happened on Overpass?
It was a tough game, and I don't know, I spent 8 hours preparing for them, and then they picked Overpass, and this team doesn't have a record on Overpass. Maybe the formal lineup had, but then the meta has changed, so it was very difficult, and we had to rely on our own game. But in the end, it worked. But we couldn't get the economy rolling as CT, and they played really well.
Can we talk about your T side though? What was the obsession with the B side in the first half of that?
I think we tend to overthink it a little bit, because if we push B, I don't know, 2 or 3 times, then we take a timeout, then we expect them to expect us to go towards A. But we are a stubborn team, and we also got some knowledge on how they were playing the B bomb side by going there a couple of times. So then we got some read over about that.
I have to say there were a few uncharacteristic mistakes, though, like that last minute rotate to the A site as well. Do you think the boys are feeling a bit too much pressure at the moment?
No, I think it was they knew, because there was a guy coming from behind, so they knew that we were going. They were going B, so we expected the rest of the team to be at the B bomb side. But then when we started rotating, they have a shorter way to the A bomb side. So, and then the time wasn't on our side, so that was probably not the best call. But I understood it when it was called. So yeah.
Well, listen up, Sonic. You've got Inferno next, and you've got a blooming good record on it. So what's the plan?
Well, we hopefully we can get that banana control both as T and CC side. So yeah, we have a pretty good idea of how they are playing. So now we just need to calm down a bit and then reset, because people are a bit emotional right now, including myself. So now we just need to spend the next couple of minutes just relaxing a bit and getting on Ursk.
Well, Zonic, thank you so much. I'll let you reset. Appreciate your time. I can't wait to see the Battle of Banana on the next map.
Yeah, and that's what we're going to have here, Frankie. And, you know, we talk about Inferno, and we can talk about the swagger that Astralis is about to carry over into it. You've got to think that after that matchup there on Overpass, they're going to have some momentum and say, you know what, we've got this ballpark.
It definitely will, and Inferno is a home map of Astralis.
Yeah.
They are going to be starting on the T side, though, so that is something that MIBR has going in their favor, right? Because, I mean, gosh, Astralis' banana control with Glaive and Zipix, rotating device around to get set up with the AWP, it's almost unbeatable.
I mean, Astralis have won 11 out of 11 Inferno matches the past 3 months, so it's definitely not looking too good for MIBR. That said, though, we have seen them play Inferno in this tournament 3 times. Yes. I do remember a 16-3 loss against Cloud9. That wasn't too pretty, but apart from that, it's actually been looking okay from MIBR, but not to the level that you can fight Astralis.
Yeah, and we just keep reflecting back to that 16-3 because it's basically the only glimpse we've gotten within this major itself. Inferno being that second map, guys, does it end here?
I have a hard time thinking Astralis is going to lose this map unless Fallen goes absolutely bonkers.
I would say there's a bigger chance that ENCE wins the grand final tomorrow than MIBR winning now.
Well, now that is a claim right there. Either way, we will be loading into Inferno for the second map of the semifinal. It's going to be MIBR versus Astralis. And the real question here on that path to the final is, who will be the first 3-time major champion? Will it be Device or coldzera? We're still a little ways away, but for what it's worth, it's going to be Inferno with Vince and Jason.
Well, if MIBR want a shot at it, they have to win here. Down 0-1. Astralis just tears Overpass away from them down the stretch, and now on Inferno. Astralis are very dominant on this map.
They sure are. That's why coming into this, we felt that MIBR really needed to pick up that first map to have a solid chance. But who knows, we're in the semi-finals of the major. An IEM event, so much history behind it. History to be forged by one of these two teams. And the early aggression up Banana may yield some kills, but Zipex, he definitely heard the footsteps. He definitely can hear Phelps around the corner, but Dupree's going to take the kill away from him. The result is the same, though. Astralis will pick up the first blood.
What a risky play to make in the pistol round of this map. That is intense. Taco is alone at A, and he's already been tagged down to 15. That's going to force Fallen to bust up the stack at B and rotate over. Astralis already in round one, just manipulating the map in their favor. Taco's going to switch positions. He's going to go over towards the B bomb site. They want 3 players there. They believe this is going to be the final destination for Astralis in this round, and looks like they're correct.
Flash lined up for the CT side. Taco hasn't been affected by it. Nearly blocks the smoke, but it's still going to plume in his face, so he can't really hold on from CT any longer. There are 3 players, though, at the back of the B side, one of which has been found and alleviated away. And Coldzera going to hold the line with 2. If he flicked to that third, the crowd would have lost their minds. It's still a 2-on-3, though, and Fallen's dropped the bomb. Astralis now, they're in trouble. Taco in a really solid position. So important that Dupree plants up on the coffins. If he's shown anything, he would have been fragged, and it's going to be going down anyway to the hands of Taco from the backside. Now Fallen, if all that remains, the Mage just finds the headshot. It was such a strange back and forth round, but Astralis just about hold on.
Fallen had to have just never suspected that Magis was just going to slide out like that and be aggressive. He catches him completely off guard. An otherwise beautiful round from MIBR, just clinging, just holding on for what they can. This was a great sequence. I'm not sure why Glaive bailed out of the bomb site with the bomb later on, but that almost ruined everything. They got punished by that on overpass by a very curious late round decision, and they almost do one here in the pistol, but either way, they do get the win. That's all that matters. MIBR going to buy up into this. Astralis won both pistols on overpass. They have the first pistol here on Inferno.
What can they do with it, though? MIBR with a healthy dosage of weaponry early on. And grenades, 4 smokes. They can bide their time for quite a while. It's going to be based on calls, though. Fallen up close with the scout. But it's going to be B that's getting it pressured from 3 of Astralis' players.
This is a really tough hit for Fallen to hit if he has to flick over towards Boiler as he peers towards mid. Takes a more shallow angle, and this is just Astralis trying to make sure that all the utility, all the smokes are taken before they eventually do attack. And now grouping up towards mid. Flashbang, Fallen's got to fall away. And there's not a whole lot of players here to really mount a defense on this bomb site. It's 1 player, Taco, guarding halls and lane, and then Fallen guarding rap side against 5. They must do it all.
It's labored by Zipex, but fortunately it wasn't enough firepower to deal with him. And the site is being crushed. The collapse onto A is successful. MIBR want to hold on to these guns, so Astralis will take the second round. Just being careful, ensure that no other CTs lurking around the outskirts of the site. Now they've realized that's not the case. They're already sending players over towards the other side of the map now. Dupree, he wants blood. He wants to take some of these guns away. Needs to be careful what he wishes for. He's about to walk into Phelps with a CZ, but it's only a MAC-10.
Yeah, Device wants nothing to do with this. He sees that peek from the bomb site. There's no reason for him to move forward. Let him have whatever they keep. 2-0 for Astralis. Actually, the rest of them are coming in now. There's the flashbang. Fur isolated alone at first oranges. They've got to swing from the other angle. It's not going to happen just yet. And actually now, Astralis right at the end of this bomb timer might just take so much away. Phelps with a MAC-10 kill, and he disappears into the smoke. And that is going to be it. So 2 kills, 2 salvaged weapons for MIBR. They're not going to be unhappy with that. They'll be able to pass a pistol over or one of the MAC-10s. Or the 1 MAC-10 in the UMP. So a little bit of danger still. A little bit of something to fight with for MIBR. There's that crowd. There's that Brazilian corner. Portuguese corner.
Very supportive corner it is too. Additionally, Phelps did get a kill with a MAC-10, so his money was up to 3,100. So you can actually afford a smoke and a HE. HE's just gone out, not going to yield anything in return.
When the guns come out, MIBR is going to have to find a way to fight for some of this map control. You cannot, on this map, just let Astralis have whatever they want. They are so very good at moving across the map and aggressively taking portions of it. So you're going to want that op and fall, and you're going to want them to be able to control Banana. That's a good dink through the edge of the wall. So dupreeh, actually, it's pretty superficial, but coldzera finished him off from behind. Now an AK-47 in Fallen's hands, and he might have to get aggressive to try and make a play to try and win this. coldzera's going to swing out for Molt, but the UMP can't do it. Fallen takes too long for that kill. Glaive with a solid trade. And now MIBR just has to cross their fingers and hope that Astralis comes to the B bomb site. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, it stands to reason if you have 2 or 3 players pushing down mid, it's unlikely you've got the rest of them playing passively on A. So they made the correct call. They're going to make a move over onto the A side, get the free plant, and a 3-0 lead. However, keep in mind the overpass went the same way. Astralis started off with a 4-0 lead, and it started to crumble around them. MIBR, once that rifle round comes into play, that's where the game truly starts. It's not a huge amount to save here, honestly. They don't have Kevlar behind either Fur or Taco.
The best thing they can hope, I mean, Fur might just save that UMP. You can use that weapon in a gun round. The MAC-10, not so much, so I think Taco's just going to get in position, maybe get lucky and grab an AK-47 off Glaive. He's obviously very aware of this possibility. And with the HP and armor, he can just survive and pit with the rest of his teammates. So Taco may try and hunt that down right at the end, but Glaive is just too smart for it.
Yep, had 2 teammates watching the site. No reason to have 3 sets of eyes over there. They're all healthy enough to save. Dosia is not on the map. There is no HE flying their way into pit.
No need to worry. Dosia is not here. They're all fine.
Crisis averted.
So 3-0, first gun round coming in. Fur does keep that UMP in his hands. And AUGs surround it. There's no AWP on the board. Actually, excuse me, Fur drops it right at the last second. So they have 1 kit on coldzera. If they need a retake, he must be involved. MIBR's first chance to get into Inferno. And they must have this map. Taco and coldzera playing at the A bomb site. 3 players at top Banana to control on the defensive side. And Astralis, I think this round playing it passively, maybe just seeing what kind of utility is going to be thrown out for the Brazilians, taking notes for the future. And they're already up mid. They go through their own smokes, and actually this is an attack. It's only coldzera and Taco here. Taco's blocked off by the smoke. coldzera has to do something. Glaive with the peek. Now, great trades. And MIBR just cannot stem the tide. Shock and awe from Astralis and MIBR. I don't even know if they can go for this. Certainly not now that Fur falls. The damage is so low. Now they have a chance. Now they're close enough. dupreeh and Xyp9x. What can you do with such low HP?
Solid smoke and flash, though, is going to keep Phelps in position.
Oh my God.
So fortunate to get away with that. In the smoke, dupreeh is going through all of his 9 lives and still lands a kill. That is unreal. Xyp9x on the approach catches Phelps with a grenade out, and Astralis are going to get the 4-0. But the luck on dupreeh surviving there. If he goes down, it's a 2-on retake. It's so unlikely that Xyp9x takes both plays in a single spray.
Yeah, especially with low HP. And look at coldzera's position. He was the one with the kit, so he does fall. That kit is up on the balcony from his body. Even if that retake happens, even if Phelps is able to find Xyp9x, the time would start becoming a factor in that one-on-one duel. Astralis pull off the unexpected, while MIBR has 3 players spending time controlling Banana and Car. Astralis win the round elsewhere.
Fallen, okay.
There's a low percentage fight, if I've ever seen one. Fur. Close up with the deagle, but there's 3 players to contend with. There's the utility, there's the flashbang, but Magisk wasn't blind. It was behind him. And Astralis gonna march forward to what looks to be another round, a 5th round.
Phelps able to at least silence Device, but he's gonna catch a face full of shrapnel in return. coldzera may be able to get the 1 dig. Xyp9x is not gonna miss out. And Taco will at least make his Desert Eagle stand for something. It won't stand for a round win, though. Dupree's tracking him down, finds him, frags him, 5-0.
Well, 5-0. We're gonna get a bit of a pause right at the start of this round. But Astralis looking very clean, very clinical. They look like they want to go straight into the grand finals. MIBR on this side of the map as well. Normally expected to put up the bigger numbers on your defensive side, and they need to get into the action quick because this is going to slip away very quickly if Astralis is just able to continue this tear. So much money being built up by the Danish side as well.
It's of course the same map that MIBR really struggled against on Cloud9 back at the start, but that was on the T-half. The CT side had moments of glimmers. It was that T-half that really let them down, so that's what's worrying me at this stage.
Yeah, the problem too is you need more than glimmers, right? You need something that you can really rely on, and even if you go back to Overpass, the CT side there, they couldn't get a hold of their defense on that map either, their selection. So some troubles on the defense, just so you know as well some of the obstacles in the uphill battle that MIBR have. Astralis at the moment are on a 13-0 win streak on this map.
They have quite a few records, Jason.
Yeah, they really are starting to pile on.
Nuke, of course, is another one.
That's a streak that might never be broken on any map.
I believe we are in a technical timeout for the time being. Can tell you that MIBR, of course, have a full purchase. Will not include an AWP, only the one kit, but 4 AUGs and an M4. So plenty of firepower and grenades behind that.
Yeah, they're going to be situated nicely when this game resumes to at least fight. They still haven't been able to get the AWP out. I think that might be the big thing that they can rely on, because you can put Fallen, if you can post him up at car, cheat a player over towards that A bomb site, and then you can start making him mobile across the map, giving them looks with the AWP at A. Renegades knocked out by MIBR in the quarterfinals. NIP knocked out by Astralis as the path to get here to this moment, and the winner playing Ents, a surprising story. I'm amazed at how much this Katowice crowd has gotten behind Ents as these underdogs that have just marched through this event.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure whoever wins this game is going to be certainly not the favorites in the crowd. I think Ents will still have that crown.
Well, we are going to get things underway, and I just want to know, I was surprised at the start. Who here is rooting for Astralis? Do we have any MIBR fans still with us? All right, not bad. A little leaning towards Astralis, and they have that 5-0 lead. Going into round 6, Fer gonna get aggressive, and that is scary. No one offered up to him at the moment. More banana control coming out. Smokes and Molotovs being traded by each team. HG's coming deep in. Pretty decent chip on a Magus, but he's not going to shy away. He's been aggressive. He's been stellar in this series. And this is wild. MIBR used all their utility to the B defenders, and now they're rotating them off of that bomb site, trading positions with Fer and Fallen. That left the B bomb site very exposed. Obviously, not too often you'll see an offensive team kind of take a super fast stance on that, but that's a risk. That could have been just a free round if Astralis just moved forward.
Yeah, especially after a bit of a lull in the action after a timeout. Some teams will go for high progression, so it was looking a little bit shaky, but now normal service has resumed.
Well, now at least, I mean, that it pays off for MIBR. The B defenders have, more smokes. Fallen has a Molotov, so they have a couple things that can delay any kind of late round set piece. There's no idea. Phelps has no idea. He sees the gun barrel, though. Glaive is have to get out of that position. But Phelps was in a moment of danger there.
This is where Astralis can be a little bit more free. They have such a buffer of rounds. MIBR are going to feel the pressure of every single duel, every single frag that goes against them. What a shot by Phelps. Headshot into chest.
He didn't spot this, though. It's Fallen who's going to have to keep his eye out for it, which means Fer is going to be exposed. That Molotov and smoke on Fallen has been used. That's a big kill. Fer's got a Molotov himself. There's a counter flash, but he's got gun out. Fer. He's going to hold on. MIBR might be getting their first round, but Device and Sipnik still alive, but there's only 8 seconds. They're gonna have to back away from this, try and get the bomb planted. I don't know if there's time. There's the kill, and the boost up is gonna stop things. Device needs to get the hell out, but they're gonna chase him. They don't have a lot of money, but they want to bait out a shot. It doesn't come, so Phelps backs away. MIBR on the board finally on Inferno.
A lot of excellent angles working out for the Brazilians. And Phelps with that spicy shot from Library.
Yeah, that was pretty dirty. I'm surprised. I think he was even surprised he hit that first bullet.
Unfortunate too, because if he doesn't land that, 2 players are through a notch, maybe Fallen can't spray them both. Here's the shot. That is absolutely nutty. Apex Court just trying to force the bomb down.
Yeah, only thing he could have done at that moment. Magic's now. Edge of the Flames. Steps in front of the AG, but Device eats it instead. That was a deep grenade. That money that Astralis is building up has been whittled down. And same thing again for MIBR. The initial defenders of the B bomb site being traded off. Fur and Fallen step into their place with the smoke Molotov combo. Trying to confuse the communication, confuse the read of Astralis. They'll be calling out as that B hit goes on. 1 Molotov, 1 smoke is used. Just so Glaive has an idea for the late rounds, but this swap of defenders could really skew that read.
Close angle again for Phelps. It's going to be a same result, but only twice as effective. Glaive and Dupree laid to rest. Excellent passage of play for MIBR. And with Device so low on his AWP, they can't afford to take any chances here, Astralis. They're going to have to be pushing forward. And there's a smoke to deny them.
That'll take us to just below 20 seconds left in the round. And do they really want to try and break into this bomb site? I think the answer is no. You can see them backing off. So there's that rotational strategy out of MIBR coming to fruition. It's going to net them their second round, 2 in a row for MIBR, as Astralis don't want to fight. Not a whole lot of money as well, but with 3 weapons saved, Dupree and Glaive can get deagles, they can get CZs, they can have plenty of utility as they get the bonus money and their teammates do not. So you can still make something happen, and as we saw in an overpass, Astralis wins in a variety of ways.
That early rotation as well really could screw with Astralis' mind going through into the mid to latter portions of the round. When you're expecting those rotations to come in, they could just walk into crossfires expecting players to have gaps in this defense.
Yeah, I think a lot of teams are going to be really intrigued to see how this plays out for the rest of this half. Because I think the end result of this eventually has to be maybe not doing that shift 1 round. And then all of a sudden Astralis trying to take advantage over towards A because they're saying, okay, if you're going to rotate them off, A is going to be weak late with no utility. And then all of a sudden you have those Molotovs in your face. We'll see, but there's at least an intriguing element of this game so far. Zipniks did not want to fight in the Molotov.
Slower pace in this round as a result of the nade damage, I'm sure, in round 7. This does leave Fur on his own. It's going to be more of an 8-sided stack with Fallen over here. What a confidence shown to Fur. Now they're going to start to make a move with a sweeper roll of Fallen. And back to your standard 3-2 formation, but it's Coldzera that's just been winged down to 15 health. I believe that was from Device and his AWP.
Yeah, I mean, Coldzera takes the shot and just ignores it. Tries to go find more kills. Fallen still hasn't moved. Fallen and Fur now going to get aggressive towards B, and I think Device just saw... He saw his prey. That's Phelps. He cannot take a whole lot of steps. He is so restricted, and if he's not aware, that flashbang forces him back into the waiting arms. Device called it out, and now pressure on the A-bomb side. Coldzera and Taco to defend. They're the only 2, and they must do it, but Taco is burning out into the open. Coldzera's already low. Fallen not able to get back in time, and nothing to be done. Device finishes him off from earlier, and Device opens up the A-bomb site.
We're heading into a save. Astralis successfully stopped the 2-round streak of MIBR. An emphatic style as well, just straight out flashbang into execution.
And I mean, it's so magnificent to see because you don't need to have some super fancy set piece or strategy. It's just Device getting an angle. Bit of BM from Magisk. You do absolutely love to see it. But it's just simplicity. Device gets that angle towards small pit. Yeah, he spotted one out, but just one flashbang towards Rap side that Phelps eats causes him to just back away the smallest amount. And Device is able to punish.
It's a great call as well for the flashbang to force the first player out into the open. And Device will oblige with another couple afterwards. As a result of MIBR's save, though, they're going to have a very healthy investment. After this round, not so much, though. Falling down to $0. First, not much ahead of him at 200. At least we're seeing signs now of MIBR's CT side. Now we're seeing them land some shots.
It might be too late for just signs, though. Already down 6-2. If they get reset here, it might be all over before it really begins. There's the pop flash fallen, just has to take a blind shot and back away. Mid control was almost there. Smoke goes up just at the right moment. But again, MIBR is able to, Astralis is able to gain control of Banana. We haven't really seen MIBR fight for it. We've seen those nades down, we've seen the Molotovs along the way, but we haven't seen any defense around the car, around the sandbags.
Yeah, I think the only round we saw was when Fallen had the MP9 and just charged out the Molotov into a firing squad. That's pretty much it. As you see, can't really counteractive grenades into control, as you say, which just gives up so much room for Astralis. It just chokes MIBR. They can't really fully get freed up.
It's a long time for MIBR to play without information, without map control. They might get caught out in the open, but it's Fur who comes out on top of that one. Gonna stay towards CT spawn. Here's that set piece. Smokes, Molotovs coming in. A perfect counter smoke. Phelps, he's got to hold the line.
So far, so good. 35 seconds. Flame or bullets. He decides to press forward. Actually jumps over the AWP shot somehow. He stalled for a very long time. 25 seconds remain. And Astralis, they're dipping out. They're going towards the A side. There's been no maneuverability at all. No movement. No sound over on B. MIBR, no. They've already trickled 2 players over, and Taco, he's whiffed that opportunity. Caldera's got down as well. Taco should be doing better.
Can he get in? Device, it's gonna be so close. I don't know if he can get this. He does, right at the last moment. Device is gonna be able to get this bomb planted. And a narrow one slips out of the grasp of MIBR. Now they must fight. They have no money left. They have to have this round.
They made the right call there, Moses, but the execution was just off. They could still salvage this round. With the kit, firepower is plentiful. But there's so many positions, so many close angles you have to watch out for. Fur is waiting. He wants Fallen to go and scout out first, but time is so scarce. They've got to move in right here, right now. If they're going to go for this defuse, it has to come in, and it's just going to backfire. Dupree with 2. Astralis moved to a 7-2 lead. And again, you go back to that spray on mid. That could have been the round ender.
Yeah, I think Taco was expecting a flashbang. You saw him look into the wall right before they turned that corner. This is so big. If the wrong kill, even that, Coldzera even gets the bomb planter. That's just a half second away from being planted. I'm not sure what this retake was. So deep into the bomb timer, and they didn't have a clue where anyone was at that point. You did have to go for it, but MIBR did not apply enough pressure early on to at least get a sense of where the post-plant positions were. And I think this might be the crack starting to show at MIBR. Such an experienced team and not going to go down without a fight, but I think they've given Astralis too many chances to build up a big lead.
Yeah, it did seem like death by indecision at the end. We've done better to just hold on to the guns and have something to play with on this one, but that's all in the past. In the here and now, MIBR truly up against it. Smoke and flash onto CT side. This is going to put Fur all alone, living in solitude. But now there's going to be 3 players around. They have a triple threat established from MIBR. The downside is it's just USPs. They do have a scout for Coldzera, trying his hand through the smoke, but nothing's connecting. Headshot into frag from Fur, but Coldzera with the scouts gone down. And Taco, the only player with an upgraded pistol is in mid, and he's been found by Zipex. Could have no impact in the round at all.
There's only one last thing MIBR can really try and pull out of this defense, and unfortunately they just have never had the money for it. We still haven't seen an op out on Fallen. We know they like to play this map with a double op on Coldzera, and just no funds to make that happen. This has gone from bad to worse for MIBR, and I mean, we might want to see a timeout coming from their camp. Not going to get it this round.
Somewhat surprising. They've got plenty to use.
I said they're going to fight to the end, Vince, but it feels like they're just not fighting in the right spots. You have to restrict the amount of map that you're giving Astralis. This smoke isn't going to do enough. As soon as this fades, if you're not there to battle or at least delay, it makes things so difficult. Astralis has been able to march up and execute on the B bomb site whenever they've wanted it. They've been able to march up and get bracket control whenever they've wanted it. They're gonna have it again. Great counter flash, great peek from Fur, but immediately traded.
The bomb's still dropped back at T-Spawn. Astralis, they can't fully commit to anything at this stage. And with Coldzera getting that kill, so maybe gonna be looking for a second, but Dupree's too fast on the trigger.
Nicely done from Fallen. That leaves Zipnix in a 1 versus 2, and as you said, the bomb's so far away. Can he somehow pull this off? Phelps is convinced that Zipnix is going to come from the A bomb site. He's not even looking towards lane, not even looking towards mid whatsoever. A big risk being taken. I'm not sure why Phelps might think he's in library or CT spawn, but he's very fortunate that Zipnix has taken the path that he has.
Of course, on the other hand, MIBR have no idea the bomb is back there. They haven't seen vision of it yet.
No, but the tough part is because Phelps is so convinced, Fallen was actually being pulled away. I don't know if Zipnix can actually win this round. Now he spotted Fallen. Now they realize their mistake. He has the bomb. There's only 12 seconds. He must go to A. And there's no time for any of this. And at this point, you might as well just bail out and save the weapon. And he's going to find safety in the halls. So MIBR are going to win a round, but it's not pretty, but they'll take what they can get at this point.
Absolutely will. A mistake from Astralis is going to cost them dearly. If Zipex had control of the bomb, can start to play mind games. As we know, he is so good at pulling off. But 3-8, life yet perhaps for MIBR. Taco's going to drop down to an MP9, affords him more grenades, but again, a distinct lack of AWP. Fallen just hasn't been able to get his hands on one. Their economy's never been in good enough shape. Now we're starting to see a bit more banana present from MIBR. He's putting 2 players down there towards sandbags. Ooh. Significant nade damage to Glaive and Device. They're gonna back away. So on the first time, MIBR actually are gonna establish some control over on this side of the map.
Device looking for it. Still focused, still aware of the possibility. Fallen crouching all the way back, and he's going to get away safely. Shoot a little bit of time off the clock, but didn't force any losses onto the Astralis side. A minute still remaining in the round. Astralis have control of Banana, they have control of brackets, and they have got plenty of nades. 4 smokes, a plethora of flashes, even a Molotov on Zipnix. What's the call here? Might fall into a mid to B split with all this room that they have. Glaive gonna put out a smoke, see what the response is. No one has eyes on this from MIBR. 35 seconds left now.
Trying to draw what remains of MIBR's nade count into play. Now, the set play is in motion. Solid Molotov's gonna force a smoke out. This does skew a bit of the vision across from Astralis though. They're going in blind, but now their eyes have cleared. Taco from the shadows with an MP9 spray, and Coldzera are turning this round on its head. Coldzera cleans it up. And MIBR will pick up a 4th round and a 2nd in a row.
Nice crossfire setup. Taco just hiding until the action begins. Peeks up at the right moment. And finally, I think MIBR, they've actually accomplished it. I think they're going to force Astralis onto a save, or a half buy at the very least. Nicely done from Taco, even better spray control and spray transfer from Cold Zera. So MIBR still in this. They have upgraded pistols to go against, not a lot of nades.
Well, that flashbang's absolutely spot on though. Cold Zera fully blinded, didn't have anyone there to help him out. The CZ's not gonna double up. But Phelps has been dropped to 40. This is more pressure than you'd expect from such a low investment. Starting to look a lot more bright though for MIBR now that some of the kills have been put down.
That was a huge kill from Phelps towards the B bomb site to really stop Device. If he goes down, Astralis just runs all the way back to B. There's a small crack in that smoke. Fur's got to be careful. It's actually come out on top of that. Spotted Zipnix first, gets the damage in with the rifle, falls away. Molotov might take out Zipnix, but nope, doesn't spread in time. Fur's gonna get aggressive behind it, finds and finishes that kill. And Dupree knows there's no point in going back for the bomb. The chances of him getting into a site and having a chance to plant is slim to none. Fur shuts him down. 3 kills for the aggressive Brazilian rifler.
Yeah, and speaking of aggression, I do wonder at this stage if MIBR are going to try and put more assertiveness on Banana, or particularly Apps. We haven't really seen them push Apps either. There's been a couple of rounds with pistols, but not with rifles.
Yeah, it might be, yeah, true. They've had so much success elsewhere, maybe just haven't felt the need to really experiment with it. 8-5, but MIBR coming back in this. 3 in a row, trying to close out this half. They would love to get to 7. And here we go. Oh, look at this call. Trying to suffocate, flashbang over the wall. Glaive not prepared, Device not prepared, and Phelps only gets 1, but the response is magnificent. And now they can wrap behind. Dupree is gonna check this, and he's gonna do it with impunity. Cold Zera trying to hold on as long as possible. But again, the whole map, and now look at Zipnix just taking liberties. He's in pit, and Taco's stuck out in the open.
Smoke's not gonna buy him up anytime either. Taco decides to press forward. Especially when you're a player behind, you've got to take risks, you've got to take gambles, but Mages finds him, pins him down. Leaving Cold Zera with it all to do alone. 1 on 3, heads taken off. Astralis walk to a 9-5 lead.
The communication of Astralis has to just be so good that they're able to know exactly how to maneuver in those scenarios. Unfortunate for Taco, he thinks Zipnix is all on his own, just trying to hold on to pit. Magis coming up lane, just wrecks him. So now MBR fights for 6. And the first time, I believe, that Fallen has been able to have the AWP, it's gonna come out in this round, it's gonna come out in round 15, it just feels too late. We'll see what it can do. It has to have impact immediately.
Yeah, curious to see what he's gonna do with it. He's gonna go for a fast play up Banana. Looks like it. There's a HE and a flashbang just beforehand, but Device is a step ahead. MIBR would be wise to hold back. Furs by his lonesome MP9 in hand. Not quite close enough to retrieve the AK. So he may have to stand his ground and fight until the bitter end. He still so much wants it, and he's gonna get the reward. Does lose more than 50% of his health, but a pick and an AK, that's absolutely fine.
Yeah, it's those long arms, finally gets the reach. Man advantage for MIBR, but running out of nades. Astralis just so efficient with their own utility at taking Banana that they always have so much to play with no matter where they go in the late round. And here we go, another set piece. Fallen. He has got a big decision to make. When those smokes come in, does he step in front or does he play for retake? Flashed off the angle. There's the smoke as they turn the corner. The boost has to be effective. Fur spots 1. Magis didn't check it. He gets it falling down. He gets it with the follow-up. And now they're going to survive for the retake. A 5 on 3.
You have the answer to your question as well, Moses. He's going to play for the retake, especially with a 2-player, making a 3-player advantage. Looking good. Bomb still hasn't been planted, but will be in a few moments. Dupree sees bullets whiz past his head. Device slots 1 between the eyes of Fur. Dupree and Device have to hold the line. Last round of the half, so much on. MIBR desperately require this, you have to feel, if they're going to go into this second half. All guns blazing. Flashbangs on point, but so's the headshots. Device is going to fight 1. So much damage done to Cold Zera, but there's Phelps. Orc in hand. Silences Dupree, and MIBR, it's going to be very close. But they've got the defuse.
Yeah, they've got it. It's going to be 6 rounds for MIBR. They had to fight tooth and nail to get to this point, but they've gave themselves a fighting chance. 4 of the last 5. The second half is going to be no easier. Astralis looking strong here in the semifinals of IEM Katowice, and we'll find out if they're going to close it out when we return. Seven rounds is all Astralis needs to make it to their 3rd major grand final here in Katowice. Just 7 rounds away for brushing aside the danger of this Brazilian roster, which has built speed and momentum in this event so far, but it might just get stopped here. A really rough first half, and they must dig deep. This has to be a masterclass of a T-side for MIBR.
They have run into the juggernaut of Astralis. Dupree can count himself lucky. He's been dodging quite a few bullets here on Inferno. But no early casualty of war on either side. Some ground is being gained, though, by Furt. Not going to get peeked by Dupree. Happy to just stay on the balcony for the time being. Posturing back and forth. There's a lot of utility. Flashes, smokes, a couple of Molotovs. Taco, though, going to get drilled on the approach and finished off. The Molotov did go onto Graveyard, and Phelps is going to get one. Dupree, was that a jumping shot from Fallen? Are you serious? He certainly is. He's picked up a second. Going to be baiting out, trying to draw a player into the open. Surely he's not going to get Glaive as well. He spots Glaive, lands the headshot, and now Fallen has a fast track to the B side, but Zipex, this is where his experience, this is where his decision-making is going to be fully tested. Two huge brains of Counter-Strike going to duke it out to the bitter end. This would be an unbelievable clutch if Fallen pulled this out of the hat. He's done a bit of damage to Zipex. Both positions now known. Zipex has a kit in the smoke, close range. Going to be determining who takes this one away for their team. It's so important for IEM, but Fallen is going to get denied. And Astralis can take the second pistol and a 10th round. Such a heroic attempt, though, from Fallen.
God bless. How do you beat Zipnix? What an absolute freak of a clutch human being. 10-6. Fallen did everything he possibly could. Those were some incredible shots to get into that situation. I feel like even pro players have to just hit tab and you see you're up against Zipnix and you just cry a little bit inside.
That internal scream, even a player of Fallen's stature. Superb attempt, but just falling on the final hurdle.
Well, a hero buy comes out for MIBR. They passed the AK-47. Fallen able to afford that due to his kills and the help of the plant. Fur had the hot hand on overpass. He's going to take Boiler, peering towards lane. It's Dupree who would be first up, but Magisk is there as well with an angle if he needs to swing out wide. Can support in response. MIBR has to let this AK-47 do the work. They have no nades. They were reliant upon it. And look at that. Glaive and Zipnix just baiting Phelps into an awkward situation. Fur still hasn't made his move. They're waiting for the smoke to clear on Rap side. There goes Phelps through the smoke. Taco is hoping for someone to force Device into his crosshairs. Fur still hasn't made a move. 45 seconds left. They must start going forward. And Fur's gonna be the point man leading up Rap side, waiting for the repeat. It would be huge. Dupree holding the angle. There he goes. Dupree now gonna get aggressive. Coldzera's gonna go down, and Taco, he gets a kill, but there's nothing for him to build upon. Astralis now at 11, just 5 rounds away from the grand finals, where Ents, the Finnish phenoms, await them.
Caused many an upset, but so far Astralis, they're digging deep and they're getting wins. However, MIBR are gonna have a bye. Plenty of smokes to play with. Already seeing that the intent from Astralis is a lot more aggressive when it comes to Banana. But now they're against full rifles. Are they gonna respect that a little bit more? That's a brilliant pick to start things off. Device caught with a grenade out. Early doors favoring MIBR, but Mages, the lifeblood of Astralis, is able to shun away one player. He will lose his life in the process, and MIBR still in great shape here in round 18. They've got to convert this, though.
They really do. It's going to be tough. Zipnix is smoked off over towards Collar. He's going to love that. Look at Glaive getting aggressive. Just enough damage. Chips away, lets the fire finish his work. And Dupree is now lying in wait. How does MIBR handle this situation? They have utility. They've got a minute to play with. Dupree is awaiting contact. It'll be Zipnix, though, who receives it first. Now rotated towards CT Spawn. He can't get away from that fight. He can't get away from the headshot. And that's going to open up. MIBR says, you're the B defender. We just picked you off in CT Spawn. You're rotating over to help, so we're just going to take your bomb site for free. Dupree does nothing to do, and it's going to be a 7th. MIBR are doing like a cliffhanger impression in this map, it feels. Great shot from Phelps. Astralis right on the verge of being able to buy it. If you have any indication of how they've handled their economy in previous games in this tournament so far, it'll be a very small investment. Upgrade to pistols, some utility. But with a lead of this stature, it's not anything too powerful, but with this lead of 4 rounds, they're going to be patient and wait till the guns and the nades are in their favor.
Yeah, absolutely. Don't force up and put your economy down the drain. Allow MIBR to get very close, breathe down your necks. So certainly the correct decision. Playing it for the longer haul rather than the here and now. Dupree still with the Desert Eagle, though, could do some damage. And he could see action momentarily. There's one, able to duck away. Not able to retrieve the gun. Making sure they cannot pick that up, so Taco is going to take it away into mid. Meanwhile, they're applying pressure over on the B side of the map.
They're going to get re-aggressive in these halls. Taco's got to be careful. He's all alone. Meanwhile, Fallen and Phelps going to start pressuring and peeking in towards this B bomb site. Great shot from Fallen. That might prompt a response that Taco can take advantage of, but actually he does. Dupree goes out. He had the first shot, but Taco responds perfectly. Magisk has found the AK-47 on the other side of the map. Meanwhile, Astralis is holding off this B hit. Phelps not able to contend with Xyp9x, and Magisk, the snake in the grass. If he turns this around, he is a goddamn champion. We'll see if he can do it, but they have him trapped. They know what's coming, Astralis. This is a chance.
Oh no, MIBR, they've lost Taco. That's information gathered. They're pincered, they're sandwiched between two very dangerous Danish lines. 15 seconds coming up on the timer. They're going to be jumping up on the boost. They've stopped the bomb from being planted.
Oh God.
Fallen's going to have to try his hand at the plant now. But in doing so, Xyp9x rushes to his demise. Magisk is here. 4 seconds left. This is going to be the round to Astralis. How has this happened?
No other team can do that. No other team has the trust in their teammates. A USP, MIBR, needs to find some courage because they got held off. They got delayed so long with AK-47s facing up against one USP and a second that rotates over late. I cannot believe that Astralis is able to stall them out in that fashion. And it's just so smart. Fighting during a retreat, just letting Magisk get closer and closer to have his impact, and MIBR fails to protect the plant from a boost. A series of mistakes for MIBR, and that was a chance for them to build so much momentum.
Yeah, it's especially devastating. That was their fast track back into Inferno. And it's just been completely derailed now. They're into a force.
That's a worrying sign that they played that round so scared.
Was that the round that sent the Brazilians sprawling out of the major and Astralis into the grand finals? Certainly a gut punch. Can MIBR recover? Phelps did spot a player, but doesn't want to spray through the smoke, especially when he's one of the only two players with an assault rifle in his hands.
Well, there they are, desperately trying to get their team involved. MIBR backs against the wall certainly now. AK-47 on Coldzera, AUG on Phelps, those are the rifles. The plan here, send bodies out of A-halls, try and take this over. They're gonna wait for the Molotov. Taco's all clear to throw his out. There's the smoke. Flashbang maybe hoping that that pit player would be forced out by the flames into the arms of the blind Flashbang, but it's not going to work. Magisk has played this to perfection. He's got the bomb down. Even blind, he gets a kill. Even with no vision. Fallen with one, but that's going to be it. Phelps is coming in late with the backstab, and he's got a 1-on-2.
Has plenty of health. That grenade didn't do any damage. Just the wrong side of the wall, I'm assuming. There is time though to pull this one off. He's seen that Magisk is on pit. Knows where the second player is. Now this quickly switches in his favor, but Magisk is going to be able to drill through his head. And surprise, surprise, this man in the right position at the right time once again.
He is so good. He plays that pit spot perhaps better than anyone else. In 13-7, that performance there from Magisk, including the clutch, obviously, gives Astralis the red carpet for the grand finals. It's laid out. All they must do now is walk across it. 13-7, MIBR have nothing to fight with. They have no money. Just two upgraded pistols with no utility.
Truly terrifying times for MIBR. Their T-half hasn't yielded much. And now Astralis gonna take the initiative, and Zipex through the smoke gets yet another kill. Didn't really expect much from this round. It was by and large Glocks with a Deagle. So far it's delivered nothing. Bit of damage to Glaive, but he's gonna be able to shrug that off. Showing the confidence, he actually pushes down where the gunfire was coming from. It's gonna cost him his life though. Coldzera is able to get one. Zipex will shut him down before he can get close enough to do anything about it. And there we have it, Astralis 14-7. This is it. It's do or die time for MIBR.
What a massive run they've got to go on. They've got to close this gap, and they've got to do it efficiently, and they're going to start out with a hindered investment into nades. Everything they possibly can bring forward, but Astralis is starting to get to that point where they can taste it. They're starting to get to that point where you can see how confident they are, the fights they take, the peaks they take, the positioning they utilize. Can MIBR stop this train from making it to the grand finals? Fast towards Banana. Fur's gonna lead the way on logs.
Bit of damage, of course. Oh my goodness, the damage, the grenades spray through the smoke.
It's the combination, right? It's the spray that forces someone in towards logs, the only piece of safety, and somehow Glaive still finds him in the smoke. So much damage. A kill and 19 HP on Fur. This is what MIBR never did to Astralis. Never made them work for this banana control. And Astralis is giving them a masterclass in return.
Astralis simultaneously flipping the kill switch, dulling all the senses for MIBR, but Taco regains his momentarily. Is at least going to pull it back to a 4-on-4. Plenty of time at their disposal. What they do with it is going to be a very interesting prospect, because so far, Astralis have battered away everything that MIBR have thrown at them. Smoke planted down, device waiting for a potential push. Narrowly off on the spray, they're all across the Archer's side. Now, neither of Astralis are over here, so the long-range skirmish could favor them, but of course, once again, the HE comes to their aid.
No, but MIBR is hesitating. This three-man pack went all the way to Rap side, never pushed up it, and then they come all the way back to lane when their teammate has fallen. They have no idea how to get into this bomb site. 15 seconds on the clock, and Magisk is going to be called upon one more time. This time he can't deliver the frags, but Device lies in wait. They don't check it. They don't check anything. That's the bomb down. That's the round over. Taco, he can't do anything. Just some superficial kills at the end. And Astralis are going to be on series point.
Able to hold on to his AK at least, but they didn't expect the double stack. They got Magisk, one if not the best pit player in the world. But it was all about Device. 2 huge kills, 8 match points to Astralis.
Ooh. The roller coaster of emotions on this big stage from Dupree. Well, it's time. Astralis generally does not wait around to close these games out, and Zipnix gets him started again through the smoke. Why not? Fallen is shut down, and there's one more on top. Phelps tries his hand, and it's swatted aside as well. Astralis defense has been phenomenal. 6 of 7 rounds in this half. MIBR out of ideas, out of time.
It truly has been an impenetrable defense. Perfect utility, perfect timings, perfect calls. Across the board, Astralis have looked far superior. Glaive by himself, gonna have to hold the line. They're gonna go aggressive. Coldzera will get the upper hand. Maybe there's life yet in this Brazilian squad.
They don't have a smoke, they're gonna have to fight for this cross. They just throw the bomb over to Coldzera, who's gonna get that planted. MIBR staving off elimination, perhaps just a little bit longer. Now Astralis is rotating in. They're hurt on money. They might choose not to go for this. I think they're gonna see if they can find a kill.
I think it's all about this first confrontation. If it doesn't go their way, they pull the plug. If it does, they go in. Magisk also making a move up banana. So they have the rotation in effect. They have the flank coming in. In a flurry, a frenzy. Taco is watching. Zipex being tagged from multiple angles, gets the first, Magisk with a second. It's all down to Fur. They know where he is. He's going to get caught. And Astralis will move through potentially. He's going to be very close, actually. But I think they have the defuse. A masterful melding of skill, determined, and composure. A real symphony of Counter-Strike from Astralis.
They withstood everything on Overpass. Inferno was a cakewalk. Astralis 16-7, 2-0. They move on to those grand finals. The undisputed kings of Counter-Strike are going to have a crack at another trophy. They're going to have to get past ENCE to do it. But they've always shown they're up to the task.
Handshakes being exchanged, and in this moment, Astralis look to secure themselves another major championship here. It started out having to beat up on MIBR, and well, the first map could have went either way. Now it is all in stone. 16-7 the scoreline here on Inferno. MIBR the lesser, and they're going to have to try again another day. Denmark all united behind this Astralis team, and there's not a better time to do it, Jacob.
No, there definitely is not. Astralis once again showcasing why they are #1 team in the world right now. MIBR gave them a decent fight. I think we saw glimpses of potential, but in the end, there was no doubt that Astralis were the better team.
Yeah, it's very easy to just say, oh, we all expected Astralis to be in the finals. Oh, they're the best team in the world. They should be there. But this team did this all year last year, and for them to come into 2019 with that same desire, the same discipline, the same innovation, and wind up in the finals of the first major of the year is just a testament to how hardworking this team is.
It's one thing to be ahead of the curve, but it's another to set the curve yourself and then to continuously round it on your own, within your own devices, within your own sort of constructs. These guys continuously, time and time again, setting the bar in their own way, and that alone is a challenge.
And I mean, we often talk about how well they work together in the game, but let's talk a little bit outside of the game, right? The management of Astralis is constantly pushing these guys to perform at a very high level. They're skipping tournaments left and right to make sure that they're mentally able to always focus on the next task ahead, something other teams could learn from. Astralis is not only the best on the server, but definitely also outside of the server.
And we're not going to be skipping around very much longer. We might even just skip on down to the stage. We've got OJ standing by with Magisk.
Thank you, Moses. And it seems like Groundhog Day. We've been here before, speaking to a member of Astralis before a grand final. It was tight in the first map. In the second map, though, you guys took control.
Yeah, first map was insanely nervous for everyone, I think, in the server. And it was small rounds that made the difference. And that was in our favor today. And that's something we're really happy about, but they played really good, and that's how it is, and we played good as well.
Why the nerves from you in Overpass? You've won so much. You've been at the top of the tree for so long. Why the nerves?
Well, if you don't have nerves, I don't think you're doing the right job. Everyone is supposed to have nerves, otherwise they don't care about the game. And everyone on our team have nerves as well. That's normal, and that's how it is. And you have to use that nerve as something good, and that's what we try to do all the time, and use it as something to make us even better as players, and yeah.
Shows the hunger. Zonic, when he was chatting to Frankie in the break between the maps, he said that you were very emotional. You were all emotional at the end of that first map. Why was that?
This is everything for me. This is my life. This is not a hobby. This is something we do all the time. We travel all the year, and you miss family, you miss your friends and stuff like that. This is all we do, and therefore I also put so much emotions into it because it means a lot for me to win, and that's everything I want to.
Were you surprised by the pick of Overpass?
Yeah, actually we got surprised a little bit by Overpass. We didn't expect them to take it, but that's how it is sometimes. And I think this whole tournament, everyone has been trying to surprise us in the vetoes and to try and catch us off guard, and they did today as well. But yeah.
As soon as you see a team on the back foot, you tend to put your foot on the throat. Is that something that you do as a team?
Yeah, I think it's everyone understanding that no matter how difficult it looks, we can always do a comeback, and we can always manage to win close rounds and make it into our favor, and that's what we did on Overpass. It looked really bad in the beginning. We didn't get so many CT rounds, and we still kept grinding, and we kept winning the important rounds, and it just went into our favor.
Well, tomorrow you're taking on ENCE, which has been an underdog story. They've made it through to a grand final. Are you worried by anything they bring to the table?
I mean, you're not making it into a grand final if you're not a good team. They have been playing some amazing CS, and I think it's going to be a good game tomorrow. We won't take lightly on them because they have already knocked out Liquid and Na'Vi this tournament, so they're definitely a good team, and we have to be playing our best if we want to win tomorrow.
You're saying all the right things. Listen, it's once again amazing to watch you play. It's amazing to see you in another grand final. If I can get you to sign that for me. Put your hands together for Magisk and Astralis. Another grand final. They'll be up for winning that major here in the Spodek tomorrow.
The final boss, as they've been called, Astralis, find themselves yet again sitting on the precipice of a major championship. And we're right on the cusp ourselves here of getting you into something we asked you to get involved with at home. And now is the time we show you the Mountain Dew Amped Game Fuel Power Play, brought to you by Pimp.
The Mountain Dew Amped Game Fuel Power Plays.
And who else to deliver that power play than dupreeh himself? We're taking a look at round number 29 on Overpass, a very impactful play by dupreeh. We can quickly jump into the clip. We can scroll ahead a little bit. This is the round. Score is currently 14-14. Pressure is on. dupreeh is currently located here at the truck. And watch this. He is keeping his cool the entire time. This is why dupreeh is such a great player. This is why he's so impactful when he plays Counter-Strike. He does not move despite teammates going down left and right. He keeps his cool. He waits for the moment, and then he strikes. Looking at the play on his point of view as well. Just look at this. You can see teammates going down, left and down. dupreeh does not move. He's calm as ever before, and he's such an impactful player when it comes down to these very tense situations. dupreeh with by far the most impactful play here on Overpass, securing Astralis that win that inevitably made them win the entire game on Overpass.
Yeah, and I have to agree with you, Jacob. I couldn't have put it any more eloquently. And if I tried, I could sit here and tell you a story about a team called ENCE, but also that'll be tomorrow's story. For now, we need to wrap up that as MIBR story because that does end the road here for them.
I definitely think there's a lot of promise for this MIBR team. We can't forget there's still a new roster. Zeus and Taco just coming back to the squad. They obviously added Fur back in. Phelps back in.
Yeah.
They lost all 4 pistols in the series. They had terrible starts. This second map, they lost an eco. I mean, there's so many things that went wrong. Glaive had a field day through the smoke. Zipic's winning one-on-ones. Astralis doing the standard stuff to them.
Some of the things that you couldn't forecast if you tried, Jacob.
I mean, MIBR can be proud. Simple as it is. They got into top 4. They secured another spot for the next major as well. And as you said, it's still a relatively new team. So managing expectations is something we're not often good at within this CS community, but them going into the top 4 and actually putting up a fight against Astralis in the first event together as a team again, that's a positive sign. Let's not sugarcoat it though. They were by far being outplayed by Astralis and they're by no means close to be able to beat them, but given the future, given the signs that we saw at this tournament, I think MIBR can be proud, and I think definitely there's something to be worked on within the team.
Well, the interesting part there from the interview, he was talking about the veto process. I mean, they ended up on Overpass, and well, they were pushed to the brink there, but overall, MIBR faltering, and then that leaves an Astralis now that might be showing some weakness, might be showing some sort of fragility.
I mean, we always have known, Astralis is a little bit weaker on Overpass, Mirage, and Train. Those are the maps that you can attack them. That's what makes tomorrow interesting, is because those are maps that ENCE are particularly good at.
But I love it, right? We talk about Astralis showing weakness even when they're winning maps. Like yesterday, they won Dust 2 against NIP, which linked to herself. All right, Astralis, maybe a little bit of weakness shown on Dust 2. Again today, Overpass, maybe a little bit of weakness shown, but they're still winning the games, right? That's how good Astralis is. Despite them winning, we still count that as a weakness, and I'm not sure that it's even fair to do to Astralis.
Well, it's not going to be fair at all if you are playing against Astralis. That's just the way it looks from the outside, right? I mean, these guys being the absolute final boss of Counter-Strike, seemingly going to keep that run alive going into 2019, as this year is starting to spiral. I mean, guys, overall, we have finally landed ourselves into a grand final. An unlikely suspect in ENCE, and then also Astralis everyone kind of put up there, so some pick'ems are still alive, Sean?
Most pick'ems are probably still alive if they have Astralis in it. Astralis has not dropped even a map in major playoff series, two straight majors now.
Yeah.
So ENCE definitely has a tall task at him. This is truly a David versus Goliath scenario.
I mean, I'm just a little bit afraid that ENCE is going to have too big of a task ahead of them, right? What they've done so far in the tournament is incredible. Nobody expected them to do it, but Astralis, that's just another level. Yes. So I'm looking forward to tomorrow. Can ENCE actually put up a fight against Astralis? Maybe even win a map? That would be a huge storyline. And I think, regardless, it's a major final. I think a lot of other factors will play in as well. Astralis are not experienced in major finals. They've been there before, obviously, but you never get experienced in a situation where you're about to win the biggest tournament that you can win in Counter-Strike.
And, well, winning being the word there that you're going to kind of give us, there is also a loser in these equations. And I think Chad says it best when he says on the desk that somebody has to lose, right? I mean, that's just how these things work. And I don't think that there's enough praise given to the actual people or players that come forward and say, hey, you know what, I will do the loser interview. But in this instance, we're going to have Fallen standing by side Frankie.
Fallen, tell me a bit about what happened in tonight's semi-final.
It was a very difficult match. We felt that we could have won the first map. When the series against Australia is always like that, it's like nail biting, and it came over on the details. We lost both pistols the first map. We lost an eco, but we have some very good rounds as well. And it was about the details. Like the 14-14 round was very tough to win, and they got control on the side after we were on a 5v4. So there are many rounds on the first map where we could have won the match. And on the second one, Inferno is a tough map. They're very good on this map. We made some mistakes, and they clearly were very superior on that one. But for us, it's a learning experience. The team just got back now. We played for like 20 days only together, and this is just the beginning for us.
Can I clear up a mystery, though? Was Overpass a deliberate strategic pick because you knew it was one of Astralis' weaker maps?
Well, it's hard to choose a map to play Astralis because they're very good on all maps, including Cash, that they perma-ban. They're super good on that one. So it's a very difficult team to beat. But Overpass is one that we felt confident, that we felt that we could have won. And it's it doesn't know. Maybe if we play all the maps, a couple other maps we could have won. But I never know. We chose Overpass. It was a good choice for us, in my opinion, and it almost paid off.
Well, it was incredibly clever because they just weren't expecting it, so they couldn't really prepare for you. But I want to ask how you prepared for them, because, of course, you've got Coach Zeus and you've got Taco, who were on Liquid last year. And Liquid, well, we all know the story of Liquid and Astralis last year. So how useful was their intel?
Well, I think they're using more about what we know, how to beat Astralis, because we have been very close in the past. So on that regard, they didn't bring much on this matchup specifically. But I'm proud of my teammates. I'm proud of the work we have been doing. And what I can tell you guys is that we're going to be back. It's just a question of time. Astralis, they are very difficult to play against. Those guys are like robots. But we have been beating them in the past, and we can do it again. We just need some more time.
I love a little bit of fighting talk to close things out. Thank you so much, Fallen. Congrats on making the top 4. And let's head back to the desk.
Thank you, Frankie, and thank you, Fallen. Yes, they have fallen, but for everything considered, these guys put up a hell of a fight here. And just from your guys' perspective, from having been in situations such as these, and regardless of the scale of the stage and everything considered, that's got to be a hard one to give answers to.
I mean, it definitely is. I don't think I've ever had to give a losing interview like that leaving the stage. It's always a really emotional time. And Fallen actually had well put together thoughts. He conveyed everything that he needed to. I mean, hats go off to him. They played a very good game on Overpass, and Inferno, Astralis is clearly, such a strong team. They never stood a chance here.
It speaks for his character as a person as well, right? Fallen always coming out and giving these well-driven interviews, being very honest about it as well, not really lying or denying any of the stuff that happened. So again, I think he's right when he's saying MIBR need a little more time before we can fully judge them. But as said, a top 4 at a major is by no means a bad result at all.
Not at all. And hanging your head is something you can't do. And we won't be doing that anymore over the MIBR Astralis topic. What we can do is walk you through these brackets to see how the playoffs have played out thus far. We do have 2 grand finalists on our hands, and ENCE and Astralis. Yeah, that's right. Every time I say it, it just feels a little stranger and stranger. But ENCE Esports, the Finnish esports organization from Finland, will be in a major final tomorrow against Astralis. Guys, what else do we see around this bracket?
I mean, that's all there is to see, right? I mean, ENCE defeated the #2 team in the world, the #3 team in the world, and tomorrow they're going to be going up against the best team in the world, Astralis. It would be by far the best major run of all time. We can't forget, I mean, Cloud9 had a miraculous major run, but they were the #5 team in the world at the time.
I mean, look at that side of the bracket, right? You have Na'Vi, you have FaZe Clan, and you have Team Liquid. If anyone would have told me that ENCE would be the team from that side of the bracket going into the final, I probably would have called them a lot of bad stuff. So in that regard, ENCE is definitely delivering at a level we haven't seen before, and it's cool to see. I mean, it's not like they're limping into the final. It's not like we're saying they're getting lucky or anything. They're earning it with the play they're earning it with the play that is playing right now, winning Counter-Strike. It's definitely a new level and a great thing for the Finnish era of Counter-Strike.
Well, the Finnish era of Counter-Strike is upon us, or potentially the continued reign of the Danes, which we're going to be taking a look at tomorrow. Because that does it for us here. We're done, data, finito, and good night, everybody. We'll be back with the game itself going live in roughly 19 hours and 58 minutes, give or take a few seconds. But obviously, we'll be around well before that. Thank you all for joining us. And again, good night.
And I'll take it, yeah. Remind myself, just that. Don't wonder how far I can fall. Don't look down, never fade out. And I just wanna be someone and never fall behind again. Keep on moving on. Never look down, never fade out. Never fade out. Shooting through the clouds, I know it's alright, it's alright. Heavens are the limit now. Let's fly just one more night, one more night. Don't look down, never fade out. And I just wanna be someone and never fall behind again. Just keep on moving on. Never look down, never fade out. Never fade out. Oh, floating in the clouds, and I'll take it. Yeah, reminding myself to just let go. Don't wonder how far I can fall. Don't look down, never fade out. And I just wanna be someone and never fall behind again. Just keep on moving on. Never look down, never fade out. Never fade out. Oh, 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 shooting through the clouds, I know it's alright. One more time. Are you ready? Let's get it on!
All eyes are on you. So give them greatness with Intel Extreme Masters certified PCs and notebooks and game like the pros. When you see the unique IEM certified stickers on the outside, you'll find high-grade components with Intel Core i5 and i7 processors inside. Every purchase includes in-game content and supports the prize pool of Intel Extreme Masters. Game like a pro, because the world is watching.
Prepare for combat. Go forth and conquer.
take it. Yeah, reminding myself to just let go. Don't wonder how far I can fall. Don't look down, never fade out. And I just wanna be someone and never fall behind again. Just keep on moving on. Never look down, never fade out. Never fade out. Oh, 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 shooting through the clouds. I know it's alright. It's alright. Heavens are the limit now. Let's fly just one more night. One more night. Don't look down, never fade out. And I just wanna be someone and never fall behind again. Just keep on moving on. Never look down, never fade out. Never fade out. Oh, oh, show me an opening in the clouds, and I'll take it. Yeah, reminding myself to just let go. Don't wonder how far I can fall. Don't look down, never fade out. And I just wanna be someone and never fall behind again. Just keep on moving on. Never look down, never fade out. Never fade out. Oh, 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 shooting through the clouds. I know it's alright. It's alright. Heavens are the limit now. Let's fly just one more night. One more night.